He knew risking his life was extremely foolish. Work, sports, hobbies, gambling. In 2034, it would be difficult for the accused to achieve anything in Japan. He didn't go to school and even as an adult didn't work hard enough. He literally risked everything by allowing himself nothing but the bare necessities, food, meals, and bathroom breaks, and he was simply stunned when he reached the top. He was the most important ruler in history. He held the first world rank by a wide margin. In the fully immersive VR MMORPG Mobius Online, everything he achieved in life, everything he had in life today became a problem for everyone. One day, his main character, 7, was hacked and deleted from the game, and not just his personal data but everything from backups and everything else. He was the ultimate victim. 3,000 players were affected. The perpetrator was a high-ranking player. News reports claimed he followed this ridiculous rule out of dependence on other players of a higher rank. There was no way he could have ridiculously hacked 3,000 players' character data. It was an act committed out of a lack of desire to achieve more. The young man clutched his VR headset. The game administration stated that they are unable to restore any of the affected characters. In this case, they can only offer accelerated character leveling when creating a new character and legal assistance. The hero threw down his helmet and cursed. No matter how many times people questioned and raided their headquarters, their answers were the same. The whole situation made the young man sick. He ran to any room where his stomach would hold up. Then he lay down lightly on the bed and began to watch. He couldn't bring himself to wish for anything. Nothing came to mind. All he could do was light. He would never see his #1 status again. He stared blankly at the ceiling. Then he stood up and realized he couldn't remain like this forever. With a wild look in his eyes, he made a decision, and that decision was tied to the end of his lifeline. A young man stands in the middle of some city. He doesn't understand what's happening. There are many people around, all busy with their own affairs. A hero of the familiar kingdom of Castal, its capital, Vincent's main home, which was part of the game Mobius Online. The young man stood in the Icicle grocery store, wondering when he'd managed to log into the game. A girl was leaving the store. He casually walked over to her and said, "Get out of her way." He was occupying the area in front of her store. It was Ice-chan, the girl from the Icicle poster. He was used to your voice, but he'd never heard lines like that before. Was there an update while she wasn't playing? Suddenly, the girl fell. She suggested that perhaps he wanted to buy something from her store. She apologized for her rudeness. The hero noted that her voice suddenly became gentle and she even blushed. He said it out loud to the sweet girl and thought it was a divine renewal. Ice drilled and asked what he was talking about. She hurried into the store. The young man was delighted by the girl's prescribed behavior. Most likely, some kind of mutual understanding had been established while he was unregistered. Suddenly, the young man caught sight of his reflection in a store window. It was the character 2nd. It's an alternate character he created at the same time as his main character, 7. He hasn't trained it yet, it's just a character with 0 balance. The young man waited desperately. It was hopeless. He didn't have the willpower to level up again. He decided to simply quit the game. However, he couldn't. The settings menu wouldn't open. Maybe it's a glitch with the game's exit. He can't press the emergency shutdown button. The hero shakes his head from side to side. Suddenly, it dawns on him. He grins and realizes that reality no longer exists. How could he have forgotten that? He's a participant in his own life, but he's still haunted by the question of why he ended up in Mobian. He died in his world and was reborn in the game. He's sure he wanted it with all his heart. If it were possible, he'd rather be born into the game. Even if he says so, those were sad last words. The hero can't believe what's happening. It can't be true. He pinches his cheek and feels pain. He ponders what's happening. Perhaps Ice-chan's linear lines and his inability to exit the game are somehow connected. The young man is confused. He fell to his knees and began screaming loudly. He had been reborn into the world of games. He wept and thanked his fate. He danced like a madman for almost an hour, making strange sounds. He was deliriously happy. People, oddly enough, were looking at him. Suddenly, a man approached him and said he was sorry. The guard turns to Ice-chan and asks if this guy is the real deal. She answers yes. The girl reported that the hero was making a fuss in front of the store and asking to be picked up. The hero was in shock. he was taken to the territory of the Third Knightly Order of the Kingdom of Castal. A girl in a knight's uniform grabbed the guy by the collar and asked why he was acting like that. He replied that he was a little nervous. Those interrogating him in layman's terms are the police. In reality, they are the Third Order of the Kingdom of Castal. The knight girl proposed to the nobleman and began asking him why he was alone and where his companion was. The hero denied his noble status. He looked at the girl. In his opinion, she was incomparable. He had never met such a beautiful NPC before. The young lady noticed his gaze and asked why he was looking at her. She slammed her hand on the table and the hero flinched. She explained to him from the very beginning that his noble rights were of no importance to the knightly order. No matter who it was, if they broke the law, it was illegal. Their focus was on protecting good citizens. She continues to insist he's a nobleman and demands the truth. The young man denies everything. The knight realizes the matter hasn't been resolved peacefully and the hero leaves her no choice. She reached for her sword, which was hanging from her front. The boy doubted it and began to persuade her to just talk. First, she asked his name. He replied that his name was Second and that he was an adventurer. The girl didn't believe him. The guy didn't understand what he was supposed to do. His outfit was so well tailored that he couldn't have belonged to an adventurer. He looks very expensive. The boy realized the reason for his equipment. It's a rare item, so it looks beautiful. It's precisely because of it that people mistake him for a nobleman. This is a serious problem. The feud between knights and nobles was a good facade. The girl harbored a grudge. She, like the constable, felt a sense of justice. Judging by her appearance, one could say it was stronger than that of the average person. This is bad because he has nothing to back up his status. Suddenly, a man in a knight's uniform enters the room. He hit Sylvia on the head. Then he approached the hero and told her that the girl had been rude. He would conduct the interrogation in her place. He apologized again. They suspected he may have been deliberately obstructing their business, so they'll have to listen to him explain his social status and intentions in detail. The hero replied that his name was Second and that he was 17 years old. He was an adventurer. His real name, however, was Sato Shikiro. He was 28, single, and unemployed. He was 17 when he created this character, so he simply gave that number, which wasn't his real age. The knight then asked why he behaved strangely in front of the grocery store. He replied that he had unintentionally gotten carried away and apologized. The man asked again why. Sato replied that he couldn't cause problems for the store. He had no ill intentions even now. This place made the boy fully realize that he was now in the right company. The knight admitted that the boy hadn't intentionally interfered with the business, and later, after apologizing, he put on a brave face before the owner of the icicle store and was released. In any case, he'll have to repay his debt to society and pay the club 150,000 SL. With the game in such a state, they couldn't even afford the most basic armor. Currently, his account balance is a measly 2 billion SL. Sato immediately changed his clothes so his outfit wouldn't attract attention. He also has a matching full-body suit of armor which he purchased. His budget is 2.3 billion and he doesn't know whether that's a lot or a little. He doesn't think the prices for things will be the same as Mobians. They need to urgently check the value of this world's currency. However, he has other plans, he growled treacherously. Sato decided to have lunch. It would be easy and convenient to check prices for food or lodging. He approached the building and thought the place looked nice. The girl behind the counter greeted him. He greeted me dryly and asked about the price for one night. The girl doesn't understand what the guy is talking about. Notice how the girl at the reception is acting rather suspiciously. The girl said the night would cost 7,000 SL per night, including breakfast and dinner, 4,000 SL without food. The hero was surprised by the price. He decided to stay for 5 days without food. The employee handed him the keys. Their fingers touched and she blushed and looked away. The young man seemed confused by the emotion he'd felt. The hero is sitting at a table in a bar. There are a lot of people around. Girls turn around and look at the guy with interest. Sato realized he stood out from the crowd, especially for the girls with their strange attitudes. It was all his avatar's fault. The result of the artist purchasing a limited edition, it was exceptionally beautiful. Even if a normal character were beautiful in an online game, no one would even notice. But it's a completely different story if it ends up in the real world. In this body, he begins to fully realize that this place is no longer part of an online game. This thought involuntarily brought a smile to the boy's face. His efforts here will not be in vain in any case. In this Congress of Peace, where he believes there is nothing left to do with him. That world where rational arguments continued to press upon him to this day, but now the discontent in the very core of his heart was extinguished. The young man covered his eyes with his hand and then began to laugh loudly. He smiled slyly and decided that here he would again become number one in the world. The young man woke up. He was grabbed by the head and detained. He had overindulged in alcohol the night before. He was surprised to find himself hungover. He got out of bed and opened the window. Now this place was no longer a game, but his reality. He sat down on the bed and began to analyze his next steps, and that's the first thing, acquiring the necessary skills. He can't ignore them in this game. Leveling up in Mobian is based on the experience point system. Learning skills and increasing stats requires experience, and this is crucial. Experience is gained by defeating monsters or completing quests. Each skill has a ranking system. It starts at level 16 and goes up to level 1, then from level 1 to 9-10. There's also a special rank for the title skill. Earning experience points is essential to leveling up your skills. Additionally, the methods increase statistics vary depending on the boost type chosen during character creation. He went down to the bar and ordered curry with rice. He sat down at the table and thought the whole setting brought back memories. The waitress greeted him pleasantly. Second's build type is the same as Seven's. His character is multifaceted. With this type, the statistics grow uniformly without any deviations. The girl brought the guy his order and apologized for the wait. This type allows for a flawless improvement in all stats right away. However, the trade-off is that initial development is more intense than with other character types. If that's the case, he has no choice but to use it all. The hero came to a shop specializing in potions. He asked for vials of detoxifying potions that would restore everything in stock. The store employees looked at the boy in confusion. The man warned the boy that the purchase would be prohibitively expensive. Second asked how many potions he had in stock. He replied that he currently had about 630. The hero announced he was buying everything they had. The workers were shocked. The potion cost 120,000 SL per bottle. In total, the young man paid 75,600,000 SL for 630 bottles. He bought all the potions in cash. After paying, he put them away in his inventory. Before leaving, he mentioned that he needed another 9,000 of these potions and that they would be prepared for him. He wants to use these potions to perform what's known as the DK tactic. It's a clever way to gain initial experience. This is taken from the old game, Finding Dinosaurs. You need to damage enemies by giving them power and defeat them. Knowing this trick can give you a lot of initial experience. These potions use poison, increasing health and also dealing damage to undead. Each bottle he buys deals 1,200 true damage to undead. This damage is enough to take down the health of a mid-class monster called the Zombie Viper, which really gives the desired amount of experience even among the undead. Another option is to throw this at the Viper zombies. Anyone can destroy them this way. Previously, this method was used by minor characters and high-ranking players. The trouble is, all of this costs an insane amount of money, and to gain the required amount of experience, 10,000 potion bottles are needed. The approximate cost is 1.2 billion SL. The only one who learned how to make that kind of money was me, who had the main character on the side. Therefore, the DK tactic must be a modified method of gaining experience. This is strictly for the start. It won't work anymore once he becomes an experienced player. The hero bought himself a horse and named it the Seventh Emperor. He did not think that 3 days would come when he would resort to this method. The young man set out. Almost 2 hours horseback ride separates him from the royal capital. He believes this is a good hunting ground with large caves inside and a mine nearby. But there's not a soul here. Perhaps DK's tactics have already preserved this peace. The main character, a beginner, makes various counterattacks on this score, but it's still a secret to him. But there's no one here. He can hunt everyone. That's what he wants. In the distance, he saw the snake he was looking for. The monster's appearance unsettled the boy. He was scarier in person. As he crept closer, he thought about how he needed to get this over with quickly and go back. He takes out a potion and throws it at the snake. The creature takes 1,200 damage. The young man remarked that this was pleasant. Having cleared one area, one must move on to the next, and so on ad infinitum. Without taking a single break, the hero continued throwing potions at them until all 630 bottles had been thrown at them. The hero was satisfied with the amount of experience gained. Soon, he would acquire almost all the necessary skills. He calls the horse back to the capital and realizes that it is no closer to sunset. He finally reached the royal capital. He was about to enter, but someone stopped him. It was the knight Sylvia who had fiercely interrogated him last time. He recognized her immediately. The girl asked why he was there so late. Her eyes were full of suspicion. The interrogation was still ongoing. Second replied that he had crawled a bit into the mine. The knight asked the reason for his actions. He replied that he had gained experience summoning in the mine caves. The girl didn't believe the guy. She couldn't understand how he could voluntarily go to such a dangerous place and defeat all the monsters. The hero didn't understand the young lady. The young man said he hadn't thought zombie vipers could be tasty. Sylvia replied that she understood everything. He simply had no concept of common sense. Or maybe he's missing a couple of brain cells. The girl proved herself to be quite irritating to the hero. The guy had a question that he wanted to ask the girl. He asked if they knew about the 21st dungeon. There are only 21 paradise dungeons in the game. All the players were trying to exploit their collection, pooling data, each trying to find ways to easily process it. Sylvia replied that there were only 19 dungeons. Second confirmed his suspicions. He asked how many of these underground explorations were currently underway. The girl replied that there were 13 dungeons. The young man thanked her and asked if he could go. Sylvia confirmed this. The boy more or less understood. In this world, he would die if his life was taken. He already knew all the information, so he wouldn't have to risk his life thousands, tens of thousands of times to acquire it. He may reach number 1 world sooner than he expected. If the player has gained enough experience, the next step will be here. The young man has purchased the entire building. It was the Great Royal Library. There are 2 requirements for acquiring skills in Mobian. The first is book reading skills. This library has numerous skill books. The librarian asked the boy if he might be looking for something. The boy replied that he wasn't looking for anything. To fulfill these conditions, you don't have to read. You can simply flip through the pages. So he plans to run through these shelves at a fairly fast pace. This time he plans to learn 2 fundamental skills, fencing and archery. He also plans to learn 4 different elements for a discount called One Way. There are many types of skills here. Each of these types has its own special skills. This time he plans to obtain pawn, spear, swordsmanship, and archery. By closing the book, he was able to solve all these problems. Now it's time for witchcraft. There are 4 elements: fire, water, air, and earth, and also 5 forms of magic: Ichii no kata, Nai no kata, San no kata, Shi no kata, Go no kata. This library only contains 4 forms of fire. This suggests you'll be able to obtain other grimoires either here in the library or by completing difficult quests. After some time, the hero finished reading all the books on fundamental skills he wanted to learn. As he walked toward the exit, he realized the library had shown him many useful things. His next plan is to study everything received in the following order: bow, sword, magic, sorcery. His first step is to gain experience through fire elemental AoE arrows, and then level up his skill through sword mastery. And then the trump cards for powerful enemies are ready: the firepower of high magic. And the 4th stage is witchcraft. This is where the premium spirit ticket and limited time avatar he bought when he created Secondo come in handy. When using the provided abilities, summon a rare spirit. There's no reason not to improve the witchcraft. Witchcraft is a strictly supportive new skill, so it's best to develop this skill after improving archery, swordsmanship, and sorcery to a certain degree. He quickly made plans. The hero decides to gain experience points to increase the rank of his acquired skills. You don't need a lot of points to be able to read archery. For magic, increasing it to class 5 will reduce skill casting times, and swordsmanship is just a safety net. All the experience points gained were distributed. Next, Sato needs to learn everything necessary for shooting from a bow. Accurate shot from the knight, powerful single strike from the silver general, swing and throwback strike from the golden general, powerful piercing strike from the word, and incredible Chinese single strike from the rook. These skills are different from the basic pawn and spear skills, but they teach them a number of tactics that can be applied by changing a single-digit number. And the middle condition for acquiring skills is completing crosses. You can choose one of the conditions and you don't need to take the quest to do so. Killing a monster while riding grants the horse shooting skill. Defeating 20 monsters in a row grants the Silver General's shooting skill. Destroying 10 monsters in a row within 3 meters grants the Golden General's shooting skill. By killing 5 monsters at once and 2 monsters from 25 meters away, using a combination of the spear and horse skills, you can move on to the archery elephant level. The most tedious but also the most powerful is Power Strike. At level 16, single hits provide 250% net firepower, and at level 9 this increases to 600%. The hero thinks that fulfilling all these conditions is tiring. Most of the conditions will be met for the sake of further development, so they don't matter much. The real problem is this last condition. This condition is kill 3 monsters in a row that attacked and absorbed at least 50% of other players' health. He thinks it's exhausting just thinking about it. If you fail once, you have to do it all over again. It's pure hell. It would be possible to pull this off in a game, but this world is real. At 50% health, it's a life for life, and it would be useless even if he tried to ask. But he really wants it no matter what. His archery skills are absolutely obvious. The young man decided to bury his desires and simply take the opportunity to sit and wait, which came unexpectedly. It's been a whole week since his reincarnation here. He's been using DK tactics and has also improved his other skills, which is quite nice. The hero was riding horseback and thinking about how he needed to brush up on his fencing. Suddenly, he heard someone shout. The knight shouted to his comrades to retreat. He was making way for them. Sato hid in the bushes and noticed that the knight's manifestations were scarlet mantises. People, monsters, fear, screams. It was a sight he had never seen even in the game. On the battlefield, there are 5 dead and 5 men ready with their swords. At this rate, they will be tortured and deprived of life. He could understand the reprisal this way. He must wait until the health of these 5 people is exhausted. The young man didn't like this idea. He realized it was wrong. People die, they are not players, they are people. These people have lost what they risked their lives to achieve just halfway, and now they are losing it again. The young man couldn't allow himself to read this. He took out his bow and drew the string. It was unbearable to witness such despair. The hero shouted at the soldiers to lie down. One of the knights ordered everyone to lie down. The young man used the 5th grade spear skill. The monsters were defeated. Some of the knights remained alive. The knight girl was delighted with the main character. She works gallantly even in difficult situations. This fearless pose, it reminds her of the world's #1. Her first impression of him was terrible. She thought this young, noble boy lacked common sense. But what happened? He released 6 crimson mantises in 20 seconds. Just a regular longbow and the immense power of archery. And what about herself? Since childhood, she'd strived for the path of a knight, coming this far with just a blade in her hand. Her family ridiculed her for her lack of talent with a sword. In the 3rd order of knights, people were exposed to freezing temperatures and they were extremely weak. Her strength never manifested itself. She'd come to despise these pathetic dogs in power. Even now, with her comrades dead, these echelons are desperately trying to recruit their savior, Second Dono, into the knightly order. Is this what a knightly order looks like? Is this the image of the knight she so longed for and aspired to? The protagonist was invited to join an adventurer's guild. He was certain they had come to test him for help in the region, but in the end, the man said those words right away. The man remarked that he had acted too hastily. He had heard that the hero, although he looked like an adventurer, was not affiliated with any guild. He's definitely not affiliated with them, but there's no reason for it to be. The Mexico Adventurers Guild is an organization that coordinates agencies handling requests like monster subjugation. In reality, they're not the cleanest organization. All their atrocities were recounted in Mobian stories. Sato thanked the man and said he'd responded politely. He wasn't particularly concerned about money and didn't like being a nuisance to the organization. The man was present and scratched his head. The young man asked what was going on. He replied that nothing was happening. He then added that the knightly order didn't want to lose sight of exceptional freelancers like him. Now all the privileged people began recruiting him. The young man came up with the idea that the Adventurers Guild would protect him. The man added that this was only on the condition that he acted accordingly. Sato thought it was suspicious. They said his actual strength was completely ordinary, but some of the witnesses on stage were members of the 3rd Knightly Order. Secondly, he announced that he was still abstaining from membership. The knight understood him. He added that he'd entrusted him with accompanying Sylvia so they could, to some extent, observe them. The hero didn't like this. Sylvia even appeared in the royal capital as a knight, stern with the nobles. She would have kept a sensible eye on him. The young man ponders what is happening. However, he is unaware of their true purpose. Sylvia is strict with the nobility, which includes the upper echelon of the knightly order. This is a unique chance for a guy to get a hot female knight as a companion for free. The hero inquired about how long Sylvia would be staying with him. The knight suggested asking her himself and called the girl over. She entered the room and informed her that from now on, she would be taking responsibility for Second Dono's escort. Regarding the deadline, the knightly order would endeavor to take their opinion into account. The girl was surprised that this wasn't surprising. This was effectively a demotion. In fact, the man assumed that one word from his mouth would be enough to resolve the matter. The order truly did think negatively of her. The girl agreed and looked sad. The man looked at the boy. He cleared his throat and began to announce the deadline. He named a deadline of 2 years. That would give him more than enough time to take the world #1 spot. The man responded that he understood. And that's how the female knight Sylvia became his escort. This is a decline. The knightly order is being pulled out of the ballast. She is the second daughter of the Virginia Knights. Becoming a knight and performing well in battle is a testament to those born into the Virginia family. However, it is hopeless for her. She had no talent with a sword, even after she finally became a knight. Sato proposed to the girl that they make a move. He thinks he told her to seduce him so he would join the knightly order or something like that. Sylvia is shocked by his words. She didn't understand. Second Dono suddenly started saying something like that. It was entirely possible that too many shocking things had happened. The girl agreed to listen to the guy. She doesn't realize that the deal will change her life forever. Sato is confident that Sylvia wants to work as a proud knight, so he wants to help her. The young lady was concerned that until now she had never had time to delve into herself. Mead reveals feelings. Sato told her that if she was tired of her current situation, she needed to decide to leave the Third Order once and for all. He also invited her to meet. The girl blushed and was very surprised. The hero asked her to calm down as he had said he would block the move. Sylvia mentally calmed herself and drained the glass in one gulp. He argues that she simply cannot give in to these evil authorities. In this case, she must create sufficient power, and he has the means to make this happen. At the age of 4 and for 13 years, she always trained with the sword but never achieved a single act of justice. The young man scratched his head and suggested that she try a spear or a bow if she lacked the talent for a sword. Sylvia got angry and grabbed the guy by the collar. She cursed at him. And then, letting him go, she said he was right. She'd grown stubborn. Even though people kept telling her she didn't have the talent, she continued to train with the sword. Knights are champions of justice who wear clothes, wield swords, ride horses, and gallantly charge into battle. She wanted to be a knight, a great knight, a champion of justice who would never yield to any evil. Tears came to her eyes. The young man told her to stop writing, to force herself to strive for such a knight. Everyone can serve as a weapon. The important thing is to be a fighter for justice who gallantly runs into battle. The girl thought about it. She realized she was right. There was no need to be stuck in her appearance. The image of Sekunda flashed through her mind at the moment when he saved them. In the next moment, the girl announced that she had decided to be with him. The guy smiled. The knight turned away from her words. Sato began to share his dream with her. It was truly a vague dream, surprising and funny. In that case, she just wants to try to help him. They'll probably show interesting things. For the first time, she's recounting such a refreshing night. Her future has become clearer. The hero returned to his room, sat on the bed, and began to laugh loudly. He didn't expect everything to work out the way he thought it would. Intoxicating a broken-hearted girl and then winning her over was an extremely clever tactic. He's sure it will work to her advantage, too. Sylvia probably has a talent for archery or magic. In any case, finding a comrade is extremely important. This increases their safety in battle. Given his current status, it would be surprising if he didn't win. If so, it was a wonderful opportunity, and it means he managed to hold the rook shootings he was so eager to achieve. Tomorrow will be the beginning of exciting days. First, he needs to acquire the necessary skills for fencing to train Sylvia. He also wants to go to the dungeon to gain experience. A girl asks a guy about magic archery. The guy thinks she should consider this specialty, as magic and sorcery can perfectly understand her. Sylvia's dex is 121 and her int is 103, but all other stats are in the double digits. She's a dex type, but her int is also unnaturally high. Therefore, she could become a magic archer. The girl had never heard of magic archery. It was one of the most popular classes in Mobian, and the fact that people don't know about it is a shame. In any case, such a class exists, so concentrate on mastering it, the girl agreed. The girl first needs to work on the software, and then they head into the forest where she gives her a couple of swordsmanship lessons. Sylvia is confused. Somehow, this felt a lot like teaching newbies the basics of Mobian. Sato said that was their entire plan and the girl just needed to follow. She looked at him with enthusiasm. Then she blushed, looked down, and agreed. The next moment, the girl asked how he knew all this. Skills like the bishop and the rook are highly secret. The nobles had kept them a secret for generations. Now the hero understood the reason for such low levels in this world. After all, nobles like to have something special, something unavailable to mere mortals. The girl said that if anyone learned of their execution, the young man told her to remain silent. If she used a sufficiently advanced camera technique, she would be exposed instantly. In that case, the hero told her, don't use them when entering. She could handle that. Sato trained her to the levels of Knight, Silver General, Golden General, and Bishop. Like him, she had no particular difficulty mastering them. Sylvia said that was enough of a surprise for today, but Sato said he'd been surprised too soon. He gave the girl 999 recovery plus potions and asked her what she thought they were going to do to improve their experience. The girl's first guess was incorrect. They used them to implement tactics daikwe, but of course the loudest "what" today echoed throughout the cave. Sato asked about Sylvia's desire to master the skill Rook. She replied that if it were within her power, she would want to do it. The hero decided to go to the dungeon today. This time they'll be exploring a Tier 2 dungeon called Royce. Why did they choose a Tier 2 dungeon? Firstly, the reward for completing the dungeon. The boss of this dungeon, Blazing Wolf, drops a rare weapon, the Blazing Wolf bow. It's a superb bow imbued with the element of fire, and he wants to obtain it at any cost. After that, they moved on to their next goal, Sylvia's acquisition of the Rook skill. This, one might say, was the biggest challenge. Simply put, their main goal this time was to obtain a rare weapon. They're walking through the dungeon. The girl is wary, holding a bow. The hero looks around and announces that they're here. These are the monsters they came to fight, so the girl must try to defeat them with what he taught her. The knight drew her bowstring. She took aim and fired at the monster. The arrow hit him and he fell dead. This surprised the girl. She returned to the guy and asked if she could become incredibly independent. With Daikwe's tactics, Sylvia's statistics skyrocketed. The hero replied that he had given her his word after all. Sylvia smiled and thanked the guy. The thought of how beautiful she was made her feel. After all, Sylvia, who had been nervous, had gotten herself into perfect shape and performed her role as a support from behind perfectly. Now she's eager to fight. Suddenly the guy stopped abruptly. About 6 hours had passed since they entered the dungeon, and now the final step was to obtain the Rook skill. The reason they stopped here is because they found their purpose. The Blazing Troll is a large monster with incredible impact power. Its shiny, smooth skull is an obvious weak point. A headshot using the Silver General skill should be enough to defeat it. Sato explained the whole plan to Sylvia and told her to shoot after he gave the signal. The young man went into battle. He was simply delaying the inevitable. He asked the girl not to lose her cool, no matter what. His health is perfect, however, he is afraid, but this step is necessary to help Sylvia. He will cope. The monster raised his hand to strike. And then he hit him. He flew back a fair distance. The girl was shocked. The guy thought it was strange. The monster had lost a quarter of his health, but could he withstand another blow? He stands up and says it's too early. Sylvia is still waiting for his signal. The monster approaches the boy. A grimace of horror is frozen on the hero's face. He presses his lips together. He's number one. Number one will never let anyone down. This is his life. This is the meaning of his existence. He won't give it up to anyone. The guy keeps repeating the phrase that he is number one in the world. The monster strikes him again. That strike hits the wall. His health level has reached the required level. He signaled to Sylvia, who took aim and fired. The arrow hit the monster's head. It fell. The hero reached the restoration ash. Another boss awaited them. Sylvia screamed at the guy, calling him an idiot. When it was all over, Sylvia scolded him and cried. The guy just smiled. Upon exiting the dungeon, they realized the girl had acquired the rook's skill. The boy felt an incredible sense of belonging. He felt it because he had endured everything. Her alternate life in this alternate universe came to life when he had a new companion, Sylvia. After what happened, they regained their strength and returned to Dungeon Royce. They stood before the lair of the Flaming Wolf. The boss of this dungeon is a powerful monster with a wolf's body cloaked in flames. Because of the fire barrier, he has tremendous damage resistance. The hero decided not to let him out of the stunlock. The girl asked what a stunlock was. Sato explained the beginning of the plan. First, he'd attack him using Bishop's skills. The Flaming Wolf would become enraged and then he'd use Golden General. After that, she attacks with Bishop. Then she pushes back the Blazing Wolf with Golden General. It was the perfect tactic for destroying the Blazing Wolf. Its name is the Almighty Golden Bishop's Camp. It's a popular containment technique that can be used by 2 or more people. Thus, the Flaming Wolf was defeated. For 3 weeks, they entered Royce's dungeon every day and defeated hundreds of flaming wolves. And finally, the Blazing Wolf bow dropped. The girl looked at the bow and said that with it the hero would become even stronger. He replied that the bow was for her. She plans to become an archer who uses magic. It's no surprise that she'll be the one wielding this bow. He also added that he plans to study magic, so he won't need to use that type of weapon. The girl thanked him, then she asked him again about his words. This was the first time she'd heard that he was planning to study magic. Sylvia eyed the boy suspiciously. She realized that becoming #1 in the world was no longer child's play. The hero still had a long way to go, and he had to tell her about his plans. The girl asked about her connection to the Royal Academy of Magic. The guy asked if she had any kind of relationship with them or anything like that. Learning magical skills involves reading grimoires. The Royal Academy of Magic has restrictions for those who aren't teachers or students. He can't even imagine how long it will be before he's accepted. That's why he wants to find some kind of connection so he can ask their research academy professor. Sylvia says it's impossible. Her father abandoned her for gaining a talent for swordsmanship. She can't even imagine how he helped such a useless daughter. The hero suggested the girl show her father her virtues, but he's still very strict, even though she did. Her father, a remarkable warrior, lies on his sword alone in battle, which is why he became a knight. He'll probably say she dropped her sword and ran for the bow. The guy had a great idea. Sylvia had a bad feeling about it. He called this discovery the red herring. They arrived to carry out the plan the following day. The old man bowed his head and greeted the boy. Sato couldn't understand how he'd gotten to this point. He'd been thinking of dressing up in expensive clothes and getting Sylvia's father to write them a letter of recommendation to the Magic Academy. It all looked like he'd actually deceived Sylvia's father, Noir-san. He couldn't bear it anymore. The young man told the man to raise his head. There was no turning back. Now he was trying to play the noble person as best he could. Sato asks for his presence to be kept secret. The hero had little faith that the plan would work, but it seemed everything was going according to plan. He announced that he had 2 requests. First, the young man asked to contact the Academy of Magic. The man replied that he could write him a letter of recommendation. The boy preferred something less moving. Nari-san suggested becoming an exchange student. It was a wonderful idea. He'd prefer the exchange to happen as soon as possible, but if he was there for 2 or 3 days and didn't find the grimoires, it would be bad. Sato asked me to write him a letter of recommendation outlining all the details. This should all take 2 weeks. It was time to move on to the second decision. The young man asked the Lord for permission for Sylvia to go with him, as she had a talent for hunting and magic. The man replied that she was an undisciplined daughter, but if the hero closed her eyes, he could use her as he wished. But was he sure about Sylvia? She has no talent for swordplay. However, her skills in archery and magic make her world famous. Sylvia must grant him a knighthood to accompany him. The young man explained that he had offered to move in with her and sign a 2-year contract. The man replied that he only wanted one thing, a bright future for Sylvia. Even if he had to sit here on the island, he would wait for their return. The girl blushed and the hero said he didn't quite understand what he said, but he replied that it was yes. Sato said his fortitude was remarkable. His greatness will never be forgotten by Virginia's family. The girl walked by and cursed at the guy. She was shocked by his actions. The bad guy had a premonition about this. He was even a little scared. No one should deceive people. Since then, Sylvia and he have sold the flaming wolf pelts, gained experience, and enjoyed the magical lifestyle. They gained experience from slugs. They obtained a rare weapon, the magic recovery wand. It's very useful. When a healer uses it, they gain double the effect. While it's running, skills cast with it will be 2.5 times more powerful than usual. The heroes now occupy posts at the Magic Academy. He and Sylvia haven't reached the required level to heal. However, the ability to restore will be very useful. He and Sylvia, after receiving the necessary items and experience, waited for some time and finally arrived at the Royal Academy. They were met by two professors. The young man thanked them for changing their plans and meeting with them. Then this young man showed up and said they'd be back in 2 weeks. The woman was Principal Paula Memento. The man, the homeroom teacher for First Form A, was Kevin. The hero asked if Sylvia was in the same class with him. The principal confirmed it. I explained that during the exchange, they would be living in a house, not in a community, so their rooms wouldn't be separated. They also prepared their uniforms. They were walking down the hallway and the man announced that he was giving tour in the morning and that they would be taking a tour of the school later. Sato asked who would be giving the tour. It will be a Class A student. Everything has already been decided. Evenings are a time for self-study, but at best, you save a lot of free time. The young man replied that he was grateful for this. They arrived at Class A. The students stared at him. Kevin informed the students that 2 exchange students were joining them for 2 weeks. He asked them to come in. Second and Sylvia entered the classroom. The boy introduced himself as Senon from the island country of Zipanga to check out the place. They were amazed at the girl's health and whispered among themselves. Then it was Sylvia's turn. She introduced herself. The teacher invited them to sit down. The boys also noticed the girl. Since today is a special occasion, they're going over the basics again. Sato is very worried now. Once this lesson is over, he'll quickly ask them to show him around. The young man will ask the teacher to introduce him to the person who is giving the tour that evening. The man looked towards the main kun, who approached the professor. Kevin asked him to show them the cafeteria. The young man replied that he was happy to do so. Sato clarified that he could ask him questions about magic. The hero wants to question the main kun first before starting his own search. This will allow him to avoid unnecessary risks. The professor said it wouldn't be a problem since he's a first year. Sato said he hoped they would get along during the excursions. The main kun smiled at the boy amicably. Secondly, he realized he wasn't afraid of him. He would ask him about everything, including the grimoires. The young man shouted to Sylvia that they were heading to the cafeteria. She was accompanied by students and tried to get past them. Suddenly, she noticed the main kun and called him his greatness. The hero was surprised. The main kun informed the girl that differences were irrelevant at this school and asked her to consider him a requirement for her. The girl apologized. Sato noted that Main was the first royal he had met. The boy grabbed the protagonist's hands and announced that they were going to the cafeteria together. The young man was confused by the main kun's coldness toward the girl and his flirtation with such a sweet guy like him. He felt as if he had gotten himself into something. This unnerves him. He must appear to him with the same face. The hero cannot reject the prince who has set his sights on him. He suggests that this is the only chance to ask him right now. Sato asked if the main kun had really lost his way. He turned and looked at the boy in shock, blushing. He denied everything and was curious, prompting such a question. Sylvia blushed at the question too. The second one began by explaining that, unlike Sylvia, he was a little off with him. The main kun informed him that the hero was mistaken and that he was in nature. Suddenly, someone bumped into the hero. He started looking around, but no one saw him. A cat girl walked by with a stack of books. She noticed that this guy was super cute. Main kun said that he was interested in Second-san. Sato asked what kind of disrespect this was. He was talking to the top-ranked player projectedly in the entire world. Sylvia was shocked by her friend's behavior. The main kun replied that it was exactly like that. This was the first time he'd spoken to such an honest person. He was so thrilled to hear that social status became irrelevant when you entered the Royal Magic Academy. After all, everyone only saw the second prince. Truth be told, only his mother sees him for who he is. Sato said it was a fairly typical situation. Sylvia hit the guy and said it was impolite. The main coon informed him that Sato was right. She was talking to a man who, immediately after realizing he was a prince, asked him point-blank if he was on the right path. The lack of politeness or anything else meant nothing anymore. Sato asked if May knew where the grimoires were kept. He can find the Opo and Raptor forms in the library. The Coral form is also there, but he needs permission from the head librarian to take it. He was about to mention the fourth form when the hero interrupted him and asked about it. He replies no, but he believes the form is stored in the royal palace. He's only seen it once before. It's time for me to go. I started giving the tour, but by the time they reached the library, the sun had already set. The main coon showed them a locked version. Any student at the Royal Academy of Magic could use it, so they could visit it any time tomorrow. Then the prince said goodbye and left. The heroes were very authoritative. Sato told Sylvia that they would begin tomorrow and she needed to prepare to spend the entire day in the library. She would be studying fire magic. Suddenly, they heard something. There were two students discussing two exchange students, namely Sato and Sylvia. One of them said he saw them with His Highness Main. Something was going on between them. The main coon had definitely irritated him with his condescending gaze. His voice was always sarcastic when he commented on his situation. That's why he was always alone. Sato realized these rumors were spreading negatively. Main really was that lonely. That meant he was being subjected to additional bullying. The hero declares he has no choice but to become his friend. He might even be in charge of communications with the Castellar royal family, and he'll ask to see the fourth form grimoire. The girls continued to discuss the prince. He pretends to be a damn honest student, becoming friends with transfer students, and if they get in, they, too, will be complete losers. They were walking and laughing merrily when suddenly Sylvia appeared before them. The hero was shocked by his companion's actions. Sylvia asked the guys who had spoken badly about Prince Main what this Scottish discrimination was and who they had just spoken about. They started making excuses, saying they were talking about the girl from Class F. She's so incompetent. She just happens to be a beastman. They don't discriminate against her in any way. If this is true, then why did they call her bad people back then? The girl was furious. The guys asked for a chance to explain everything. Sylvia said it was too late and hit the guy on the head. You ran away, clutching your head. The girl was pleased with herself and the fact that justice had been restored. The hero looked at the girl and said nothing. He was thinking about the beast woman. He should replace her. The next time the boy came to the library, he heard a grimoire of the raptor form of all elements. The librarian agreed and asked him to wait. After leafing through the book, the young man mastered raptor form fire. He handed the book to the girl and decided to try another one. She was surprised at how quickly the young man read it. While Sylvia stared at him in surprise, he simply flipped through the 3 grimoires and pushed them toward her. Everything was ready. The girl wearily said she'd be surprised if she could learn it all in 2 weeks. Then she asked the guy if he had any tricks he could share. Tricks, secrets, key points, these are what the young man hates. In his past life, newcomers always asked stupid questions about games. It's depressing. He has bad memories of these obvious, selfish motives. However, coming from Sylvia, the word trick surprisingly doesn't sound even slightly unpleasant. Sylvia doesn't want to be a burden to the guy, that's why she's worried. So she swallowed her honor and asked him for help. This is different from a typical online relationship. It's much more complicated. This world is different from his care. After all, he sincerely knows that Sylvia is counting on him. The young man moved closer to the girl and said he had planned to study separately, but his plans had changed and he had helped her. Sylvia blushed. It was the first time in his life that he felt wise, so he began to teach her. The girl looked remorseful but still happy. After some time of studying, the young man closed the book and said that today they stopped at this point. Unfortunately, he assumed a serious expression when explaining the meaning of the grimoires. Because they were too arcane and difficult to understand, better to study them in the insert than to read boring books. He tried to explain as much useful information to Sylvia as possible. Halfway through the conversation, Sylvia asked if she really should fix all of this. The young man answered in the affirmative. These were the only things he'd learned in his life, but this information about Mobian, he knew more than anyone else. This knowledge, which is of no use in real life, now represents the most formidable weapon. He is glad of this. They continue to sit in the library. While walking down the hallway, a cat girl approached the guy and told him he was very handsome. He asked if she had actually said that to him. She confirmed it. The girl's name is Ichii Leaflet. The young man immediately recognized this as the girl the boy had told him about. The hero introduced himself as second. Ichii repeated his name, then she looked behind him. She turned to the girl and asked her name. Sylvia introduced herself. Ichii grabbed her hand and began shaking it. She was glad to meet him. Sato asked her if she had any problems. Oddly enough, he looked and sounded different from what he said. The guy was confused, but he immediately added that if anything happened, the girl should tell him and he would help her somehow. Ichii thanked the guy. Then the young man asked her why she was carrying these books. She replied that everyone asked her to carry them. The hero concluded that she was an errand girl. Sato asked if she really was carrying them all by herself. Ichii proudly confirmed this and added that she was very strong. But still, if something happens, it would be better for her to tell Second and he would help. He personally supports her. In any event, the girl thought about it. But then she thanked the guy and said she could handle it herself. She believed that the more she provided for them, the better they would treat her. These words shocked the young man. He clenched his fists and silently begged Ichii to stop. The beast man said goodbye to the heroes. She began pushing the enormous cart laden with books. That honest, desperate look. The mechanisms of effort never changing depend on how long they can be kept turning. Sato understands these chains of pain. It's pointless. Even if he plays online games, it won't make a difference. Wasting your life on something like that is pointless. He is amazed at how pointless and vain his efforts were. As soon as he realized this, he died in disgrace. And after that, he woke up in a new world. A hopeless guy like him, by some chance, was miraculously saved. But will the same miracle happen to Ichii? Unfortunately, he knows someone, and that's why he can't stay like this. He wants to save her from helplessness. Sylvia turned to the boy. They stood in the empty hallway. Once they determined she was a beast woman, how could she have entered the prestigious Royal Academy of Magic? He was completely baffled. This is an academy for the elite. If someone were to enroll here, they would definitely succeed in their magical studies. They should be able to use simple magical techniques. What should they do now? After pondering all his options that night, he came to only one conclusion. He told Sylvia that they should recruit Ichii Leaflet. The girl started joking about chivalry. The hero asked her to stop. He was still unsure if Ichii would agree. If she didn't, he would show her his strength after giving her a few tips on how to develop her skills. Suddenly, Sylvia noticed something. The Ichii nurse was on the ground in the mud. The children were horrified. The girl ran to the beast woman and asked what had happened. The bad guy had a premonition. Something inside her snapped. None of the passing students stopped to help Ichii. They simply walked past as if nothing had happened. He couldn't understand it. The young man tried to touch the girl and check on her condition. Suddenly, the man slapped him on the arm and told him not to talk to her because she was fine. The young man understood what it was. This was it, the worst of all evils. This is what he felt before, despair. Ichii jumped to her feet, shouted for them not to come near her, and ran to read. Second and Sylvia ran after her. The hero doesn't know what happened to her, but he already knows that Ichii has also realized this fact. Her efforts are useless. The little beast girl lugged heavy bags and piled them near the boys. You began to laugh at the fact that she'd put aside her own desires to bring them the dirt that would now be thrown at her. In the next moment, a bag of dirt falls on the girl, and those guys start laughing at her. She was forced to face reality without a shred of hope, and she still hasn't closed her eyes. She can't go on. It's too sad to watch. Everyone should have a dream. Sato's attitude to mood saves the girl. They run after Ichii, but she refuses to be caught and continually pushes them away. Suddenly, she ran into a dead end and shouted at the heroes not to come closer. About an hour passed. Sylvia finally tired. However, Ichii still had his nerve. They still had a chance. He began to explain to the girl that they simply wanted something. She asked him to leave her in a sense. Ichii is crying a lot. Leaving her alone now would make the situation even more hopeless. She's at a disadvantage. She's slow, strong, has a lot of stamina, and there's a chance she might unleash a magical attack. It's a risky business, very risky, but the gamble is worth it. The hero drew his sword and told Sylvia not to interfere. Ichii asks him not to come closer. The young man raises his sword. The girls don't understand what he's doing. And the next moment, the hero cuts off his own hand. The girls are shocked. The guy is in excruciating pain. Sylvia ran towards him, but he told her to stay put. He took out his magic staff. If he can convince Ichii to side with him now, he's confident he'll be on his way to becoming #1 in the world. He tells Ichii that restorative magic is right for her. She should use the staff and heal his arm. She's probably a paladin. The beast woman shakes her head and says she can't. This is the recovery wand, an incredibly rare wand made with holy slime that allows anyone to use recovery magic. If the Ichii bonus type is paladin, then the ++ that healers have a limit on is activated. The guy screams about the pain and urges the girl to heal his arm. She tries to find an excuse not to do it. The young man shouts at her and asks her to tell him that she can do it, and as soon as possible. Ichii agreed. She took the staff in her hands. The young man mentally encouraged her and carried the tent inside. The wand in the girl's hands began to glow. She must understand. This is her path. She was surprised. Then she pointed the wand at the boy and began the healing. The boy's arm recovered. Everything returned to normal. Ichii sank to the ground, and the other one fell. He couldn't stand. In this world, even if you have restored your health, its stable state will not immediately return to normal. He guessed Ichii's class while pursuing her. She's slow, strong, rich in stamina, and a student of magical academies. This means she's woefully lacking in magical attack power. It's simply impossible to imagine her as a mage. These factors in her life perfectly match the features of a paladin. Her magical attack is protected, not suitable for magic. Her agility is unreliable, not suitable for archery. Her strength is stable, but her maneuverability is low. Even though she has attack defense, she has a huge amount of MP. However, some high-level players voluntarily choose this type. This is why, when a team becomes famous, it always has a paladin among them. Paladins channel their high HP, SP, and VIT to cast a shield, becoming a wall for their allies and reducing monster damage with a single blow. As soon as they begin to take damage, they conserve their own restorative magic to restore their health. In other words, they can maintain the wall position until they run out of mana. If only they'd turned a paladin like Ichii into their fighter. Ichii, the well-rounded paladin, and Sylvia, the magical archer, would be able to create a complete team, including a strong player, a middling player, and a defender. He was very close to becoming #1 in the world and having the opportunity to aim even higher. He wanted it, no matter what. That's what came to his mind. Sato did something similar with Sylvia. He exploited the emptiness in her heart and somehow persuaded her. He overdid it in trying to get her attention and somehow managed not only to draw her to his side but also persuade her to join their group. But he wants her to keep an eye on them. He asks her to be their candidate. The hero opens his eyes. He's lying on a bed in the infirmary. Sylvia saw that second had returned to his room. The girl asks him not to overexert himself. If he'd lost his arm, he wouldn't have been able to become #1 in the world. The young man noted that. It was hard for her to say this, but back then, it was his left arm. The girl was holding his right. Sylvia let go of his hand and said that it had been a nightmare for him. Placing his hands under the boy's head, he did not wave to her for him. Sylvia noted that it should be her word. Both she and Ichii were saved by him, by no one else. They were saved by him alone. She was absolutely hopeless, and second had saved her without any effort, so he didn't have to worry about anything. She would be his knight. And he will follow them even to the ends of the earth. He said that the girl had left the room. The young man stood up. The hero assumes that Sylvia saw through him from the very beginning, even his attempts to profit from her and exploit her, and even the unpleasant feeling he sometimes had and similar ones. To think she'd take charge and say she'd follow him, he called her a good girl. Then Ichii bursts into the room. She looks at him, tears in her eyes, and then she jumps into his arms and begs for forgiveness. Sato stroked her head and told her that healing magic suited her perfectly. He invited her to quit school and join him. He's found a perfect opportunity to profit from her. He believes it will be her salvation. Ichii asked if she could truly help him. He responded affirmatively and offered to travel together. The girl drooped and began to think. The young man realized she had things that were keeping her from leaving school. The girl was surprised at how he knew this. He replied that he was #1 in the world and told her to go first. Ichii was born in a beastman village far from the capital. She had an absurdly high amount of mana from childhood, something her father bragged about. This brought hope to the local village. Time passed until one day all the villagers collected as much gold as possible so that she could enter the prestigious Royal Academy of Magic. They mistakenly believed that by becoming an outstanding sorceress, Ichii would help in the development of the village. The girl mastered the predator form for the wind and earth elements. However, due to her woefully weak magical attack, she lacked even half the capabilities of her other parts. As a result, she was considered a loser. That's why she can't give up everything. She has no right to approach the countryside. Their expectations are a huge, unbearable burden. It weighs heavily on the lonely girl's heart, even now destroying her. The hero informs her that he's already prepared his rescue route. She can escape to her happiness. Here she has a wonderful opportunity. Everything is different now, not like it was with her. Ichii clarified his words about a wonderful opportunity. He asked her not to dwell on it. The hero told her he was going to become #1 in the world. Ichii was surprised. She didn't understand what that meant. Though the thought is that this means the best in the whole world, there is no one stronger than him, and she will become one of his comrades. The Royal Academy of Magic is nothing more than trash. Being a mage at the royal court is banal. He's sure the villagers will be happy about it too. No, they'll rejoice. They erected a huge bronze statue of her in the center of the village, spinning legends about her until the end of time. The girl laughed at the guy's words. He was talking about Ichii returning famous. And then her father asks her to get Sekai-san's autograph. The girl starts laughing out loud. I found the wallpaper funny and cheerful. Ichii said with complete confidence that he would go with him. And somehow Ichii Leaflet, a beastman paladin, became his ally. Sato informs Ichii of her current academic performance and asks for permission to join Class A as his chaperone. Ichii, Sylvia, and Second are standing in the principal's office. The woman rubbed her temple and asked the boys to give her a little time. The young man explained and clarified the approximate wait time. She replied that she had an urgent staff meeting scheduled for lunch, and then they would make a decision for them as well. The hero approached the door and said that in that case they were expecting good news. Sylvia asked the guy why he asked about it. The hero noted that this sounded a little implausible. Nevertheless, he believed his request would be fulfilled. The girl couldn't understand why she was so confident. Sato replies that they're exchange students. Plus, he's a knowledgeable foreigner. He's got the weed right in front of him, and specifically against the beastmen. Now Sylvia understands. Zippen is a country that welcomes beastmen. They'll see it as a problem. Moreover, even if there isn't one, it will create an incredibly impressive impression. Plus, the staff here are stuck in a situation where they can't do anything, even if someone points a finger at them to shut down the bullying. They don't want to cause any more problems. They'll want to resolve everything with the least amount of damage, so it's likely they'll agree to adapt his request. Ichii exclaimed that Second was the smartest. He replied that it was because he was #1 in the world. The heroes entered the cafeteria, where Main spotted them. The prince immediately asked the hero if he had truly made Ikusei his companion. Sato replied that the girl was an excellent healer. The inability to see this speaks volumes about the mentality of this school. Main laughed and said he simply adored his own straightforwardness. This confused the hero. He was about to ask about the prince's sexuality, but Sylvia stopped him. She said his name angrily. Ichii couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, someone called out to them from the side. Sato turned towards the voice. It was Kevin. The young man immediately asked him about the verdict. The professor replied that it had been approved without any objections. From now on, Ikusei will be staying with him in Class A, as will his companion. The hero expressed his joy at this, and then Kevin left. Sato was glad the professor was perceptive enough not to ask questions periodically. But had he asked, the hero would have bombarded him with sarcastic remarks about grassmen. Sylvia clarified the hero's reason for sending Ichii to Class A. The hero remembered that he had a rather unintelligent female knight there. It would have been easier to say that she wouldn't bully him anymore, but the truth was different. He briefly dismissed those who had persecuted Ichii. However, Ichii herself didn't want this. She just says she wants to be with him, that's all. The girls look at the guy and wait for an answer. He replies that it is because she is his comrade. Anyway, they're in the library now. Since they're just exchange students, they're wasting their time. So Sylvia needs to learn magic as soon as possible. A week has passed since then. His lectures are bearing fruit. Sylvia mastered the fire element predator form from witchcraft in just 3 days. Moreover, Sylvia had learned something of a trick. After everything had ended, they'd borrowed books from the library on all 4 elements of the choral form. It was also a chance to learn them, and like him, he had mastered them perfectly. Sylvia also gave it her all, burying herself in the library, obsessively continuing to study. He'd already taught Sylvia everything she needed to know, so for a while, things were fairly peaceful. The heroes lay on the grass, turning over and playing ball. That's pretty much how they spent the rest of those cozy days. At first glance, it seemed like he was slacking off, but the truth was he had a goal: to gain Main's trust. It seemed he'd already accomplished that goal, but he was thinking about what he wasn't finished with. He does this to view the fourth form grimoires as they are located inside the royal palace. The first-rank dungeon is a Legion. It's the easiest of the first-rank dungeons, but at the moment, it will be a challenge for him and his team. That's why he tries to get closer to Main. The boy works for Ichii, who holds a piece of paper in his hands. The young man realized this too late, but it turns out Ichii isn't particularly literate. That is, she has trouble with the standard Japanese method used in this world. In the game, the beastmen spoke their own beast language. This means that Ichii learned Japanese specifically to enroll in this school. In any case, even if she doesn't look the smartest, she may be incredibly smart. Or maybe it's his imagination. He took the piece of paper from Ichii's hand, which contained information about a witchcraft convention. It looked like an annual event. It also seemed like there was a prize for the winner. He looked and decided what prize the winner would receive. And the prize is the Ring of Persecution. The young man trembled. Ichii looked at him questioningly, and then the young man told her that they were going to a magical convention. Ring of Persecution is a super high-quality item. Effect: 10% chance to lightly strike after casting. People thought it wasn't such a cool effect. Sato understands that people are misinterpreting the key. In fact, this item can be upgraded 3 times. If the player is friends with a high-ranking blacksmith who can upgrade equipment, the Ring of Persecution will be upgraded, granting the player incredible abilities. This item costs 1.5 billion CL. At least it was that expensive in Mobian. Sato was obliged to obtain it, no matter the cost. I'm lucky because the witchcraft convention begins on the last day of the student program. For foreigners like him, grimoires are more of a joke than anything else, and some will be suspicious. But if they leave quickly, they can avoid trouble. The day before the witchcraft convention, Sato asks Main if Leto is going to the witchcraft convention. He replies that as the second president, he must participate. He confirms with Second his intention to participate. This is confirmation. Sylvia is shocked. She asked him why she didn't know about it. Sato replied that he hadn't mentioned it. The prince sighed sadly. The hero noticed this and asked why he didn't want to participate in the witchcraft convention. He replied that his older brother would be there tomorrow. He and his brother don't get along. His older brother is a talented suprematist. While he's a gifted mage, his older brother, whose strength is swordsmanship, constantly looks down on him, calling him a weakling. His brother believes they are rivals for the throne, so he can see it at any moment. The young man is convinced his true goal is to humiliate him in front of everyone. So the first prince is a knight of the first knightly order. Nevertheless, he saw quite a man. Sato glanced toward Sylvia. The girl's face was gloomy. The young man realized that the first prince was one of those high-ranking members of the knightly order who were harassing Sylvia, so he was their leader. The second prince cannot miss this congress for any reason, then his brother will call him a coward. Sylvia changes the subject, looks at Secunda, and reveals that she possessed Koural's form this morning. The boy asks why he didn't know about it. The girl replied that she hadn't said that. The young man realized that she had repaid him in kind. It's the day of the witchcraft convention. The stands are packed. School children are discussing the fact that there are fewer participants this year and the rules have been revised, so everything is on the decline. The hero is surprised that although these guys are future magicians, they do not know about the value of the rings of persecution. One of the boys heard that this year one of the audience members would be his brilliance. Then they started discussing the relationship between the first and second princes. However, wherever you look in the academies, they always talk about the battle between the first and second princes. Sato doesn't think Main himself is the cause. There's a high suspicion that the first president is manipulating their reputation. Does he really hate Maina that much? Then the second prince enters. The guys who were discussing him immediately fell silent. Sato asked if the prince was really selling out of turn. He replied that he was already in the semifinals. Secondly, he hoped they hadn't reached the finals. Main suggested they meet in the finals. The hero asked Main what they were supposed to do at a witchcraft convention. The boys were shocked by the question. The prince was surprised by what he had written down, not taking this into account. Sato assumed the participants would destroy each other with magic. The prince denied this. Then it must be this, they're simply destroying each other. The prince asked where to do the magic. They grabbed his head and held him in custody. The Witchcraft Congress is being held by the Crown of Competition, so nothing is needed. This item allows the Congress to be held without risking life. Everything that happens within the competition created by the Crown is mnemonic. If this is a competition, then even if his HP drops to 0, the competition will simply end and, no matter what, everything will return to normal. Its effect must be magical. In this case, it's the stated condition. Listening to Main, the hero is firmly convinced of this. This game is complete crap. Third, first year's second from Class A versus Dan from Class F. Ikoyero died on the guy. A circle with a radius of 50 meters. The competition arena lies within its boundaries. Anyone who steps outside it loses. The judge told the boys to get ready and let it begin. Fight response. Judging by the color and design of this mage, it's clear he's using the Wind Predator form. If you take damage while the spell is being reset, it's cancelled. This means that spells with a Predator level or higher are useless during competitions. Deng-kun is trying to fool him like this. He's probably heard somewhere that second can't cast magic properly. To have such a hard time with the world's #1 players, the hero got angry and told the guy to get ready. He extended his hand forward and began to use the Oppo wind form. Den responded by forming a Wind Predator. The two forces collided. There is one way to utilize magical powers. It's a defensive technique based on precision. A short lesson is possible, but following the example of the Oppo form, the recovery time after the Predator form is twice as long. Den is shocked by what's happening. Sato offers him a choice, be tortured or die in indelible shame. The protagonist then uses his Fire Curl form. It's a Class 5 spell, reducing the return time by 2 stages, and the damage is 300% of his intelligence. Dan realizes he's finished. The second one launched a fireball towards the radiation. It hit him, causing an explosion. Den lay unconscious. Sato realized he had used too much force. The referee declared second the winner. When the competition is over, the arena returns to normal, as if nothing had happened. The hero went to Sylvia and Iko and told them that he had won. The beastwoman screams that the guy is too strong. The knight tells the guy he overdid it. Eventually, he'll become #1 in the world. Besides, today they'll say goodbye to them. Once they grab the prize, they can leave right away. Girl, anyway, don't overdo it. Iko, on the contrary, shouts at the guy to give it his all. Semifinals, Match 2, Class of First Year Second versus Class of Fourth Year Kate. The winner will advance to the finals against Main. The teammates prepared themselves and then the match was announced to begin. Kate immediately launched into the attack. In a magic-only competition between ordinary students, the outcome depends on who attacks first. And in that sense, the basis of combat in the Oppo form, which is created the fastest, is a clever move. Both men used the wind form. The hero understands that now everything is heading towards a dead end. After that, they will cast spells simultaneously. The magic created at the same time will collide and destroy each other, referring back to their origins. This is where the flaw in competition lies. It's one of the reasons this game sucks. Of course, all of you newbies, they got along well. They managed to bring everything to a standstill. Kate tells the guy that she wants him to give up. He will reward him accordingly. Sato asked why. He replied that he couldn't allow him to express his greatness through Main. He would grant him greatness after defeating him in a competitive match with His Highness Klaus. The hero asks why he's telling him this. He replies that he doesn't deserve it. Someone just needs to lose. Is it really because he defeated the first prince in Main? Kate denies everything. All because only the competition between their greatnesses Main and Klaus makes sense. So to put it simply, they've built a political agenda into this competition. Kate responds that at this rate, they haven't reached an agreement. Apparently he was hired to help Main win, must be one of Klaus's lackeys. The supposed format was friendly competition, and he would beat Main up in front of everyone. The rumors in the waiting room weren't far from the truth. The hero is dissatisfied. Such negotiations with him in a hopeless situation and such efforts are forcing him to surrender for the sake of a good cause. This is what displeases him most. The hero wondered if Kate had really thought everything would go smoothly. It was no use. They began attacking each other, then they used both forms of Oppo fire. He's perfectly prepared to work on it. Naturally, nothing will work out that way. This is a possibility, so the hero will show them all a serious battle. Kate realizes what's going on. The second one pulled out a bow from somewhere. How did he do it in a magical-only competition? It was too late to speculate, though. He told Sylvia to watch more closely and fire a fire arrow. Magic arrow is one of the miracle attacks that uses witchcraft, and that's the second reason why games suck. Keith tensed. A magic arrow hit him. He stood and clutched his side. Sato asked him about the first president's true purpose. A competition where only a mage can compete. Attacks matter, that's why a dead end can occur, and Prince Klaus definitely has some kind of equipment to overcome these errors. It's entirely possible he's acquiring magic fencing. As long as he has that trump card, Prince Klaus will never lose to Maine. Sato said it was low. He should know from the very first step what a stupid act this was. Stabilize the aim of Knight's shooting, boost the power of Silver General's shooting, and amplify the momentum of Kurla's Earthshape. It's a combination of 3 abilities. Kate broke into a run. The hero said it was useless. An avalanche of rocks fell on the boy. He fell. The judge announced that second was the winner. The people rejoice. Someone is the first to tell the prince that he is sorry. He replies that everything is fine. Now he needs to change his plans. It looks like he's found himself a pretty good gem. If he recruits Sekunda, his foolish little brother will remain a fool. Kate says this guy is quite a powerful opponent. The first prince was surprised to find someone at the academies who had mastered the art of combining magic. He wasn't mistaken in his visit. Sato will make an excellent pawn. Now they're moving on to the finals. Main says he has a feeling the hero is very strong. Sato apologizes for hiding it. However, the prince isn't upset. He likes him even more now. The hero asks to be taken to the royal palace next time so he can read the 4th form. The prince is embarrassed. The judge says they will prepare. And the next moment he announced the start. The prince and Sato used Oppo wind form, obviously, but secondly, there would be no magic shooting. There was no fun in that. The young man wonders if the prince is trying to disrupt the attack again and bring them back to the very beginning. It seems his expectations were immediately dashed. Main will cast a cancellation spell. The young man forcibly changed the timing of the spell. If he's attacked while the spell is resuming, it will be interrupted, but if he starts chanting his phrase, it will be stopped. Main began casting wind curl form. The hero hissed. He noticed the prince's gaze, something he couldn't quite capture in PvP. It literally said this was his ace in the hole. Sato didn't take Main seriously. He lectured him on how not to underestimate others, but still missed the point of doing the same. The young man will use the ultimate magic, and he will perform with the dignity of a man who has defended the title of Wise General 22 times in a row. Sato told the prince to watch carefully. He begins using fire curl form, the prince wind curl form. The hero attacks. At this distance, it's simply out of range, and the feeling is that this has become ingrained in him after so many years of experience. He knows it even without measuring it. The hero's magic has absorbed the second prince's. He's in shock. Main noticed the hero had started moving on to the next one. He was confused. He doesn't see the magical outlines. Magic isn't always offensive. It can be used to close off your next move. And that move will be Earth Predator form. After casting the beginning of this spell, something appears from the ground. Sato summoned a wall to assess his freedom of movement. It's also a respected magical attack. Now it's time to finish. The boy applies water curl form. The attack hit the prince. He fell to the ground. Sato looked at him. Main smiled and said he lost. The crowd cheered. The hero asked the prince why he was laughing. He was angry and the prince was confused. The guy sighs standing in front of the man and tells Second that he is quite strong. Second says that if his curl form was at least class 5, he would have lost, a hair's breadth from defeat. Unknowingly, he would have made him look bad. There is no power here. He looks at Second plaintively and objects, asking him if he is really strong. Second looks intently. He asks the guy if he's mad. He lost to someone who looked down on him. Isn't he mad? The guy says not really mad. Second asks him not to lie to himself. If he doesn't get angry here, he will remain that way for the rest of his life. After that, they remain silent. The blonde boy's older brother comes up and claps, saying that this is a great perception. Just like Second said, his brother lacks courage. He keeps repeating it over and over again. He caught a glimpse of his capabilities. He is truly capable. He gives him his permission to join him and learn leadership with him. People watch their conversation. Being under the direct supervision of Klaus, the first prince, means he is guaranteed a position in the highest echelon of the First Knightly Order. Plus, when Klaus ascends to the throne, he will be promoted even higher, which is an incredible situation, and he is aware of it. However, if he refuses, it will be tantamount to publicly revealing that he has chosen Klaus, the first prince, as his enemy. It is impossible to refuse this. That is exactly what everyone thinks that is for a normal person. Suddenly, Second denies the guy's offer. All the people are shocked by this outcome. He asks him to repeat his words. Second smiles and says that he refuses. The guy is silently angry at him. Everything is fine because the main character predicted it. Now Klaus couldn't knock all the bad out of Maine, so he decided that in the end he would come and try to recruit him. After all, he is the big boss of this suspicious knightly order. He gets angry and asks if he wants to. Seknod says that before the match started, he promised Maine that after everything, he would go to the royal palace with him. The meaning of these words is hidden between the lines. They mean that he has already cooperated with the second prince. He certainly made an agreement with him just a couple of minutes ago. The guy asks to take him to the royal palace. He agrees. The judge nearby can witness this. The guy remains angry and asks the dark-haired guy if this is true. He nods and agrees. He grits his teeth in anger. The contract between the second prince and him has already been made. By pushing in and soliciting, it is essentially a public attempt at recruitment. Even if he is the first prince, it is a breach of etiquette. He understands that this is really unfortunate. Great, from that moment on he asks to show him his devotion. The guys look at him. The blonde boy turns to Second, who realizes that the boy has forgotten the lesson he taught him before. Now it's time to continue the lesson. Seknod asks if he could continue competing with him until he goes completely berserk. He asks him to be gentle. There's no way he can beat him. Second says that this trait of his requires changes, so he calls him a weak, stupid brother who says that he is terribly strict with him, almost like an older brother. The protagonist asks him not to put them in the same line and lightly hits him on the forehead, admitting that it is because they are friends. At first, the guy looks at his friend pitifully, and then smiles and agrees with his words. An angry guy walks through the building, swearing at Maine. Then he goes into the principal's office and asks if Paula Memento is here. The girl in glasses asks him to calm down, but he rudely demands that she shut up and quickly give him all the information on this scoundrel Second. The girl takes out some papers from the table. Suddenly, he takes the documents from her by force, and after reading them, he notices something. He asks if that's all, if it's not just a description of how he spent his time at the academy. The girl explains that he is a man of even greater mysteries. Even the island nation of Zipan, where he comes from, is still completely unknown. The guy angrily throws the papers on the floor and leaves silently. The girl gets upset. She heard that he is temperamental, but not to such an extent. She turns to Second and says that she should keep a better eye on him. After receiving the Ring of Ganesha as a prize for their victory, they manage to escape and leave the Royal Academy of Magic behind. And somehow his plan to get magic was completed. Now he just needs to somehow learn the 4th and 5th forms and everything is ready. He is standing in front of the estate. The protagonist raises his finger and asks the girls to listen as he explains the current goal. Anyway, they are going to focus on gaining experience in dungeons. They are going to do research until Iko reaches intermediate level. The guy is sitting on the bed. The girl is listening to him, standing in front of him. He understands that in their case, he realized that raising their overall ability level should take priority. From now on and for some time to come, they will concentrate their efforts on exploring dungeons. The girl asks if they are going to Royce's dungeon again. The second girl with ears waves her hands and rejoices. The protagonist asks the first one not to be afraid because this time they will go to the second rank dungeon. They will explore Limptafatha there. Both girls agree to his offer. Limptafath's dungeon doesn't spawn a ton of monsters and each one has high defense but weak attack. This will be a good workout for their coordination. Plus the stone shell shield drops from their stone turtle boss. Perfect eco item. The girl asks again about the shield for eco. For Iko, the appropriate task is to repel attacks from monsters on the front lines, so shouldn't they go now and improve her shield skills? Then she understood. Even so, there will be times when you will get hurt through your shields, and to be prepared for such times, you need to learn healing magic as well. The girl asks if they are planning to put such an innocent young girl on the front lines. The protagonist says it's okay, she will become indomitable in no time. That's not what she meant. The group enters an armor shop. They bought a large shield the size of Iko. There was no armor suitable for Iko's body, so instead they bought high-end small equipment. Afterwards, they stopped at the Great Royal Library, the whole thing costing 4 million, which was much more expensive than the guy's equipment, where Iko learned the art of the pawn shield and the art of the spear shield. The protagonist says that they will go look at the healing magic grimoires in the church. He comes and says that he would like to look at the weak healing grimoire for healing magic. The girl brings him a book. The girl with ears reads the book, and after a while the magic of healing of small treatment is successfully learned by her. If you ride 4 hours from the royal capital on horseback and another 30 minutes later the agricultural town of Peho, you can find the Liptafath dungeon. They arrive at the agricultural town of Peho. Soon after the day of arrival, they began to explore this dungeon. For the first 2-3 weeks in their spare time, they focused on obtaining Iko's shield art abilities. Iko easily mastered the abilities of the art of counting, with which it was worth starting, excluding the 5 art of the bishop's shield. And they have the following effects. The pawn shield art, the usual defense, the spear shield art acts as an armor-piercing reflection, the shield king's defense art and repulsion, and the golden general's shield art provides both area defense and repulsion. A few days later, and also on our 10th visit, Iko began to clearly describe himself as a paladin. A monster that looks like a dinosaur attacks a girl, but she successfully blocks his attack with a shield. The second girl shouts to Iko about whether she is okay. The protagonist reports that thanks to her skills, her health and defense have increased significantly. It seems that she is gradually growing into a promising tank. The protagonist thinks that it is time for the bishop's shield art, thinks that it is the right time. They advance to the boss located at the deepest point of the dungeon. The boss of the dungeon is Liptafatha, a huge monster called a stone turtle. It boasts high defense, but it does not have great strength. The guy asks Iko if she understood, let her use his team's abilities to protect them even if they make mistakes. They will need 15 minutes to win, and if they make a mistake, they will start over again. Will she cope with this? The girl nervously says that she can, then she walks forward a little. The main character suggests starting. She stands in front of the monster and holds the shield in front of her. The protagonist blocks the attack. The conditions for obtaining the bishop's count art are: use the count art to fully defend against 100 consecutive attacks from a boss that is stronger than you. The main nuance is full protection. Roughly speaking, she cannot receive even a unit of damage. That is why she will not have so many ways to protect herself. The protagonist blocks the blows again. She will reflect the long-range attacks with the shield spear art, or parry them and beat them back with the knight's count art or the golden general's count art. Parry is a phenomenon that is provoked when you synchronize the enemy's attack and use defense at the right moment, which protects you from any damage and applies a small knockback effect. Now that it comes down to it, it's a music game, and it's damn hard to master. However, once they learn the timing of the attacks, they can constantly defend with parries and they can fight with an insane advantage. The main character calls out to his friend Iko's team and blocks the blows. However, at the beginning it is quite difficult to find the right moment to parry. This stone turtle attack is quite primitive and ordinary, however, nevertheless, at the beginning it is quite difficult to find the right moment to parry. Suddenly, the girl flies away from a sudden blow. Her partners look at her in surprise. The main character reports that Anatoly has slowed down a bit, but can she continue? The girl confidently says that she can. She uses weak treatment. The monster rushes at the girl again with a scream. She hides behind the shield. From that moment on, they fought with the stone turtle for almost 2 hours, and eventually Iko received the art of counting the bishop. The main character holds onto the wall with his hand and tells Sylvia that it's time for her to learn magical shooting, and she looks at him in surprise. The girl agrees and says that if she can, then with pleasure. The main character reports that she can. From this moment they will begin to master magical shooting. The girl is not ready to hear this. The girl with the ears beamed with joy. She asks about what about her. The main character thinks and understands that this is a good question. The guy says that today he is going to the dungeon to test the shield art of the bishop at Ichii. She will fight with the stone turtle in order to get the shield stone shell. The girl suddenly rejoices. Lately, Ichii is always happy this girl should be like a cat, but inside she is definitely a dog. The main character suggests moving on. They go into some forest. The Trinity walks through the forest. The main character says that then they will start by fulfilling the conditions of combining shooting and magic. The blonde girl agrees with him and pulls the bowstring. To acquire the combined ability of shooting magic, they need to use magic to kill 1,000 monsters whose 25% of health was taken away by shooting. She will easily fulfill this condition in about a week. The protagonist turns to Ichii and asks her to try art. Considering the bishop, she will surprise them. She agrees with his proposal. The girl stands in front of the monster, covering herself with a shield. The monsters are about to attack her. However, she uses the bishop's shield art and her shield begins to shine. Both girls are surprised that Ichii managed to defeat the monster. The bishop's shield art has a defense-enhancing effect. It protects and enhances the shield at the same time. If the art reaches rank 9, they will be able to defend with 600% of your defense. If your character has high defense, it will be a strong ability that can even repel attacks from monster-class bosses. The guy says that this is an incredibly powerful ability, but it uses up quite a lot of mana. Let her use it only when needed. The girl looks at him in bewilderment. She's in tears. The guy asks what happened. The girl says it's amazing, she's finally useful. So the stunning usefulness of the bishop's shield art somehow touched the notes of Ichii's soul. The blonde girl happily says that she has learned it. The guy suggests then to check it is necessary to use the form. The girl agrees. The girl is already standing with her bowstring pulled. Then she notices how big the monster is. She is shocked and asks the main character if he is sure. He agrees. After that, the girl releases the bowstring and shoots an arrow. The 5th rank pawn shoots, then the 9th class fire curl form. This is a combination. The monster explodes. The protagonist realizes that she has rank 9 fire curl form. The critical damage was 1.612, which is quite worthy of use. If they turn her pawn shooting into a rook or silver general and improve her curl form, then magic shooting will become a support skill for the rear. He wants her to give it her all. Ichii is happy with Sylvia's progress. The main character wants to do this. He suddenly approaches the girl. She looks at him in shock. Sylvia doesn't understand what came over him. He tells her that he wants to do it here and now. The girl asks him to stop. Isn't it too early for this? Maybe they should get to know each other better first. He says he can't help except to become stronger. The girl is confused. He says that when they got to the ring of persecution, they should become stronger. The girl gets angry and sarcastically agrees with him. She hit him on the cheek with her palm, which left a mark. The guy apologizes for this, but she must understand that it also affects her bow of the fiery wolf. And Ichii, just like her future stone turtle shield, she had already fallen asleep on the bed. In any case, he asks her to listen carefully. The reinforced equipment is insanely important. How much damage will she now do using rook's shooting? She assumes about 3,000. The protagonist says that if she enhances the flame wolf bow to the final version, this number will increase to 12,000. She is shocked. 3,000 added to the upgrade will give you 12,000. That's 4 times more. If the upgrade is that significant, then it's definitely important. The girl asks what happens when it comes to improvement. The guy understands that she understood. They will need a blacksmith. How will he get it? He has 4 possible paths. Create a team and register in the guild, and then accept new recruits. Recruiting people as a member of a group is easier than doing it alone. However, it is impossible to say exactly when he will meet a good blacksmith, and there may not be a blacksmith at hand. It sounds problematic. The second is finding and recruiting people who are capable of learning blacksmithing. If they are lucky enough to find one, there are a lot of advantages, but the chance of encountering one is not even 1 in 10,000. The third is to recruit an active blacksmith. This is the most realistic way, but not so much prospects. A blacksmith is a valuable profession. It is foolish to ask him to give up his work for strangers. The fourth way is probably the best. The girl looks and asks what came to her mind. The protagonist offers to buy a servant. The girl says that in this case it will be easy to find him. He is surprised that she is not angry. She says that he is looking for a servant with a disposition to blacksmithing. A good one is coming. If we are talking about the servant market, then no one will be against looking at their characteristics. The guy is surprised that she agreed. He thought that she would get angry, like he wants to make fun of the servant and then hit him, but this did not happen. The protagonist says that's fine. In that case, they'll go back to the capital tomorrow and visit the servant merchant. She understands. She thinks he should wear that very outfit. This is a rare outfit, rich looking. He will be served better. It is a good idea. Then everything is decided. He will prepare it. The main character and his companions find themselves in the capital of the kingdom of Winsetten. They enter the servants' market of Morris's company, where they are met by a cheerful man who greets them and says that he is pleased to meet them. He is the president of the company, Philip. This is the most influential man in these lands. After all, the influence of this clothing is truly amazing. Its mere presence gives incredible results. The protagonist says that he is looking for a blacksmith servant. Is it possible to look at the characteristics of several to analyze them? The man allows and asks to allow him to introduce them to him. There is a cup of tea on the table, and several chained men enter the room. The protagonist now understands why Sylvia was not angry with him that time. He sits with his arms folded. It seemed like it was a misunderstanding on his part. They were looking for blacksmiths here, but even so, the servants encouraged him since he expected them to be young men. The guy sighed in disappointment. Philip asks if he likes anyone. The guy asks to give him some time. He was surprised by the fact that they are all grown men. Because of this, he didn't like anyone. Now they showed their characteristics, and he sorted them. As for the desired characteristics for a blacksmith, you need strength, dexterity, and luck. A good intellect would not be superfluous, and a class that completely fits this description is a blacksmith. Besides, since they can become the blacksmiths who service the weapons of the man who is going to become #1 in the world, he would want them to have naturally high stats. The protagonist thinks hard. The main character reports that this is not good because the one he is looking for is not among them. The servants silently look at him. Philip asks for forgiveness, in which case only criminal servants remain at his disposal. The protagonist does not even know how they differ from ordinary ones, but as long as there is an excellent blacksmith among them, he does not care. The protagonist agrees and asks Philip to show him. He agrees and says that since they are criminals, he cannot bring them here. He will need to go with him to the slave-holding cells. The guy asks Iko and Sylvia to stay here in that case. They agree. It seems that Morris's company is quite wealthy. Apparently the servants here live in reasonable conditions and only a handful here look desperate. Philip shows that here are the cells of the criminals' servants. One of the prisoners is a blacksmith. A blonde guy sits and looks at them. However, the main character informs them that he will not suit them. Philip understands this. He is terribly sorry that they could not live up to their expectations. Suddenly, the guy notices something. He notices a secure door and asks who is hiding behind it. Philip says that this is the least he can do for him and opens the window of the iron door. There is an elf there fixing her hair. She is an assassin who served the Duchess, who was recently executed because she was forced to kill using a servant contract. The court decided that she was not guilty of any crimes. She was pardoned and sent here. The boy is amazed by the race of the dark elf. She is talented, however. She was assigned the clause of peacefulness in her contract with the Kingdom of Castal. If she was used, it would most likely be as a maid, and as the guy can see, even though she is a dark elf, no one has taken her away in all this time, which causes great inconvenience. The protagonist realized that she can't attack. It's a serious limiter, but how come no one took her? There must be a big demand for such a hot thing. Philip says that people complain about the limiters. That's right, because in the Kingdom of Castal there was discrimination against beastmen and persecution of dark elves. They must have established some rules to deal with it. In other words, not to mention dark elves as maids, even the very existence of such a servant is shameful. The main character looks at her through the window and asks to show her characteristics. The elf looks at him and sighs. He looks at her with interest. What immediately stands out is her agility. Her strength and intelligence are quite high. Dark elves are a versatile race specializing in fencing, shooting, and magic. Her characteristics match the game design. However, how come her luck and speed are both so high? The guy asks her what skills she has. The girl names fencing, shooting, magic, string manipulation, stealth assassination. Now he understands abnormally high agility improves not only magic but also string manipulation. The reason for its speed is that it improves stealth assassination. This means that her class can follow the blacksmith branch. The protagonist asks how much is her price. Philip was happy. At that very moment he decided to buy it. It cost 16 million. The brilliant embryo of a magnificent blacksmith for such a price means that this world is already doomed. If so, Philip will draw up a servant contract. It is used for servant magic. He saw it before in Mobian. The master and servant bound by the contract cannot go against the points specified in the contract. And this magic is not about what happens after the violation. It is about the all-powerful mystical force that does not allow even to try to violate it. There are a couple of tricks for violation without punishment. Philip asks about the points of the agreement. The main character thought so much about unnecessary things that he didn't even read the lines. The meaning of the contract is this: the master treats the servant humanely and the latter obeys him. These are normal points. But there is one thing, that last point. A servant cannot attack any people. This is serious. Doesn't that mean that if she is attacked, she will just be beaten? Can't Philip do anything about it? Philip says it's a government decree, so it's okay. The protagonist signs the contract with these points. The servant also signs the contract. Philip uses the magic of service. The elf and the guy shine. Now the magic is concluded. He thanks Second for the purchase. The protagonist asks the calm elf what her name is. She says that she has no name. The guy says that they will go up to the reception now. Second understands that his joke didn't work, and besides, this elf makes a look full of disgust. Despite the fact that she is a servant, she is not simple. However, she doesn't have a name. What kind of life did she have? In that case, it would be problematic to ask her if she would mind if he gave her a name. She agrees. Second is thinking about a name: sweet chocolate skin, purple violet hair. He thinks about the color purple, thinks for a while, and makes a decision. Second asks the girl, what about Yukari? And she calmly closes her eyes. She bows and agrees. Her name is Yukari and she will be at his mercy. He calls her master. The guy introduces Second. Later, he introduces his comrades. The girls are surprised by Second's arrival because he didn't come alone but found a good blacksmith. Sylvia looks at the two who came with a smile. Sylvia asks the guy if it is possible that this lovely elf girl is a blacksmith. The protagonist explains that from today on, Yukari will study blacksmithing. Sylvia is shocked by this. She never expected the blacksmith girl. Why didn't she think about such a possibility? Yes, they are gigantic. Iko introduces herself to Yukari and says that they should get along well, and Yukari hopes that they will get along well too. Iko has her own amazing and unique communication style, and now they also have Yukari, who never loses her composure. The guy says that Sylvia is there. Despite her appearance, she is an excellent magic archer. She does not understand, but the guy promises that in time she will understand. Now they are returning to the city of Peho, and there they will discuss what they will do next. He thought he was excited at first, but he was wrong. During their journey to Peho, he tried to deepen his relationship with Yukari by asking her various things. As a result, she behaved with restraint, and no matter what he asked, Yukari answered coldly and very sadly. Since he was not good at communication, he quickly gave up on this idea. They rode horses. Although she is a servant, she is also a valuable comrade. If possible, he would like to get closer to her. If their relationship is not favorable, even if she becomes a good blacksmith, she may leave. He thought about it and eventually came to the answer that he just needed to ask her directly. They arrive in town and the protagonist asks Yukari if she can tell him about her past. The girl asks if this is in order, but if she doesn't want to, she doesn't have to answer. They stare at each other. With her eyes closed, she states that with all due respect to him, she refuses this. Then the girl leaves. Second thinks with a grin that he didn't even expect that he could get much from her. It's because she reveals a lot of emotions when asked. There's definitely something in her past. That's why she talks a little and acts like that. She's afraid of her past being revealed. Suddenly, the protagonist realizes that it was somewhere around the time when he was #1 in the world. He remembers how one guy asked him what he did for a living. It felt like he once had the same feelings as Yukari when answering the question. He always answered that he was in real estate. Why did he keep it a secret? Because it would ruin their relationship. If people knew from rumors that he was unemployed, they would definitely stare at him with angry glances. In fear of this, he always kept his distance from others. He acted in advance, saying that he had time and money, so being number one in the world was his hobby. Yukari doesn't have such simple reasons for this. He thinks that they have a lot in common. She has thoughts that he won't accept her if she tells everything. He needs to make her believe that these people will definitely accept her for who she is, even if she reveals her past. It will be hard, but if he doesn't know what to do, what else can he do but try? Suddenly he stands up and says that anyway, it's time for dinner. They discuss whether they should form a band. People in the bar are drinking. Sylvia and Iko look at the elf, who asks again about the band. Second completely forgot he never told her about their goals. He aims to become number one in the world. Sylvia and Iko are his comrades who help him. He would like Yukari to help him too. The girl says that she is a servant. If there is something that she is capable of, then she will definitely help. But what does number one in the world mean? The protagonist asks if she understands that he is not joking. She calmly agrees. The guy understands that she does not believe him. Sylvia says it's been on his mind for a while, but how is he going to turn the world's number one dream into reality? The protagonist says it's a good question. She asks why he uses her full name. Second says that the answer is simple. Study each title ability as much as possible, defeat their owner. You just need to win each title fight. The girl is shocked by this. Titles are the pinnacle of any skill. This can be explained using shooting as an example. There are 7 sub-skills ranging from pawn shooting to improved rook shooting. To obtain the shooting title, you need to max out each of the 9 side skills to rank 9. This is the first requirement. The second is attending and winning the title fights, which are held twice a year in summer and winter. This is a tournament style of competition, where those who fulfill the first requirement fight in hopes of winning the title. If he fulfills the second requirement, he will be rewarded with the privilege of fighting the current title holder, and if he wins, he will be able to officially take the title of armor-piercing demon general for himself. It is possible to be the first to fulfill a requirement on a server or to defeat others in a title fight, which means that the same title cannot belong to different people at the same time. From this, it is clear that the title is the absolute mastery of the skill. It can be considered that in theory and in practice it is the highest status. If they were able to achieve it for each skill, they become the best. Winning each title is a significant factor to consider him number one in the world, but it is not enough for him to proclaim himself as the real number one. Mobian's ranking system included other criteria. The first thing to do is to aim for every title. He asks if she is familiar with title fights. The girl says yes and asks if he will take part in them. The main character will aim for world number one. There is nothing surprising about this, but the elf says that this is impossible. The guy asks again. She repeats again that it is impossible. Seknod asks why she thinks so. She explains that this is the way the world is. You can't be that powerful. That's not the reason why she thinks that. She says you can't be that powerful. The girl says that she thinks he shouldn't talk so frivolously. They both look angry. The protagonist asks her to stop avoiding the question and let her show him the reason she thinks they can't become stronger. The girl again answers that this is the way the world is, but the protagonist does not give up and asks why she thinks so. The girl wants to finally give an answer but suddenly remains silent and then asks him to forget it. She asks if she can take her leave first, and second gives a positive answer without hesitation. The protagonist wonders what she wanted to say. If you think about the fact that she no longer has the status of an assassin and a name, the answer suggests itself. It is quite possible that she was not raised as a person from childhood. So hard is the life of an assassin. The pain and cruelty of becoming stronger, the inability to protect someone with such goals, that's why she got angry, saying it was frivolous. He would tend to agree with her if she wasn't talking to someone like him. Sylvia asks the guy that she is quite dangerous. The main character says that she is probably morally unstable. Considering how she was chained up in prison before he bought her, it's innate. She's not able to control herself. She wanted to say something, but it was obvious that she was holding it in. That's what she thought, but what did Second think? He thinks she was afraid that her secret would be revealed. The girl smiles and the guy asks about it. She says that she was not laughing at him. She winks and tells him that women sometimes have conflicting feelings, and she wakes up Echo, who had fallen asleep. For the first time since they met, he thought Sylvia looked hot, but the tissue stuck to her thighs as she walked away, and he abruptly took it back. The group ends up in a rank 3 dungeon called Asiasparn. The The protagonist wonders why they went to a rank 3 dungeon at such a time. It's all for the benefit of forming a team. To form, you need to complete the quest. You need at least 3 participants to complete in less than 2 hours. Any rank 3 dungeon will do, so this is a pretty easy quest. He hadn't completed a 3rd rank dungeon for a long time. He had only entered the Isekai dungeon once, a long time ago. At that moment, he completely forgot that Iseikai's nickname was the Dungeon of a Kick in the Ass. The group is met by several armed goblins who stare at their potential enemies. Sylvia is surprised by them. The goblins suddenly start laughing. Then the girl is going to defeat them with magical shooting. She uses a combination of pawn shooting and Oppo fire form. The goblin looks at the girl who flew up and chuckles. The elf calmly watches this and understands everything. Sylvia won and happily says that it was as easy as pie because it was only rank 3. Ichii realized that it was easy and happily went to attack the goblins with her shield. The elf asks the guy if it is normal. Second says that it is a fair question. Now she will see for herself. The girl shouts the word Oriagasai and uses the Golden General's shield art, pushing away 2 goblins with it. Then she defeats several more with her shield. The elf says that this is incredible. The guy explains that with strong warriors both in the vanguard and in the rear, they will be able to pass the dungeons without any danger. At this rate, if he joined the slaughter, it would only hinder their coordination training. He was simply watching for an ambush and protecting Yukari. A huge monster appears from the tunnel. This is the boss of Isekai, a monster nicknamed the Knockout Goblin. He is huge but slow and has almost no defense, so he is considered an easy boss. However, he has 10 goblin sorcerers who can use magic. It can be annoying to fight against the boss and them at the same time. With their current firepower, they will kill the boss in 2 hits, and the mage requires 1 hit, so there should be no problems. Ichii behind the guy asks him what their strategy is. The guy says that they don't have one right now. With her delight and sparks on her face, it is simply impossible to refuse her. Second says that Ichii will distract the big guy in the center of the arena, let him hold him back with the art of the bishop, and he and Sylvia will kill him. The guy asks Sylvia to act as usual and Yukari to stay behind him. Both girls listen to the guy, then he says that it's time to start. Ichii happily walks to the center of the arena to bait the boss. It works, he swings and strikes. After the girl blocked a powerful blow from the goblin with her shield, which only took 3 points of damage from her, the main character shouts to her that it was well done. Sylvia then shoots magic at one of the goblins, defeating him, but it becomes rather boring for her. The monster continues to hold the club on Ichii's shield. Then the protagonist pulls the bowstring and suggests to hurry up and finish. He uses Rook's shooting and hits the boss in the stomach. Yukari is surprised and watches silently. He used a combination of Knight shooting and Silver General shooting, and 2 shots were enough to kill the knockout goblin. And Sylvia had just managed to clear out all the goblin sorcerers. The guy asks her if she finished. It's strange, the team formation hasn't finished yet, as he remembers after killing the boss and his henchmen, everything should have ended immediately. Suddenly he understands something and gets scared. The body of the knockout goblin should have evaporated after a while. Behind the goblin's body there is a smaller goblin hiding. The main character notices him and understands that things are bad. Then the goblin aims his club straight at the elf. The main character rushes to her. The guy moves the girl behind him with his hand, which surprises her. He wants to protect her. He then uses his Oppo form of fire, forming a ball that is aimed at the goblin, causing it to burst into flames. Suddenly, the boy and the elf find themselves on the beach and in confusion. They are in a blowing dungeon. Isekai is so called because of the magic of random teleportation that goblins can use right before they die. It forcibly transports the target to a random location 4 kilometers away from the battlefield. The protagonist does not understand where he ended up. One day, a topic appeared from the Mobian Wiki, an online encyclopedia that was the first resource for sharing knowledge between players, a case of very distant teleportation from Asian, and its contents were amazing. It was expected that it would teleport 4 kilometers from there, but to this user's surprise, it was transported 255 kilometers. The idea is that if, while the knockout goblin's body is evaporating, the goblin sorcerer uses random teleportation while touching the body, that place of movement will be from 4 to 255 kilometers away from the dungeon. It was a funny, strange case. In teleportation spells, the place of movement depends on the spent mana. The system will move it as far as the mana is enough. Since the teleportation location is unknown, if they didn't let the knockout goblins spend even a little mana, they would end up being teleported 255 kilometers away. The guy completely forgot about this detail, all because the pumped players do not monitor the third-rank dungeon, only newbies go there. The main character looks around with displeasure and rubs his neck. The elf also looks around. The elf is horrified by what is happening. She does not understand what happened. The main character asks the girl not to worry. The goblins simply teleported them. She asks again about teleportation. The guy says that he most likely teleported them about 255 kilometers from here. The girl looks at him sideways. The main character realizes with displeasure that this is how it is and will have to come to terms with it, then is surprised that they have finally created a group. It looks like the goblin mage is dead after all. Wherever they are, as long as they are in a group, they will have access to one of the group perks: open communication, group chat. The protagonist turns to his partners and asks if they can hear him. Sylvia screams and calls the guy names, asking where they disappeared to and if they are okay. He answers that they are fine, they were teleported far away from them, now they will return, they should stay in the city of Peho and wait. The girl asks how long they will have to wait for them. Second says about a week, they have a vacation for that time, let them have fun. The girls are shocked by this. The guy says goodbye to them, but the girl asks to wait, but he disconnects. The elf asks if they are really far away. The main character says that of course there is no point in doubting it. If you think about it, for a week he was stuck here alone with Yukari. He would like to try to open her soul during this time. If we decide that they are on the coast and 255 kilometers from Asiasparn, then we can understand that they are now in the southeast, in which case they will go north along the coast. They will reach the city of Kula. And from there to Peko it's about a day's journey on horseback, and from here to Kula it's about 5 days' walk. The elf says that he seems to be familiar with this situation. He asks if she can believe it, but that is not the point. The guy asks why she is so calm then. The girl apologizes and says that she was born that way. He understands that she doesn't even think about portraying emotions. He can't do this anymore. He will have to change the original plan. He has no choice but to force her to show her real emotions. He tells her that from their first meeting she seems to be under a shell. What secret does she want to hide like that? She says that everyone has things from the past that they would not like to tell. In that case, is she going to continue to behave like that, trying not to reveal the past? The girl gives positive answers. He understands that she has finally begun to reveal her thoughts. Second asks the girl if she admitted that she was behaving badly. The elf denies it. She was just trying to make conversation. The guy asks if it's true. It just slipped out of her mouth if she's nervous. The girl's lips are trembling. The main character notices this and draws attention to it, asking if she feels it herself. She's quietly angry. The guy understands that the tactics are working. Emotions are starting to overwhelm her. Now they should move on to a more important topic. Having arbitrarily decided that if she told, it would be pointless, she created a wall between them, whether she really thought it would work. The girl remains silent. The protagonist says that this is a rule of thumb, but he will take on her burden of telling the whole truth. Frankly speaking, she already has a guess. Last night he learned something. The recently executed old woman, Lucia Ichii, he had already heard about her. The guy asks her to be honest with herself and throw off this burden. There is no point in keeping secrets. Then she says that she is hiding them for someone else. Not for herself, but for the kindness of Mrs. Lucia. The guy says he doesn't understand, but it seems to him that she does it only for herself. The girl gets angry and turns away. The guy's operation was successful. He was able to make her show her feelings. Maybe he overdid it, but if he hadn't done that, the wall of feelings would have remained the same. Yukari thinks that he is a superficial person who is trying to lure her in by telling her this unrealistic, stupid dream, and does not deserve to be her master. He sends a magical archer and a little beast girl to the front while he himself stands aside. A person who goes through dungeons like this will never be able to become #1 in the world. She thinks about the accidental teleportation. It's definitely a lie. This man uses dirty methods to be alone with her. Most likely, having got into such a place with her, he wants to defile her. She cannot resist. She is disgusted by the idea of this. Perhaps she should leave. She can't just leave, interrupting the life given to her by Lady Lucia. Her life was provided by her. Day turned to night, then morning came, and he still hadn't touched her. It seemed he had been watching the camp all night. He had been on guard all night. At this rate, she would soon exceed her limits. On the morning of the third day, she had been struggling with drowsiness all night. After 2 nights without sleep and 2 days of walking, she felt herself getting weaker. He didn't even touch her last night. It's quite possible that he's waiting for the moment when he completely loses his strength. He's a really treacherous man. Like yesterday, they spent the whole day just arguing. Whenever they talked, everything ended in arguing. Their relationship completely evaporated. Due to politeness and sleepiness, she can't even make the right decision. Yukari's actions are completely unstable. Because of her hostility towards him, she behaves normally next to him. Maybe it's just because she's tired, however. Everything together has had an effect now. Watching her fiercely try to protect herself, he was convinced of something. As long as the servant contract existed, he could not harm her. It was impossible that she did not know this. This means that she was brainwashed, perhaps to make her careful with the master. The culprit of this was definitely Duchess Lucia Ichii, who had the ability to brainwash. She was a famous character in Mobian with the nickname of the brainwashing old woman. There is only one way to dispel her spell: the concentration of strong emotions in a life-threatening situation. In the story of Mobian, the character who was brainwashed by Duchess Lucia was able to get rid of the curse only when his beloved was killed in front of his eyes. Such a nightmare actually existed. This magic, which is unique and unrepeatable and which is only suitable for soap operas, it is completely different in the real world. It is too complicated. He has no choice but to force her to show her feelings, and not simple ones but very strong ones, in a life-threatening situation. It's very difficult. What should he do? He thinks about it for a very long time. Suddenly, someone attacks the guy from behind and stabs him in the back with a sword, and also grabs the elf by the hair. A guy with scars on his face grabs her and smiles. They shout at him not to touch the girl. They ask if he killed the guy. They are about to leave. They walk and discuss how much they will pay for her. She looks special. They will give 40 million on the black market. The fire remains burning and the guy lies on the ground unconscious. However, he is alive, gets up on one knee and realizes that their target was Yukari. They were so intoxicated by the idea of 40 million that they didn't even think to collect the equipment from his body. They thought he was dead, and so they completely forgot about him. It's obviously impossible to survive after his heart was pierced. However, even though he was pierced, his build has a terrible amount of health, so even half of it wasn't taken off. Their actions are not forgivable. The girl looks at her master's body. He is still too slow. He just didn't have time to react. For a guy who so wanted to become #1 in the world, he died so easily. She will become nothing more than a toy again, and then she will be sold and end her life at the very bottom. She feels sick at the very thought that this is her fate. She does not agree to this. She will never agree to this. Why does she have to go through all this? She can't stand it anymore. She can't do it anymore. At that moment, it was as if an electric shock had struck her forehead, and then she remembered everything. She remembers how her grandmother told her that now she would become her shadow, let her address her as a mistress, and she does so, and her grandmother praises her. Grandma says that she needs to work a lot. Does she understand this? She must be useful. This is her duty. She was trained as an assassin, was an acolyte of Lady Lucia. Then that day her last words were. The grandmother asks to open her forehead because she has undergone training. The girl asks what she wants to do. Grandma casts a spell that will make her happy, and then she passes out, and when she wakes up, it's all over. Lucia was executed for plotting a rebellion, and her servants were also destroyed. Only she was made a servant in Morris's company. She was saved. It was her mistress, whom she respected, Madame Lucia, who did this. The girl lies on the floor in despair. The girl realizes that she has been brainwashed and holds back her tears. Suddenly she throws up. The guys call her names for it. One of them kicks her, but they order him not to damage their goods, but it's just a stomach. They won't look at it. It was all confusion when Lady Lucia smiled at her. She did it only at the very end, touching her forehead. She created a murderer out of an orphan. Can she be a mother? Has she forgotten this life filled with blood? Why they freed her? Why they erased her memories? She screams and asks why this is happening. The guys ask what happened to her. Is she completely crazy? The girl cries and realizes that no one has ever loved her. The only man she clung to lied to her. The guys understand that they can't let her bite her tongue off. They need to shut her up, so they tie her mouth with a rope. Night falls, the protagonist approaches the house. Among those entering the hut, he notices 5 people and the tied-up Yukari. There are 2 more on guard, no one knows how many more are inside. He must not hesitate or all is lost. This magnificent seed of the future blacksmith that he found, he must not lose it here. The guy shoots arrows using piercing arrows, nightly arrows, and a combination of the 2 kills 2 people. He killed them. He thinks he won't be able to forget this feeling for some time, but now he has no time to think. People inside heard something on the street, want to go check. 2 people come out. The main character is ready to attack them. He suddenly lunges at them. They both look at him in shock. He rips one of their heads off. The main character goes inside, sees the door, and realizes that the elf must be there. He kicks the door down. He bursts into the room. 3 guys look at him in horror. The guy uses the Golden General's swordsmanship and kills the 3. One of the guys is ready to swear that he died. They stand in front of the elf ready and ask if this is the guy. They rush to attack, but the protagonist uses the bishop's fencing and defeats them all. One of the guys asks the guy why he is so bloodthirsty. The elf is surprised when she sees the owner. He notices all the hostile caution in Yukari's eyes. The brainwashing spell is cancelled. The guy demands that the protagonist not move, then holds a sword to the girl and demands that he drop the sword. The main character does just that, and then the guy is about to do something when suddenly he feels something. He concentrated too much on the sword and didn't notice the spell circle under his feet. Suddenly he screams from the fire on his head. At that time, the guy rushes towards him. The protagonist pierces the enemy with a sword using Silver General's swordplay, water curl form, and magic swordplay. The guy approaches the elf and frees her, asking her if she is okay. They need to go because it smells like burning. It's already dawn outside. The main character says that he is very sorry because of his carelessness, Yukari got into danger. They sit in the forest opposite each other. Yukari says that she should be sincerely sorry. The protagonist asks if it is for her early actions. The girl gives a positive answer. Second seriously reports that he already knows that she was brainwashed. Most likely it was brainwashing so that she would definitely be careful with her mistress. This is the brainwashing effect that Duchess Lucia owned. The girl does not understand how he knows. She can take her time, we can talk on the way. Yukari reveals that she lived as a pawn for the assassins of the Duchess of Lucia for many years. She adopted her, did not even give her a name, raised her as a pawn for murder. The protagonist understands this. She must have been brainwashed. She is happy and glad to be a mercenary, but in reality she did not fall into despair after the attack of these bandits. She idealized her past as a shadow. It was a stupid misunderstanding. She was blatantly brainwashed, but real despair came after the spell was lifted. She cries, realizing that Lady Lucia never loved her. She lived a lie all this time, relied on fictitious love. She was not a good housewife, much less a good mother. The main character listens to the elf. The girl asks permission to talk about her silence, although it would be better to talk about what she kept silent about because of brainwashing. The guy asks if she means the execution of the Duchess. She agrees. Officially, Lady Lucia was executed for plotting a rebellion, but this was a lie prepared by her enemies, one of whom was Prime Minister Balmaro. Second asks how she found out about this. The girl says that it was the shadow of Lady Lucia. Her duty was to kill for her. He probably already knows about this, but she was brainwashed because if she told that information, Lucia would be at a disadvantage. The guy asks if she could listen to what he thinks for a second. At first, she is silent. The protagonist says that she probably thought about it, but nevertheless, Lucia Isein definitely loved Yukari. The girl says that this is impossible because all her memories were washed. The main character asks if the brainwashing was also done to protect her. However, this cannot be. If it were so, she would at least have given her a name and would not have raised her as a murderer. The guy explains that the reluctance to give her a name and the memory washing, all this was for her protection. She created the image of a pathetic servant who was forced to kill with memory washing magic. Yukari says that it's not an image. She really lived as a murderer, but she was happy at least once, but she thought about it. She already said that it's just a memory wash. The protagonist then asks her to listen carefully and tells her that the memory wash can only be used once on a person. The conditions for washing memories in Mobian are the same as in this world, so he felt that something was wrong with this situation and decided to take it apart. In their case, the brainwashing was to be careful with the new owner. He is sure of this. It means that she was truly happy. The reasoning was half truth and half sweet lies. She had to believe it unconditionally. To be honest, now she wants to say that she doesn't believe him, but if he tells the truth, then she and her life, love, and faith will cease to be a lie. He asks the girl why she doesn't escape from captivity. He thought about it after the memory wash was over. Well, in simple terms, he means a loophole. To be more precise, he will be able to illegally avoid slavery, and as a bonus, he will also get rid of the ban on fighting. Morris's company will keep an eye on them, but it doesn't matter, there are more important things. She must trust him because he needs her, no matter what. The girl looks closely at the guy. She thinks it's absurd. He needs to think about Morris. Escape from captivity, in other words, he wants to free her without officially canceling magic, but it's impossible. Since she has decided to escape from captivity, then why doesn't she trust him? She doesn't mind, she is obliged to trust him. The main character says that in that case, let her hit him with her head with all her might. The girl looks at him in bewilderment and agrees, but according to the contract, she still won't be able to do this. But she can. Let her not be afraid, just try to do it as hard as possible. Let her hit him very hard. Suddenly the girl swings and does what the guy said. She hits him with her head. He writhes in pain. The girl understands that she did it. She somehow managed it. He didn't lie to her. It was definitely an attack. Second says that it seems she did it. She thinks he really plans to become #1 in the world. He let those two clear the dungeon by themselves to train them. That teleportation was true. That stubborn behavior was to remove the wash. Just saying, trust me, it was all for the sake of making a blacksmith out of her. He did it for her. He went for it. The guy asks if she trusts him, and she tearfully replies that it's a matter of time, but she will definitely trust him. The plan to remove the spell was successful. If the player headbutts the servant, any spells between them will be broken. Perhaps because of the absurdity of this rule, no one even tried to fix it. It was considered a minor bug. One could say that this detail was not worth paying attention to at all. The girl tells the gentleman that they have finally arrived. They are in the port city of Kula. They both admire the views of the city. The sea waves could be heard from afar while the morning breeze hit his face, a wonderful time to immerse himself in his thoughts. Did Prime Minister Balmoral really kill Duchess Lucia Icing? Yukari personally participated in those events, so she is unlikely to be mistaken. But he is interested in something else. In his gut, he feels that there is something else behind this case, some huge mystery shrouded in darkness. For a start, the Prime Minister of Morrow is the head of the Order of the First Prince, given his power and character. They can get away with anything. As for his father, King Bevel Kestel, he's probably some selfish old man who puts profit above all else, but he's already convinced that this world is different from Mobius. Therefore, in order to become #1 in the world, he cannot ignore the existence of the king, whom he did not even remember in the original game. Besides, there is also Maine, the second prince in the balance. He does not want his friend to be dragged into this political war. He must solve this mystery. It is necessary for the realization of his dream to become #1 and for the bright future of Maine. The guy tells Yukari about the minister she told him about. He will deal with him, maybe not right away, but he will definitely come up with something. He shouldn't throw around such promises. Her ear twitches and the guy notices it. In the farming town of Peho, Sylvia meets them and gets angry, asking what they've been doing for so long. Were they on a honeymoon or something? After a week of separation, her mood was the same as when they first met. Iko throws herself into his arms. The protagonist says they are sorry. Sylvia asks where everything is okay. They had a cavalry of problems. She looks at them both. All three girls leave the guy. Sylvia says that they all need to talk alone. They start chatting. The guy realizes that this is women's gossip that he has only heard about, and he wants to eavesdrop on it. The guy thinks that they are arguing about who will get him. They probably missed him. He is so glad that they were able to become such friends with Yukari. Iko beams and asks what their plan is for the dungeon. The guy tells her that it's pretty late, so they won't be going on raids today, and the girl gets upset. But instead, as she gets the idea to discuss the raid plan over dinner, they walk hand in hand. The girl says that it is wonderful. Now their task is to gain experience. Is it necessary for Yukari's development? They will gain experience for Yukari. It is necessary to bring her blacksmith skills to rank 9. The raids will be directed to the Lipta-Fath dungeon. They will enter it until she becomes a blacksmith. Fortunately, it will not take long. The dungeon is located in the vicinity of Peho. Yukari asks the guy if they have chosen a name for their team yet. The guy completely forgot about it. The girl is right, they need to choose something. Sylvia has an offer, but he immediately refuses her. Yukari will gladly listen to her. She will start by saying that she is a knight who took a blood oath under Lupin. The protagonist realizes that she definitely knows something. Her words are dangerous. Yukari says that most of them are not knights, so the name will not work. Sylvia suggests the name Knightly Order of Rebirth, but is silenced with a bottle. Yukari came up with his own version, S in honor of the head, O the common goal, S aspiration, U success. In the end he gets SOS. The guy does not understand where they come up with these names. The guy says let Iko choose, but she's asleep. Second thinks he'll have to come up with something himself. They become a lightning team. Yukari listens to him, and Sylvia gets drunk while Iko sleeps. Yukari says that if they don't become the best, it will be quite a shameful title, but they will manage, and inadvertently he is going to become #1 in the world. One day, while drunk, he randomly chose a name for the team. This will sound like an excuse, but he believes that one should act just as boldly. They are in the second-rank dungeon Liptafath the next day. Sylvia and Iko stand ready. They attack their enemies. The main character is pleased to find himself in Liptafada after a long break. What is pleasant? People will ask. Killing everyone in the dungeon and gaining experience, that's what is pleasant. Even a month would be enough for Yukari's blacksmith skills to reach rank 9. What was she thinking about? She didn't expect it to be so fast. They were very lucky among all her skills. The ones that reached the ranking system were first rank of pawn shooting and first rank of knight killing. Only 2, the rest couldn't reach it. Rank 2 monsters fall dead before his eyes, as if they weren't there. He never thought he'd see something like that in real life. The guy says that if she becomes a good blacksmith, she will be able to forget about upgrading her combat skills and will be able to explore the world with them. Thanks to her, his dream has become much closer. They are approaching the goal step by step, so he hopes for her, of course. She should also follow the path of #1 in the world to be worthy of her master. The #1 blacksmith in the world, she considered these words a joke, but now she seriously decided to become #1. These are the same words that in the past angered her, made her doubt human strength. He thinks about her smile, just the sight of it was enough. He was in 7th heaven. He is glad that she became his friend. It's been 2 weeks since they continued their routine life of farming Liptafada, and for once they got the desired item, the stone turtle shield. However, something unexpected happened. The girl with the shield in her hands was breathing heavily. Her eyes were watering. The elf tells Iko that she is not going to steal the shield, she just needs to upgrade it. Sylvia confirms this, because even her flame wolf bow became stronger after Yukari's upgrade. During these 2 weeks, Yukari has been pumping up the equipment improvement skill from the blacksmith branch, and thanks to this, she has already reached rank 5 of this skill. Just starting from rank 5, the pumping sharply increases the chance of successful improvement. Yukari will be able to improve weapons to the final stage. Iko asks if this is true. Yukari says that it is, so will she give it to him now, but Iko doesn't give it and says that the elf is now scaring her. She looks so much like a cat that doesn't want to give up her toy. I wonder if all beastmen have such instincts. They didn't bring up the topic for a while. There was no hurry anyway. Iko apologizes. Sylvia explains that she misunderstood everything. She decided that they wanted to take away her first gift. Now the main character is almost sure that the beastmen have their own instincts. The guy asks to upgrade the shield to the 3rd stage with an emphasis on durability. She carries out his order. The girl gives him a ready-made shield. He thanks her. He didn't expect anything less. She says that it wasn't that difficult. He realized this a little later. When Yukari was happy or embarrassed, her ears would first turn red and then tremble slightly. The protagonist gives the joyful Iko her shield, and she thanks the elf, causing her ears to tremble. Sylvia asks if they change the dungeon. They do. Sylvia asks why. They go through Liptafada very quickly. They give a lot of experience there, and they can earn several dozen million for selling shields. There are 3 reasons for this. The first is that in the new place they will get even more experience than here, which sounds really good. The second is that new monsters will drop ore, from which he wants to make new equipment. The boss of the next dungeon will drop tons of mithril, and from it you can create equipment needed for intermediate and advanced players. Third, they will receive much more gold there than in Liptafada. Sylvia asks if there will be more gold. The protagonist says that they will save up for a house. All 3 are surprised by this news. They will choose a mansion in the suburbs of the capital and will use it as a team base. In his past life, he hadn't had the chance to delve into the property management system, but in this world, it would be quite useful, and if he decided to take a break from the main task, he was counting on a magnificent mansion. Their goal is 50 billion, and they will achieve this figure with the help of mithril alchemy. Both girls raise their hand. The protagonist first asks Sylvia, who asks why they need exactly 50 billion. It's pretty simple. The most expensive estate costs about 25 billion, so they need a house twice as expensive. His logic is that if the most expensive properties are worth 25 billion, then his house will not be the #1 mansion until it becomes at least twice as expensive. Now Yukari can ask a question. She asks, what is mithril alchemy? This mithril alchemy in the world of Mobian is a well-known way of earning money. The ore is mined from the golem, the boss of the second-rank dungeon Proline. It is located in the vicinity of the Forge City Black Gold, where they will go. Yukari will be able to make pure mithril from the ore, and then using fabrication, mix it with iron, and they will get a mithril alloy. Mithril alloy is obtained by combining pure mithril and iron in a ratio of 1:20. It is an extremely strong and valuable metal. Sylvia suddenly became interested in how, if Proline's dungeon had not yet been found, he knew so much about it. What should he do? He simply has nothing to answer her, whether to justify himself or tell the truth, what to do. Even at their first meeting, she noticed this feature. He has a reason to know this. She's right, there's a reason she knows all this. It's a damn long story, a reason that's hard to believe. Even if he knows that it is not so, he cannot shake off the fear that he will not be accepted. He feels this because of the guilt hidden deep inside him, and if so, then maybe he should just accept himself and tell the truth. The main character in reality lies in glasses. He can't. His very existence is far beyond the understanding of these girls. People are afraid of the unknown, so he won't tell them. He feels it will only take him further away from his goal of becoming #1 in the world. Sylvia trusts him, so she doesn't mind. Let him tell them about himself. She will accept any truth. The main character is surprised. She has the courage to want the truth. A girl with a brave and straightforward heart. That is what Sylvia is. She has so many things that are beyond his reach. A pure, brave, strong heart, something he will never have. The protagonist apologizes because he can never reveal his secret. He simply avoided the answer. He decided that it would become his secret. And yet he wouldn't be himself if he told, and if he didn't avoid answering, he would never be able to return to being the #1 in the world he once was. The protagonist would be lying if he promised to tell her about it later, because it is a secret he will take to his grave. Sylvia looks at him silently. She says that in general she is not against it. If someday it will torment him, then he should not be afraid to cancel the promise about the grave and tell her about it. The group ends up in the city of the blacksmiths of bad gold. The protagonist says that as soon as they find buyers for the mithril alloy, they will head to Proline. The men tell them that safe deliveries of mithril are impossible. They don't have time, some just laugh. They went to many buyers, but not a single place gave them the green light. That's how it all turned out. When he occasionally thinks that if a stranger shows up and says he'll buy all the mithril, he's willing to trust him. The elf says that they should make one swift raid into the Proline dungeon to build a reputation. If they show potential, they will gain trust. The protagonist asks if this is an adventurer's guild. He doesn't want it that way, it only left bad memories. Can't she think of another method, but nothing concrete? And as for Sylvia and Iko, they have no idea. And what if they go to a raid without registering in a guild? In this case, everything will be complicated. If you go to a raid without registering, you don't even know what they can do. They can put pressure on customers and interfere with business, or even send assassins. If they are the same as the famous guild, then it is possible. You need to head to the Adventurers Guild after finding a place to stay. The protagonist greets them and says that they want to register. A friendly girl greets them. She gives them guild cards. These are adventurer numbers, such passports for the guild. On his card, his rank is listed as F. The ranks go up to A, which means he is a low rank. Would they like a beginner's manual? But the guy refuses. Second is annoyed that he can't get into the bastion right away. He was refused the sale of mithril. He is annoyed that he has a lower rank. A rude man asks them if they are newbies. If so, he will teach them. His friends laugh behind him. What pisses the guy off the most is that he has to listen to them. He hates this guild. The man says that the guy should be grateful. The guy asks if he thinks he's lucky with the weakling. The only bully here decided to shake his fat. He thinks he's asking for trouble, but the guy denies it. It's not his fault, it's the guild's fault for neglecting guys like him. The man shouts at second not to ignore him, then the guy says that the man is squeaking like a mouse. Let him come here already, he won't even be able to defend himself. After that the man attacks him, sadly, but he is open everywhere. He can defeat him at any moment. Suddenly, Ichii asks them to stop and puts herself right in front of the man's blow, which leaves the guy in shock. He hits the girl and then suddenly screams from the pain in his arm. She, unharmed, looks at him in bewilderment. 3 guys are screaming and asking who second thinks he is, and suddenly they are grabbed by a rope. Behind them stands the elf who tied them up. She tied them up for their own safety, she tells the master. Sylvia understands that there is no role for her. He does not understand what she wanted to do with her bow in this small room. The girl demonstrates what she has been practicing, a kick from the fire wolf's bow. The protagonist thanks them all and offers to go. They all head forward. The guy notices that he is shaking. The guy doesn't understand whether he was afraid of that giant. He was afraid of himself if he hadn't allowed himself to lose his temper and fought with them. There might have been a massacre if he had won. It wouldn't have been killing the player. It's not a game, he knows, but he didn't understand until now. The guy lies on his bed and stares at the ceiling, thinking that becoming the absolute and flawless #1 in the world will probably be somewhat difficult. At the table, the guy is talking about how he thinks they should go to the proline today. The girls are looking at him. The elf says that she understands, but even if they go there themselves, the Blacksmiths Guild will most likely not approve of this. He asks why. Dungeon raids are conducted by large groups and are organized on a regular basis, like mass raids conducted by an adventurer's guild. If an unfamiliar group claims to go voluntarily, it will seem like a lie. Then how about collecting mithril by the end of the week? They could do this for weeks. She forgot about that possibility since it seemed too weird. In this case, there is an opportunity to skip the mass raid and make a deal with the Blacksmiths Guild, but will it turn a blind eye to their invasion? Sylvia asks why they don't join the raid and let the Second Lord show his full fury. If only they would agree to accept a rank F group. Sylvia says that's a good point. Warriors from the kingdom will gather for mass raids. Even if they conquer it, no one will believe them. How many months will it take? He won't be able to motivate himself for that long. It's all because he thinks of it as a game. He suddenly asks Yukari to tell him if his rank was higher, would they be able to join the raids? The girl says yes, it is an extreme case. The protagonist says that he named the best method. In the past, when he played in Modian, he was of no use. That method was a soaring bomber. They will rush to the dungeon. The soaring bomber is a method that will allow them to instantly raise their adventurer rank. The method is simple. There are items that appear in their place in the dungeon, mana crystals. They will collect them and give them to the guild, that's all. Proline Dungeon generates 128 crystals every day. To reach rank A within 6 days, it is enough to donate 83 crystals, so they will get rank A if they bring in about 500 mana crystals. Why exactly 83? It is because crystals are not born in huge quantities at the same time. They are restored over certain intervals of time, forcing one to be patient. You can take them in a secret room. They contain tons of mana crystals. The name of the soaring bomber is justified by the way it reaches these rooms. It uses a technique, a rocket jump. The protagonist explains that the moment she jumps, he will cast Coral's wind form on her legs. Then she and Sylvia set Ichii's legs on fire with the curl fire form. She defends herself against it with the bishop's defense art, the knight's defense art, and the golden general's defense art. The secret technique allows her to jump higher than he can. If everything works out, she will be able to jump higher than 20 meters. Sylvia asks if she's sure about that. With Echo, it should be fine, but testing is needed. The protagonist offers Ichii some practice and orders her to jump. The girl jumps up and down happily, and the protagonist uses Curl's wind form at this time, directing the wind towards her. Ichii uses Bishop's shield art, and Sylvia uses Coral's fire form and Knight's shot. Ichii covers himself with a shield. Then they do this procedure again. The girl again blocks everything with the art of protecting the Golden General. The girl starts screaming with joy. Trinity looks at her and asks if she'll be okay. She starts falling and Second didn't think about landing. The protagonist shouts at Ichii to use protection, but he uses Curl's water form. The girl falls, water splashes. The protagonist looks at her with excitement. The girl beams with joy and asks the main character to repeat this procedure again. She really wants to. All three breathe a sigh of relief, and then the guy suggests something serious next time. The girl takes off again. The girl says that she took everything from here, holds mana crystals, the main character says in this case to go down. Now it's time to give them to the guild. The girl who sees this is very surprised by their find. She understands that they are real and there are many of them. Second asks if their team will rise in rank. The girl answers that this is exactly the case. He gives all the mana crystals to the guild. They also contribute all their money. Let them raise the ranks of the participants and the team itself. The girl agrees. The protagonist winks and thanks her. He will bring more tomorrow. The girl looks at him lovingly. It was strange that he got goosebumps. It seems that the results are great, despite the things he did with such an air. In the Notorious Adventurers Guild, it is very important to have a good relationship with the administration, as from a strategic point of view, it can be beneficial in the future. Sylvia and Yukari glare at the protagonist, who awkwardly looks back at them. While they are collecting crystals, they need to earn experience on golems. Getting rank A, they will be able to walk around Proline and explore it. Sylvia agrees with the experience gained along the way, whether they will continue to rely on Yukari's blacksmithing skills. There is no need for this anymore. You need to distribute the experience equally in the group. They will be able to improve each of their skills again. Yukari says that Sylvia is working on a magic arrow and Iko is working on her defensive arts, but what the master will do is something he wonders about. From tomorrow onwards, he will be improving the enchantment, the guy says, raising his finger up. 5 days passed quickly. While Iko collected crystals, she and Sylvia killed time in constant hunting for golems in the places where they roamed, whether they would die out from this. While they were settling things in Proline's dungeon, Yukari was free. He asked her to do something for them. Paying a visit to the Guild of Blacksmiths and Adventurers, as he expected from a former assassin, was a trifle for her. They received information, firstly, that the next mass raid was planned in the next 3 days. Second, the Blacksmiths Guild is racking its brains over a chronic shortage of mithril. Upon learning this, the boy changed his plans. Maybe they should build up a reputation as an A-rank adventurer to gain the trust of the Blacksmith Guild and clear the dungeon without waiting for the mass raids, and then sign a contract as the owner of the dungeon. In the first case, they would avoid conflicts, but it would take time to earn money. In the second case, they would get a lot of money, but would definitely become enemies of the Adventurers Guild. The guy is thinking when suddenly Yukari approaches him and asks if she can ask for 1 day. He asks if she has something in mind. She says that the owner does not like to waste time, then she can offer a primitive plan. They can use the third option, the Merchant Guild. They will be charged a commission, but it will bring more benefits. The protagonist asks if this will make them enemies of the Adventurers Guild. Yukari says that they will participate in the raid. It will show the public that they are building relationships with the guilds. Why shouldn't that make them enemies of the Adventurers Guild? The more bars they sell, the more they make. As long as they can maintain the deal, no one will judge the master. He understands that they need to grow and protect the money tree. The Blacksmith Guild will become dependent on ingots, then they will be able to unite the two guilds into one ally. The guy agrees to stick to this strategy. Yukari asks to leave it to her. Tomorrow she will present this plan to the merchants. He is very glad that Yukari understands these things. She solves issues that even he has problems with. The guy thanks the elf. The girl accepts his thanks, after which her ears begin to turn red from embarrassment. The next day, they brought more crystals, and he easily became an A-rank adventurer. They visited Proline again to gain more experience while Yukari negotiated with the Merchant Guild. To pour every drop of experience into sorcery to improve the spirit summoning skill, which has almost reached level 4. The monster summoning skill will allow you to control tamed monsters, and the spirit summoning skill will allow you to control one spirit, unique to each. Raising spirit summoning to level 4 will unlock the possessed skill. This will allow the summoned spirit to possess a body, a buffing skill that a high-level player should definitely have. He will immediately open possession once the spell reaches level 4. He still hasn't chosen a spirit. Summoning situations are rare, so he plans to use the premium ticket he was given when he purchased the temporarily available premium avatar. He was promised that his strength of spirit would be at least 25,001. It's so cool that it's even worth shouting something. Spirit power is an indicator of the strength and rarity of a spirit, something that will be encountered in typical gacha games. The question is when he should use the ticket and summon the spirit. He worries that in Mobian, spirits were considered natural, but now that they are in the real world, he realized that even spirits have the ability to exercise will. If this is true, then another comrade will join the group in such unstable times. He does not really want a new member in the group. Sylvia, with Iko sleeping on her lap, says that she received a message from Yukari. She received their consent, but they have a condition. The protagonist asks if they need to prove their strength. Yukari agrees. She received an answer and a contract from the Merchant Guild, but it will be approved if they prove the strength of the group. A bald man comes in and introduces himself as the current master of the Merchants Guild. His name is Shinsei. He asks if he is second. He hopes that they will get along. The main character also hopes for this and shakes his hand. The master says that they are grateful, but the Merchant Guild is interested in results. With all due respect, they do not care how great the A-rank adventurers are. After all, you can declare anything you want. Iko notices that he has a scary face and hides behind the main character. The man says that he still has hope, so he would like them to prove their strength. They are going to conquer Proline as if it were easy. If they can do it, they will accept their offer. The protagonist understands that this threat would affect an ordinary person, but it does not make an impression on him. This is because he is confident that he can cope. If we talk about ranks, this muscular guy wouldn't even reach 10,000th place. He asks what it will take to prove his strength. Should he go conquer Proline right now? The protagonist thinks that he wants proof that he can explore Proline multiple times. They look at each other and then the man starts laughing. It was easier than he expected. He was exactly as Yukari described him. Sylvia realizes he was testing them. Yukari apologizes and says that it was necessary. The man gave Yukari the task. He felt it was necessary to find out if they were capable of ensuring a stable supply of ingots. The main character notices the frightened Iko and starts to get angry, shouting for the man to apologize to the girl. He apologizes twice. And then, a few moments later, they came to an agreement with the Merchants Guild. Maybe it seemed to him, but in reality, there was one problem left. The man says that they still need to prove their strength. If his judgment is correct, Second has reached a high level, but no one except Shin trusts him. Sylvia will use a magic bow, and Iko will deflect the attack with a shield to demonstrate her strength. The man asks what techniques Second uses. He says shooting, swordsmanship, sorcery, and witchcraft. Sylvia says that she can only use the element of fire, but Second can harness all the elements with his magic, which impresses the man. Yukari asks the master if he raised the level of sorcery. He raised it to level 4. The man is shocked by this. Iko gets scared again, and then the main character again swears at the man, who apologizes. He reports that they have found their solution. They are talking about summoning a spirit. Second realizes that he needs to demonstrate summoning a spirit in front of the crowd. The strongest force of the spirit is obsession. The highest rank is the summoner of the spirit. The most striking and spectacular is the moment of summoning. Especially the first call, and in Mobian each call of the spirit was accompanied by a unique scene. If such appearances are inherent in this world, none of the observers will have any complaints about the demonstration. The guy understands that people understand that the summoning of level 4 is very high. It is a good idea. With the help of the spirit ticket bonus, he can summon a spirit with a high initial spiritual power. He is sure that it will be a spectacular scene. The protagonist agrees and is going to develop their discussion in this direction. He never dreamed that their issue would be resolved this way. The atmosphere on the court was tense. Sylvia held her bow with the string drawn, and Iko readied her shield to deflect the blow. At some point, the arrow left the bow and flew towards the shield in a bright flash. But Iko was unwavering. She was fully focused on the incoming attack and was able to take the blow. The people watching this were stunned by what was happening. When the girl waved her hand at them from afar, enthusiastic cries were heard. One of the men with a serious face said that they could really clear the Proline, but the other one with a thoughtful face said that the fire bow and impenetrable shield could go there several times a day. At this point, the girls began to leave, and the host said that it was time for the last demonstration, namely the main character of Second. The guy confidently appeared before the crowd. Without saying a word, he raised his hand up. A premium ticket lit up in it, after which a magic circle in the shape of a pentagram lit up under the guy. Looking at him, people did not understand what was happening. One of the men exclaimed in surprise and pointed his finger at the sky, where gray clouds began to appear and lightning flashed. They started talking in shock about how the sky looked. They were surprised that he could control the weather. The main character stood and looked above himself. He thought that this was just a summoning scene. At that moment, he remembered something. People just continued to be amazed by what was happening. In Mobian Online, after each massive update, every first-player summoner receives spirits with spiritual power of at least 35,000 units, and they took a spirit of a certain type. In the past, the game that went through 29 major updates had 29 people playing who owned it. Of all the spirits, there is one powerful and rare one whose spiritual power was equal to 41,000. Shocked people continued to watch the sky, where at that moment something began to form. At some point, the giant cloud outlines turned into a human hand. It gradually formed, and you could see that it had a vague tattoo on it. Straight from the sky, this hand landed next to the protagonist with such force that cracks appeared on the ground. A strong wind blew towards the people, causing them to scream, but the protagonist only slightly narrowed his eyes. After that, the hand disappeared and threads began to form, which formed a ball. The main character was surprised by what was happening. A young man appeared before him and introduced himself as Manhua. He was the great master of all spirits, the owner of the four elements. The protagonist was puzzled and looked at the real front spirit, who was smiling calmly. After which he bowed his head and bent his knee, saying that he was waiting to meet with my lord second. People looked at the scene in horror, saying that the main character had summoned a demon. They began to run away in fear. The boy thought that they were right. Every cell in this boy was draining evil, and naturally, the ruler of evil bending his knee before him would cause such a reaction. He thought in panic about why he got this guy now of all people. The probability of getting a spirit with a spirit power of over 35,000 was 1 in 10. He would be satisfied with a spirit power of 35,000. He apologized to the spirit tensely. He told him that he would chat with him next time, but now he was letting him go. He also asked him to show up normally next time. The spirit asked if he was unhappy. After which he apologized, as he was delighted with his first summoning. After that, the protagonist said goodbye to him and returned him back without listening to him. He was constantly thinking about how he could explain everything that was happening to the people around him. Looking back, he saw that their negotiators had disappeared as if they had never been there. In the end, the merchant and blacksmith guilds had fled in panic, shouting words that they would never deal with him. The guy himself was stunned that he was able to summon him. The character Manhua, the great master of spirits, standing above all other spirits and controlling the four elements. In the end, the scene of his appearance was too unique. The guy apologized to the girls who were waiting for him, and they asked him not to worry. Second was number 1 in the world even in his past life. Manhua was a rather rare spirit that no one had ever owned before. For his goal of becoming the number 1 in the world, this could be a great opportunity, but due to some circumstances, he could not be truly happy. Yukari bowed her head and offered her sincere apologies. The protagonist, sitting in front of her on the bed, asked what she was apologizing for. He added that he was very much at fault. The girl replied that she had miscalculated. It was pointless for a simpleton like her to suggest such an idea to him, and that had led to her master now being tied up. The boy asked her again, puzzled. She replied that the master was extraordinary, persuading the guild to cooperate or gaining their trust, worrying about such things and making beautiful plans. None of that was necessary. She had learned a lesson from this situation. The protagonist asked her in surprise why she thought so. She replied that the owner was unusually carefree about this. He did not believe that any failure was truly a failure. But he denied it, saying that he thought it was a failure. One could even say that it was an epic failure. The girl disagreed with him. She added that after a real failure, human beings would not eat dinner on time, enjoy wine after a bath, and say goodbye to friends with a smile on their lips. The boy listened to her thoughtfully. Yukari was sure that the owner did not consider this incident a significant failure. On the other hand, in her opinion, he thought from the very beginning that losing or winning did not matter. Second thought that her words were meaningless at first, but they made sense in the end. After all, he was trying to save money to buy a house. Even if it was a failure, it didn't stop him from his goal of becoming the world's number 1. After these reflections, he realized that, indeed, as the girl had said, he did not consider what had happened a failure. He told the girl in amazement that it was amazing. It seemed she knew him better than he knew himself. In response, the girl exclaimed that it was not that. After that, she became calm again and apologized. She also added that she understood the owner well. But if she knew the owner a little better, she could come up with a better plan for this situation. He told her that she shouldn't worry about it. Although he didn't know her well, he could only rely on her in everything. The girl replied sadly that she had taken responsibility for it and that it was her failure, but the guy insisted that it was his fault. There was nothing she could do to prevent this incident and she has nothing to worry about. Only he made this decision. Moreover, he took full responsibility for it. The girl kept her head down and remained silent in response. The guy continued encouragingly that this time the plan had not worked as well as it should have. He was sure that next time everything would work out and suggested that she develop a new plan with him. The girl happily agreed with him. Raising his finger up, the guy said that he would count on her. The girl again agreed with him. She also added shyly that then she needs to know more about the owner. She wants to know everything about her owner. Her words left the protagonist speechless, and the girl began to approach him. Coming close to him, she invited him to be with her that night. She was embarrassed, and her cheeks turned red. Her face was already a few centimeters away from the main character, but at that moment, there was an unexpected knock on the door, which made the girl wary. She looked away, her face full of discontent, causing the protagonist to literally freeze with a distorted face. The door opened and an elderly man entered the room, apologizing for such a late visit. Looking at the guy, he asked if he was Mr. Second. The guy confirmed his words. He introduced himself as Major Domo Forrest, an employee of the lumberjack family. He was sent by a gentleman who wanted to talk to the main character. The guy did not understand the essence of what was happening. The girl said that this was a count's family who owned the trading city of Reincarnated. A personal visit from the housekeeper was a sign of respect. The guy understood what was happening. In his opinion, a majordomo is a butler. These complicated terms were hard for him to understand. But he still didn't understand why the count's majordomo had come to him so late. The girl added that she believed he wanted it to remain a secret. Yukari read him like an open book. The boy turned to the majordomo. He was curious about what the count wanted to talk to him about. He replied that the count had a proposal regarding the trade of mithril ingots. The protagonist asked what he meant. He thought that if the count wanted to talk to him despite his recent terrible failure, then he probably had some ulterior motive. The butler confirmed his words and added that the count wanted the boy to sell the ingots wholesale to his family at any cost. The guy grimaced thoughtfully. He found it suspicious, but at the same time, it was a very attractive offer. He noticed the girl who was looking at him with a serious face. He realized that she was eager to prove herself. She probably hopes that this time she will definitely succeed and that she will have a chance to make amends. He asked her if she was ready to take on this case. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl agreed with him and asked him to give it to her, after which she continued the conversation directly with the majordomo. After some small talk, she informed the gentleman that they would have to meet the count once. She asked him what the plan of action would be. The guy replied that he was fine with her deciding the action plan for this matter. She replied that she understood him and would try to make his schedule as soon as possible. She outlined a plan for the next few days, which included meetings with the count, dinners, and a meeting, as well as an agreement on the contract. The guy said that she was like a super express. He wondered if the count would agree to this. The old man bowed and said that in that case he would come for them tomorrow evening at the appointed time, after which the door closed and the boy and the girl were left alone in the room. The protagonist asked her what she thought about this, whether it could be a trap. The girl replied that she could not say for sure, but the probability of this was extremely low. She added that they immediately released and adjusted the schedule for them for 3 days. In addition, the count did not hesitate to send his majordomo to greet them. She believes that they want to make a deal at any cost. A majordomo is a servant of the highest rank. Therefore, from a diplomatic point of view, this is the most respectful greeting. The boy thought that this foreshadowed some trouble, but it was hardly a trap. However, Yukari seemed to be very busy. Second asked the girl if she was sure she wouldn't mind doing all this. She agreed with him and asked him to leave it all to her. She would organize everything in the best possible way. The guy said it sounded encouraging, but he was asking if it would be a burden to her. The girl didn't understand the meaning of his words. Looking at her calm face, the guy wondered what was on her mind right now. Was she confused or not? He said that in addition to blacksmithing, taking care of his personal belongings and being his personal secretary, she would have to handle the deal. He would probably have collapsed from exhaustion by now. The girl calmly replied that she wanted it herself and there was nothing wrong with that. Personally, she thought that striving to become number one in the world was many times more difficult. The guy asked if she really thought so. Blushing, the girl replied that unlike destroying others, this was beneficial. The guy smiled at her words. After which he seriously added that he would call him again tomorrow, so she needed to be ready. The girl wasn't very happy about it, and frankly, she wasn't at all sure that they would get along well, but the guy wasn't sure either. The Great Spirit King could be an extremely powerful weapon in his quest to become the number one in the world, but that's only if he can get along with him. The next day, the protagonist announced that he was going to summon him now. Iko and Sylvia stood next to him with their weapons at the ready. Yukari said that she didn't mind either, then she hid behind Iko's shield, and Sylvia screamed at her that it wasn't fair. Second decided to start the summoning. A circle formed under him and the King of Spirits began to appear. He was extremely unhappy with what was happening. He began to ask about what it meant. The looks of everyone in the room were extremely serious. The protagonist first thanked the spirit for appearing normally. The spirit replied that he had been asked to do so next time, so he had to fix himself. Second realized that the King of Spirits was much more simple-minded than he thought. Angelmois said with displeasure that he demanded an explanation as to why he had been sent back. Didn't the protagonist need his great power? The guy replied that it wasn't needed now, but sooner or later it would be needed. He replied irritably that he understood him, but that didn't answer his question. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, he asked if he was being too rude to him. Had he forgotten that he was the great King of Spirits? He was the supreme ruler of all spirits. Second was also dissatisfied with his words. He seriously asked him what the big deal was. After all, he was number one in the whole world. Angelmois responded enthusiastically that this meant that Second was such an outstanding person. He laughed and added that he was worthy of being the master of the ruler of all spirits. The protagonist, purely out of curiosity, asked whether the Spirit King was a boy or a girl, and also how old he was and what he wanted to be called. He replied that he was a great king of spirits and was devoid of such concepts as gender and age, but he could be considered either a guy or a girl and any age could be assigned to him. He could also call him whatever was most convenient. The protagonist was shocked to realize that the spirit didn't care about anything. He agreed with the spirit and said that he would call him Angelmois. He also added that he wanted to introduce his comrades to him. Angelmois was inspired by the idea of meeting the protagonist's comrades. The guy turned towards the hiding, frightened girls and introduced each of them in order. The spirit immediately realized that Sylvia was a master archer, Yukari was a master blacksmith, and Iko was a shield bearer. They truly had a well-balanced group. Alarmed, Second asked him how he knew everything. He replied that he himself did not understand. Something came to him from him. Second wondered if he was reading his knowledge in real time. Then he asked when his birthday was. The spirit replied that it was July 7th. The protagonist did not give up and told him to answer the question of who was the first emperor of Japan. The spirit definitely should not know this, but he, without thinking, said that it was Emperor Jimo. Thoughts about the knowledge of the spirit excited the boy. Angelmois laughed and asked him not to underestimate him because he was the great King of Spirits, the ruler of all spirits, and he added that he could not compete with Second. After that, he asked if he should call him Seven. The protagonist's face literally froze in amazement. The spirit asked him in confusion what was going on. The protagonist irritatedly mentally told him not to reveal information about him. He hoped that this would get through to the spirit. The spirit replied that he understood everything. Second, looking towards the girls, decided that they did not understand anything. He guessed that this strange feeling of unity was a system for such telepathic communication. He asked Angelmois to think of something too. He then mentally asked if Second could hear him. The guy answered happily that he heard him perfectly well. The spirit was inspired by this pleasant feeling. The protagonist completely agreed with him. He understood what was happening to them. The protagonist thought that this was a high-class thing. It significantly expanded his tactical capabilities. The telepathic communication system that does not exist in Mavian and the Great Spirit King desired by all players. They make a significant contribution to his path to becoming #1 in the world. Angelmoi has a feature that surpasses all spirits. The element of lightning inherent only to the great, controlling all 4 elements, the king of spirits. In Mavian, it was called unlimited. He can use elemental attacks that go beyond the absolute system of interaction between the elements: fire, earth, air, water, fire. It has no counter element, so it can be called a cheat. Also, thanks to the sense of unity, the protagonist knows how to use lightning element magic. As soon as he tried to look at his own magic skill table, he mastered all the lightning element forms from the 1st to the 5th of the 16th grade. Suddenly, he saw something he didn't even know about. As far as he knew, there were no players in the game who had lightning element in their magic skill. He excitedly told the spirit that he had learned an amazing thing. The spirit replied that it was not surprising. It seemed that they had good compatibility. The guy thought about his words. He thought that this problem clearly could not be closed with such a banal explanation, but he had no ideas at all, so he just decided to be happy. He laughingly told the spirit that he thought they would get along very well. The spirit also laughingly agreed with him completely. The girls watched the 2 laughing men with confusion. They were wondering what they were doing. Yukari said that it was probably some kind of telepathic communication. Sylvia was surprised by this because she didn't know that spirit casters had such an ability. Yukari wondered what it could be. Perhaps it was due to the Great Spirit King, or perhaps it was the master's unique ability. The girls' faces became extremely serious. Sylvia decided that it was both. At that moment, Iko looked out from under the shield and asked with frightened eyes if the King of Spirits had already disappeared. Sylvia pointed towards the 2 men and said that they were still there, to which the girl began to howl with tears. After a while, Sylvia was greatly shocked by the words about the Count's family. Second said that their majordomo had come the night before. He asked if she had ever heard of them. She replied that nothing at all, although wasn't this the same famous feudal lord known as the Lumberjack Count? The guy wondered what kind of stupid nickname that was. Yukari said that the trading town was originally a thriving forestry town. It is believed that the family's acumen contributed greatly to the town's development. The boy frowned and thought that everything was clear to him. In that case, this nickname really suited him. Sylvia added that this was not all. Their fighting skills had been renowned for generations, no less than their acumen in forestry. Rumor has it that the current head of the family is a very capable man. He is intelligent and well-developed physically at the same time. In addition to this, she heard that his son and daughter were extremely skilled adventurers. Second was amazed that the Count's children could work as adventurers. He realized that their family was quite free. Yukari noticed that the Count's son seemed to be an outstanding swordsman who was no worse than the first Principal Klaus. But his younger sister... At that moment, she hesitated, and the protagonist rushed her with a question about what was wrong with her. Looking away and putting her hand to her face, she replied that she seemed to have been called a genius spirit caster. Second asked her again. Yukari answered that she was a powerful spirit caster and a genius who had become an A-rank adventurer at the age of 16. The guy thought that he was already in anticipation of the 16-year-old genius spirit caster with a smug face, just because she had reached a rank. At this point, Sylvia thought about age and asked Yukari how old she was. She calmly replied that she was 19 years old and also asked a counter question. Sylvia said that she was 17, and Iko said that she was 16. This made Yukari nervous. Her face darkened at this knowledge. The girls began to tell her that she was the eldest and call her big sister. Embarrassed, she replied that by dark elf standards she was not yet an adult. Her age was approximately 16 years. Second wondered what kind of standards the dark elves had. He realized that naturally everyone had forgotten about him. He even felt lonely. He wondered if he should summon a spirit as a companion. After that, the spirit appeared before him again, wondering why he was brought back again. The protagonist apologized and said that Iko was just scared, but now he needed someone to talk to. He was amazed that Second had summoned the Great Spirit King for this, but he didn't mind. The protagonist apologized again. Angelmois decided to tell him the story of how he had destroyed the great spirit of the land, Namo. The protagonist asked him again, and the spirit continued that it had happened deep in the night. He had rebelled against him, planning to take his place as ruler by crushing him. Second thought that if such conflicts also occur in the spirit world, then something like this is inevitable. Meanwhile, the spirit sitting on the bed puffed and told him that not only had he stained his favorite pajamas with earth, but he had also left a crack in his favorite mug, and that was unforgivable. He shouted that he should be ashamed for attacking him in his sleep, but he ignored it and attacked him without a twinge of conscience. Enraged, the spirit instantly turned Namo into embers with a deadly bolt of lightning. The protagonist looked at the boy with distrust. Angelmois added that he shouldn't worry, his daughter had taken the place of the next great spirit of the earth. At that moment there was a knock at the door. The majordomo had arrived and announced that the count was waiting for them at the nearest establishment. The protagonist realized that it was time for the spirit to return. After some time, they were at a table with a variety of dishes on it. The count laughed and wished everyone a bon appetit. At the table at that time were the man himself, the main character, Yukari, Sylvia, and Iko. The majordomo stood at a distance. Second thought about the count. He was an outstanding man who was an experienced merchant and a brave veteran warrior. He had a clear mind and a seasoned body. And he doesn't act arrogant with him. This is a real trick. The guy was wondering if the count really wanted the alloys so much that he treated them to obvious surpluses. The count asked them how they liked it. In front of them was vegetable soup with mushrooms picked in riniato. The children simply adore it. He added that he heard that all the members of the A-ranked first team were teenagers. His daughter was 16 now. She was a bit stubborn, so he hoped that they would get along well at the banquet tomorrow. After the meal, the men shook hands and said goodbye. Second thought that this was perfect. He had simply humiliated himself. He had everything: position, glory, power, and pride. So why did he have to humiliate himself like that? The count smiled and, spreading his arms out to the sides, asked if there was anything else he could do to help. The guy asked the count seriously why he attached such great importance to this deal. The man's gaze became more serious. He replied that his credo was, "Fighters are strong and serve the country when its people prosper. The production of weapons and armor using mithril alloys will increase the state's power many times over. Because they will be strong, light, and last a long time. And they must do this in his Riniato, the trading center of the Kingdom of Castle." The guy asked if it was really for the good of the country. He disagreed and added that it was for the country, the fighters, and the people. All three of these elements had to be in harmony in his business. Second thought, he was well aware of the difference between the people and the fighters. In this case, by fighters he meant not only soldiers in the service of the kingdom, but rather those who fight, including all sorts of adventurers. The count understands very well how this world works and the difference between the strong and the weak. Therefore, he will not fool around with him under any circumstances. It seems that betting on this deal will be the right decision. The boy said that he would look forward to their meeting tomorrow. The count confirmed this and added that he would be expecting them in his domain tomorrow. The next day, the carriage moved through the fields. Sylvia and Iko slept peacefully inside. Second and Yukari watched the scenery outside the window. Looking at the girl, the guy asked her how she planned to conclude the deal. She replied that she thought that long-term wholesale trade would not meet his needs. Therefore, it would be most reasonable to conclude short-term contracts. For example, to sell wholesale alloys for $1 billion within a few months. The guy started doing calculations, saying that in Proline you can collect about that much mithril in a week. How long will it take them to earn 30 billion if they make 5 visits a day? The girl took the piece of paper from him and asked him to wait for her for some time. According to her calculations, it would take about 20 days. It came out to about 10 billion in 1 week, and in a day it would be something like 1,400 million. It was amazing. It was impossible to believe that mithril was so highly valued in the world. Although if you think soberly, there is nothing surprising about this. The chance of mithril dropping from a regular one is 6.25%, and this is about 1/20th of the amount of its drop from a mithril golem. The rarity of the material is natural. The guy said it was weird, but the girl told him that they would be weird if they did it 5 times a day. The guy just laughed at her words. He added that it was worth considering the possibilities. For a 30 billion deal, 2 or 3 times a month should be just right. The incomes given assume 5 trips a day without rest. They must leave room for rest 2 days a week and sometimes finish after the 3rd trip to laze around in the afternoon. They decided to stick to this course. After some time, the girl called out to the sleeping gentleman. At that moment, their carriage entered a city with a large number of low-rise buildings. Once in the trading city, they saw a large number of different stalls and people making purchases. A little later, they reached the count's mansion. They were led into a large office where a large number of people had gathered at a long table. The protagonist realized that the meeting was beginning. Sylvia began to tell them the offer. The guy thought that despite all this, he would leave everything to Yukari, and he himself was going to constantly nod and, in recognition of what was happening, make a mooing sound as if he completely understood what was happening. His face literally turned to stone because he really didn't understand anything that was happening here. Men were approaching him, saying that this was a truly successful meeting and they wanted everything to go smoothly. They consider it an honor to be there. They were interested in whether the contract suited them. The protagonist gratefully agreed. After that, he asked Yukari what she thought about this, to which the girl replied that everything was as they planned. The guy thought about the fact that, in essence, it turns out that they will provide 30 billion bars in 2 months. At the end of the meeting, Second patted the girl on the head and thanked her, saying that she had been wonderful. The girl, with flushed cheeks, replied sheepishly that the contract had not yet been concluded. She added that after a short break they would attend a banquet with the count's family and other nobles. The boy thought contentedly of the kind-hearted girl. Later, a large number of people in evening attire gathered at the banquet. They were happily discussing the various groups and laughing. The protagonist thought that he should leave there. He wondered how everyone else was doing. Sylvia was talking to a girl who knew her father. She was telling Sylvia that her father had helped her once. But on the other hand, Yukari seems to be having a difficult discussion with several middle-aged elites. She impatiently told them that she would steal new know-how. As already at this time she was surrounded by maids who fed her with tasty treats and were touched by her appearance. The main character at this time was alone in the middle of the banquet hall. He felt out of place there and wondered what he should do. Then he decided that he should join in. Suddenly he was called out from behind. A girl with an angry face stood in front of him. She introduced herself as Sherry Limberjack. The guy immediately realized that this was the girl who was the count's daughter. She smugly told him that she had done him the honor of talking, so he should be grateful to her. The guy simply agreed with her. After which she angrily added that he shouldn't rush things, to which the guy replied that he wasn't even trying. She became even more indignant. She told him angrily that he was annoying her. She did not understand what kind of attitude this was. Second did not know what to answer her. She turned around abruptly and ordered him to follow her. However, the guy did not follow her. He just remained standing in the same place. However, after 1 minute, the girl returned back. Blushing, she grabbed his hand and told him to follow her right away. The protagonist chuckled and thought that she had just been talking to herself without realizing it. Together, they went out onto the balcony of the mansion and stood opposite each other. The girl asked him if he was a spirit summoner. Well, the guy calmly answered that she was mistaken. The girl was shocked by his words. She fell silent and began to look at him questioningly. The guy realized that she was puzzled. He must have overdone it. He added that he was using spirits. This angered her again as she realized that he was a spirit summoner. Pointing her finger at him, she said that now was the best time to warn him. He shouldn't even think about pushing his luck just because her father had taken him out of sympathy. However, the guy replied that he didn't feel anything. She asked him if he could hear his own voice since he should show more respect to an A-rank adventurer. The guy said that he did exactly that. Then she chuckled and asked if the 4 of them were A-rank. The guy didn't know what to say to her. His face froze without any emotions. He thought to himself that no one would be able to work with her in principle. The girl literally boiled with rage, asking what this cold look was. The guy told her that if she had problems, why didn't she just discuss them with him? But she didn't want to listen to him and hit him back. Second was outraged by her actions, but she proudly replied that it was because he did not know his place. Therefore, he got what he deserved. The guy literally grimaced with rage, not understanding what she wanted from him. He indignantly asked why she had called him. She pointed her finger at him again and said that she had to, that she just wanted to show him the difference in status. The protagonist did not understand her words and she simply repeated them again. The guy thought he was looking forward to it and asked her how she wanted to show him this difference in status. With a laugh, the girl answered that he would soon find out about it. Turning around, she asked how long his endurance would last. After that, a summoning circle formed between them and her spirit appeared. The spirit's name was Tara. She asked why she had been called. Sherry ordered her to show the boy who she was. The girl agreed with her. Tara said that she was a great spirit of the earth. The boy shook her hand and thanked her for her kindness, introducing himself in return. They were glad to meet each other. Sherry was extremely angry. She ordered her to stop being nice as she wanted her to just say her name. The spirit apologized in response. The protagonist thought that the spirit of the earth is quite rare. He thought the spirit's number was equal to 32,000. He realized that the difference in their status becomes clearer. Sherry was outraged by his laughter and demanded to call his spirit. She also added that calling him after the great spirit of the earth would be very funny. The main character thought that it would be really funny and said that if she insisted, then there was nothing to talk about. At that moment, Sylvia ran onto the balcony and said that something bad had happened to Iko. Without thinking, he ran after her. Sherry tried to stop him. In the room, the doctor said that the girl had eaten too much. With proper care, she would soon come to her senses. Iko said sadly that she thought it would be a big omission to leave it uneaten. The guy wondered if it was really that tasty or if this was just cat behavior. In any case, he realized that he would have to watch her diet. He didn't want her to become a fat cat. If she became fat, it would affect her role. The next morning during the final meeting, according to Yukari, it was decided that they should supply the existing stock of mithril ingots of 30 billion or more. The guy didn't understand all the details, but his part in this deal was crystal clear. He had to actively explore the dungeon and earn experience points. They finally signed the contract and shook hands. The Count smiled and said he was looking forward to the day they would see each other again. The butler asked if it would be okay if they took them to the city of bad gold. The boy was perfectly happy with that. Suddenly, the protagonist had a feeling that he had forgotten something. Yukari called him, not understanding. He decided that it was unimportant and it was time to go. At that moment, he was asked to stop. Sherry came running to them and said that she wanted to join them. Second and Yukari looked at her suspiciously. Throughout the journey, the protagonist and Sherry talked incessantly. Whenever he tried to act stupid or embarrassing, Sherry would intervene and fight him. From the outside, it looked like a comedy duo, where everything revolved around the funny person and the straightforward man. The guy realized that overall, this girl always seemed happy, regardless of her complaints. He decided to ask her what made her go with them. She thought about it at first and then said that it was a competition between her and Second. She wanted to know who was the best at summoning spirits. The guy asked her how she wanted to test it. She asked indignantly why they would do it that way. They were spirit summoners, so obviously they would be measuring their summoning skills. The guy thought about it because, strictly speaking, he was not a spirit summoner. So he decided to ask her how they would do it. She thought about it, and Second realized that she was making it up as she went along. She said that it wasn't quite right, there were too many ways, so she was choosing which one to use. Suddenly, she became inspired and said that she had an idea. She proposed a competition based on points for contributions to the Adventurers Guild. Based on her words, the guy realized that she had made it up, but the girl denied it. He asked her how such a competition was related to summoning skills. She replied that since they were spirit summoners, they earned points using summoning skills. Hearing her sigh, the boy thought that she was doing it with an expression as if everything would be so easy. He could contribute even without using the summoning skill. The boy decided to check how long this competition would last. Sherry thought about it again, then she said that it would only be for one day. At dawn the next day it would begin. The winner would be the one who got the most points for the contribution. Second simply decided to agree with her. In town, Sherry has taken a room next to the protagonist's room. Apparently, she will also join them for dinner, which will create the most annoying situation in the world. All the people around her recognized her as a spirit summoner. They admired her, which made the girl turn her nose up. The guy said it was sudden. It turns out she was an amazing person. Sherry hit him back and told him he shouldn't say that. The boy realized that with her hands and words she had become a truly outstanding child of a straightforward person. However, he gradually began to get used to her. Moreover, he actually becomes a little happier when she interferes. Sylvia was too serious, Yukari didn't care, and Iko was too cute. He didn't expect any good comedy breaks from them, so in a way, she might be the one to bridge that gap. Later in the rooms, lying on the bed, the protagonist remembered and used the summoning. However, the spirit, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, was very irritated. He stared at the protagonist. He apologized and said that he was tired because of a lot of things. The spirit brought his face even closer. He asked if he was going to tell about them. After he learned everything, the Spirit King became interested in Tara, whom he had met earlier. Second said that she made a pleasant impression. The spirit replied that perhaps she was, but that she was not so easy to understand. The protagonist remembered that the spirit had dealt with her father. He wondered if everything would be okay if they met. Angelmois laughed and asked him not to worry about it because everything would be fine. Moreover, she was happy that she could become a great spirit. Second did not believe his words. He thought that Tara might be an unexpectedly cold spirit. Just in case, he asked again whether it would be scary if they suddenly met. He confirmed and added that he could scare this Sherry at the same time. The protagonist said that if he wanted, they could go right now. They were in the next room. At that moment, something caught Angelmois' attention. Second asked him what had happened. The spirit asked if the neighboring room he had mentioned was to the left of them. The protagonist confirmed it. The spirit replied that he did not sense anyone in the room on the left. Second wondered where they could have gone so late at night and why they were not in the room. He realized that something was slipping away from him. Sherry said that there would be a competition based on points, and it would start the next day. They wondered why not tomorrow. What was the point of such a random contest that seemed like she had just made it up? He had many questions about why Sherry had confronted him and why she had followed them. He did not understand why she wanted this competition. The spirit told him it was envy. The boy thought he couldn't deny it. Sherry really was jealous of him. And most likely, as a fellow summoner trying to figure out a way to get rid of this envy, she began to travel with them. It turns out that she wants to solve his powers or something like that. Suddenly, he realized that she was extremely annoying, and she was too careless. If that was the case, she would be destroyed. He ran to the exit, saying how tired he was. The spirit told him that despite his complaints, it was noble of him to rush to her aid. Sherry thought that she wanted to conquer the dungeon, and then they would only have to acknowledge her. They would have to appreciate her merits. Everyone would look only at her and no one would abandon her. All the admirers surrounding Second will be hers. She will never be alone again. She will change and use her envy as a stepping stone to rise above herself. She turned to her spirit, asking her if she could not offer to be her companion, that she would do so in her place. Second rode his horse and thought that Sherry had fought regular golems in her life. He should slap her and go back. The trouble would start if she got to the boss. The boss of the dungeon is known for always destroying on the first encounter, and this golem is much larger than the others. Usually, everyone thinks that this is just another golem that is invulnerable to physical attacks. This is a common misconception. Using physical attacks against a golem is naturally difficult, and the best strategy would be to use enchantments, but this is different. Physical and arcane attacks are not particularly effective against him. Players who encounter him without the necessary knowledge will attack him with simple spells, but this is ineffective. The golem then turns towards the player who caught its attention while the player is exhausted and unable to move after using the spell. Those doomed to await their fate are crushed without giving them a chance to make contact. If they start the fight with a spell, then destruction is almost guaranteed for them. It's very easy to deal with this. You need to develop skills that deal physical damage to the required level. He knew that Sherry probably had no chance of dealing high-level physical attacks. Even if she could defeat a normal golem, she wouldn't be able to crush the boss. They reached the dungeon. The Spirit King said he would show them the way. He felt the presence of another spirit, which meant that Sherry was still okay. Second moved forward, taking apart everything in his path. He tried to avoid aggression as much as possible and tried to engage in combat as little as possible. Either way, he ran as fast as he could. Sherry had been alone since she was a child. She knew the reason. She hurt people and no one wanted to be acquainted with the heiress of the count. It was inevitable. After all, her character had never been such that she could bring herself to change it or even admit that it was possible. But honestly, she was lonely. She decided to study the art of summoning spirits precisely because of the feeling of guilt. Tara was her only good friend and an entity that would never abandon her. She used this spirit to get rid of her loneliness. She laughed and said that she was an amazing spirit summoner. After all, she was the heir of the count and she had a beautiful figure and face, and she was also a seeker of switching. She had always survived on her own until today. That's why she never felt this pleasant feeling. Talking to someone who could accept her harsh nature brought her pleasure. Isn't it wonderful to want to be a friend to a person? He is the first companion she has encountered in her 16 years of life. Sherry realized that she will definitely not give up. She will make him speechless and make him acknowledge her. At that moment, she attacked the golems, directing her spirit. Powerful attacks flew towards the monsters. Sherry suggested hurrying when suddenly a huge pile of mountain stones appeared in front of them. The spirit screamed at her mistress to retreat. The shocked girl looked back towards the rocks. At that moment, the giant dungeon boss rose up in front of them. He froze, looking at them. Tara said that they couldn't defeat him. Realizing what was coming, Sherry ordered an attack. Tara tried to convince her otherwise. The girl commanded the spirit to prepare to use the fifth form. This was her most powerful spell, which she had recently learned. It was also her most powerful attack, which she could currently perform. She commanded to attack. Giant boulders began to fall on the golem from above, causing its shell to crumble into smaller stones. Sherry thought they had done it. She thought about how they had defeated the boss and conquered the dungeon before Second did. However, when the field cloud dissipated, she froze. In fear, she realized that he was completely unharmed. Tara was already exhausted from the spell, meaning she was completely defenseless. The boss dealt a powerful blow. The girl's face froze in pain. She flew into the nearest rock and crashed into it with a roar. The spirit tried to bring her mistress to her senses. Sherry sank to the ground and thought about how many seconds had passed and why she had come here in the first place. Everything began to blur before her eyes. Tara looked at the boss in horror. Sherry realized that the spirit was trying to protect her. She couldn't say it for sure, but she hoped that Tara heard her gratitude. The girl was grateful that she was with such a stupid, lonely, and hopeless person like her. At that moment, her eyes widened. She saw Second stop the boss's blow. He kept hitting him over and over again, causing the boss to take damage. He literally flew around him without stopping. Watching his attacks, Sherry realized that this was the fortress of a master swordsman. She saw it performed by her elder brother, who was a first-class swordsman. Second was too strong. He has a truly extraordinary power. He was on another level. He crushed that massive golem. And he claims to be an A-rank adventurer like her. She thought all her titles sounded stupid. The spirit happily said that they would be okay now that they were saved. Sherry thought about how she couldn't even bring her back. She apologized to her spirit again. As she lost consciousness, she thought that she just wanted to do something. Maybe she should have gone there alone. She kept berating herself. The protagonist distributed all the experience points he got from monsters into spirit possession. He raised it to level 11, which expanded its capabilities. The spirit lord said the girl was in danger. Second realized that things were very bad. He said he was going to use possession. After the spirit agreed with him, a whirlwind arose between them and they united into one person. The protagonist was delighted with what was happening. Spirit possession lasted for 120 seconds at class 11. However, after recharging, it can be used again. It increases its characteristics by 2.5 times. Ahead, he saw a giant golem trying to attack the girls. He managed to run up and stop the powerful fist with his sword. From this collision, the giant's hand began to crumble. As long as one has enough physical attack power and the enemy follows relatively predictable patterns, such as these, are easy to defeat. However, one must gradually get used to it. Sadly, people of this world lose their lives before they get used to it. Second stood on the defeated monster. He exhaled and released the spell. It was a stunningly amazing feeling for him. He thought it would become a habit. At that moment, Tara called out to him, congratulating him on his victory. Second began to scold the girl. If he had not intervened, they would have been destroyed. The spirit only bowed her head. The guy remembered that he needed to give Sherry a potion. Looking at the girl's face, the guy realized that everything would be fine with her. She said that Cherie was a good person deep down. Second replied that he knew she was a good person, she just had a slightly different character from the others. She was limited, stupid, and lonely. The spirit agreed with him and added that she had no friends except her since childhood. The guy noted that he understood it that way. The girl added that she believed that Cherie had taken a liking to him, but she is not sure how to deal with it since birth. The protagonist asked her why she only said this now. Did she really do all this just to get his attention? Tara confirmed his words and said that her parents understood it at first, but she believes that there are many reasons involved. At this point, Second could not stand it any longer and shouted at her to watch her more closely. She replied with a smile that she was a spirit and could not contradict her mistress. She hugged Cherie, apologized, and asked not to scold this child. The guy thought that she was annoying him. Scratching his head, he said that he was not scolding her. He decided that it was a big problem, but suddenly the thought came to him that he could use the Great Spirit Master, after which he summoned him, which greatly shocked Tara. Standing in front of the spirit girl, Angelmois asked her threateningly why she was still standing. He then pointed his hand at her, causing the girl's legs to buckle. Her face was covered with sweat. She bowed low before Angelmois. Second asked him not to do that, but the spirit did not understand what he had done wrong and apologized. Suddenly Tara felt relief and was able to straighten her back. Second asked his spirit to read his thoughts. It thought for a while and said that it would answer his request. He began to explain to the girl that spirits gradually become one with their owners. The higher their compatibility, the longer they live. The dwarf's daughter was controlled by this girl. He didn't understand what emotions she was feeling, but not being able to obey sounded like an excuse. She must never let her mistress get to the edge because she was no longer a competent great spirit. Second wondered if becoming one could possibly make her submit to her mistress. The spirit replied that the masters cannot have unilateral control. To be united means to reach mutual understanding with each other. Numidia is too close to her master. Second thought that sounded a little pathetic. He thought that when you find a lonely child who has no friends, you want to be there for him and for him. Angelmois asked if his master was angry with the girl. He replied that his compassionate side had taken over after hearing the story. The spirit laughed and said that then he would justify her. Second asked if he was sure of his actions. He replied that he was simply exaggerating. He had no interest in a relationship with the owner of some random spirit. He was simply picking on her for fun. The protagonist thought that this guy had a really bad character and he didn't understand when it started. He decided that it was time for them to head back, and then he picked up Cherie on his shoulder. Suddenly he felt that the girl's clothes were wet. His face was confused from the realization of what was happening. He woke up Sylvia via group chat to help him at the base. He asked her to prepare a change of clothes and boil water. Soon, Cherie woke up. Sitting on her bed, she tried to understand what had happened to her. At this time, Tara ran up to her with hugs, pleased that she had come to her senses. Cherie apologized to her for everything, but she asked her not to apologize. She should have talked her out of it earlier. But the summoner denied her guilt. She said that there was nothing shameful for her in this. It was all because she had run away carelessly of her own free will. She replied that she knew that Second liked her mistress. Blushing, Cherie said she must be joking. She couldn't possibly like him. Spirit replied that her face was the clearest proof of that. But Cherie kept insisting that it was impossible. So Tara began to ask her why she was so careless and decided to go to this city with him. She added that this is what she calls liking. Cherie doubted her words because she wanted him to acknowledge her and look at her. She wants to talk to him as much as possible. Could this really be all a manifestation of sympathy for him? Tara added that she should have pointed this out much earlier, and then the mistress would not have been on the edge and would not have gone through such humiliation. Not understanding, the girl asked her again. The spirit explained that when the mistress fell with a nosebleed, Second saved her, then gave her a potion and carried her on his back. The girl thought that she needed to pay him somehow. Cherie thought about the nosebleed and decided that was what was humiliating. At that moment, she noticed that she was wearing different clothes. Then Tara decided to explain what an embarrassment had happened to her. The summoner asked her again, however the spirit repeated it again with a smile. Cherie blushed very much and began to curse with tears in her eyes. The city was already in a bustle. An unexpected knock on the door woke the protagonist. He got up, opened the door, and asked in a not displeased voice what they needed. Sherry stood outside the door, extremely embarrassed, holding a note in her hands. After handing it to him, she quickly left, thanking him and saying that they would see each other later. Tara bowed to him and said that they would never forget his favor. She also asked him to convey her words to the great ruler. Watching them go, the boy did not understand what was happening to them. The letter had 3 topics: apology, gratitude, and reunion. All of them were described in great detail, but the guy just decided to go to bed. Later, the guy said with a serious face that it was time to hold a strategy meeting. Ichii was very happy about this event. They all sat together at the table, waiting for food. Second thought about the fact that Sherry eventually returned to her place. They were informed about this by the owner of the tavern, who handed over the package that Sherry left for him. It was a bag filled with gold coins, probably payment for help. There were almost 2 million gold inside. She is a surprisingly honest person. The protagonist said that he would first let Sylvia in on their plan. The girl replied that she was listening attentively. Sylvia, who had grown up unexpectedly later, was highly motivated in her training. Second said that her goal is to raise all skills to the 9th stage and learn multiple and variable attack for magic shooting. These are 2 offensive skills that will strengthen her. And finally, if you have some free time, she should take the advanced rook and bishop shooting. The girl thought for a moment and asked, didn't Second call the advanced rook and bishop useless? He replied that it was because these skills were hard to use. Not only did they require a lot of sacrifice, they also required a ton of experience. If used sparingly, they were useless. However, this was strictly at the beginning of her training. Professionals must know them and they must be effective. More importantly, besides getting the title, all her skills must be level 9. This means that the most important requirements will be an advanced bishop and rook. At first, the girl thought about getting the title and then her face distorted with shock. She did not understand who needed to get it. The main character confirmed once again that she needed it. The ultimate goal is to obtain the title of demon-slaying archer. The girl repeated his words. The boy thought about how he originally wanted to take it for himself but decided against it. Afterwards, he turned his attention to Ichii with a smile and decided to tell her what to do next. First of all, she must obtain the advanced shield master rook. Once she obtains it, they will instantly rise to the 1st stage. Afterwards, if she has free time, she should acquire the remaining skills of the shield master. Her goal will be the title. The girl happily accepted his task. He replied that he didn't quite understand her but decided to consider it accepted. Then he turned his attention to Yukari, who instantly appeared behind him. Second sweated as she came too close. He said that she would continue to follow the path of blacksmithing until she reached the 9th stage, and then she would receive the gift and also raise it to the 9th stage. She asked what talent he meant. He explained that it was a skill that imbued equipment with a special effect. If she raised it to the 9th rank, it would be insanely good. The girl's eyes literally lit up from these words. She happily agreed to accept this task. After which she asked what her master planned to do. Second replied that he would first take the advanced rook and bishop of the sword master, and secondly, he would raise the obsession to the highest level. Thirdly, he will learn transformation, and what he has as his 4th point he decided not to tell yet. And fifthly, he will extract the 4th form, and sixthly, he will receive the titles of Master Swordsman, Sorcerer, and also in the field of the art of summoning spirits. Sylvia responded with fear that he was planning too much. Ichii didn't understand what transformation meant, and Yukari said that it was very frightening how concrete his vision seemed. Second was going to acquire a transformation skill similar to spirit possession. It allows you to radically increase your stats temporarily. Learn it, and its preparations for achieving a specific goal will be completed. He added that they were getting experience anyway, and also getting rich in mithril along the way. They would be going back and forth between the dungeon and the tavern for the next 2 months or so he would expect them to do their part. Ichii shouted encouragingly that they should all try together. The others looked at her with smiles, and even on the street their agreement could be heard. In the distance, around the corner of the house, Sherry stood watching them with a flushed face. She asked her spirit if Second had read her letter yet. Tara told the girl that someone was coming towards them. The guy approached and asked if she was Sherry. The girl replied that it was very rude to sneak up on her like that and asked who he was. He apologized and replied that he was a big fan of hers. His name was Serum. He was 19 years old and a C-rank adventurer who was still practicing summoning spirits. The girl replied that he irritated her and that she was not interested in him at all and, in general, couldn't you see that she was busy right now? But he replied with a smile that he had always dreamed of seeing the great spirit of the earth up close. He said that she was magnificent, and if you compare her with a nymph, then her aura was on a completely different level. At that moment, a wind spirit appeared nearby and apologized for being a spirit without an aura. She introduced herself as a nymph, a wind spirit. It was an honor to meet Namidia. She replied that she was also glad to meet her. And then she added that earlier in the night she had met a great lord. The nymph was amazed by these words. Serum, delighted, asked again if she really meant that very lord of spirits. Tara confirmed his words and added that he was a truly terrifying person. The guy asked her where he could find him. Tara pointed towards Second and said that he was his servant. Sherry asked her in shock why she didn't tell her. She couldn't believe that he had such an incomprehensible spirit that served him. She immediately remembered her recent words. To which the spirit replied that she had forgotten and asked for forgiveness for it. Shire exclaimed that she should not have forgotten something. This was a very important detail. She thought about how she would never be able to compete with him in her life. She asked Tara where the long-haired guy had gone. The girl pointed out that he had gone towards the main character. Sherry said that they needed to catch up with them urgently. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at the man who approached him with incomprehension. He introduced himself as the summoner of the Serum spirits and added that Sherry told him about him. Second did not understand what was happening to this guy. The nymph also introduced herself to him, asking if he was the master of the Great Lord. The reason she, an insignificant spirit of the wind, was here now was because she was sending him her greetings. Second thought that she was expressing herself very strangely. The protagonist was more than sure that the nymph's spirit power was equal to 17,000. He asked if they had any business with him. Serum replied that he would very much like to see the Great Lord of the Spirit. Second thought discontentedly that he hated guys who thought that they would live carefree if they buttered up another person. Suddenly he received a message in the group chat from Yukari, who said that this guy knew about the assassination attempt and asked him to be more vigilant. He looked at the guy and thought that she must be joking with him. Gray ingratiatingly asked again whether there was something wrong with his request. Second thought that perhaps this was a technique used in assassination, which consisted of establishing contact under the guise of an ordinary person. If that's the case, what's the guy's motive and what benefits does he get from being called up? The protagonist asked him why he wanted to see him. It was typical of the protagonist to ask if he didn't know something. He said that the great spirit of the land claimed to be a fearsome figure who stood at the pinnacle of the spirit world. To gain an audience at any cost was the desire of every spirit summoner. Second thought that was an acceptable answer. If he is really a real spirit summoner, suddenly the protagonist had a good idea. He said that he would show it, then he summoned Angelmoi. The protagonist mentally gave the order to the spirit to make them fall down. It agreed with him and used its power. Serum was literally pressed to the ground. He did not understand what was happening. Looking at them from above, the protagonist thought that the spirit had done the same to Tara. If this technique that made people crawl could be used in combat, it would be impossible to defeat them. Angelmoi informed him that this was a special privilege of the Great Lord of Spirits' shining dominance. However, it works on timid spirits and their masters, so its use is limited. The boy realized that the spirit was using him to make scared people bow down and then making them even more scared. It was just monstrous. Trembling, the nymph said that it was an honor for her to see the greatest ruler himself. The protagonist thought that they looked pathetic now. Perhaps they should lift her head. Angelmoi immediately ordered us to look at him. Second thought again that this feeling of unity was magnificent. At that moment, Serum turned to the Lord of Spirits. Angelmoi told Second that this man was strange. He wanted to investigate it with the help of the nymph. He asked for a minute. Yukari added that the man was waiting for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, lightning struck the nymphs. The spirit lord ordered the boy not to move. Angelmoi reported that this man is a spy from the so-called empire. It seems that he is sniffing around in the adventurers area of the Kingdom of Castal. In the game, the Empire was a famous country for its belligerence. They gave the impression of a powerful country with a penchant for aggressive warriors. Second is confident that they will eventually come to war with the Kingdom of Castal. A spy from such a country attracted his attention. Perhaps he was simply observing or trying to recruit him. Second didn't know for sure, but it didn't seem like the real reason. He asked the spirit to raise his head. The man was crying and asking what he had done to offend them. The protagonist thought that if this was a game, then the situation was serious. Maybe he was just a dog of the Empire, he was still a first-class agent. The main character didn't care about the Empire. They seize power over neighboring countries with face-to-face battles, and the sudden rise of their powerful nation is somehow connected to the #1 place in the world. The protagonist decided that he would just do something that he would always remember, the name of the person who would eventually become #1, and then he would send him on his way. He told Serum with an angry face that he had done a good job. In order to investigate the potential enemy Empire of Marbel, Serum infiltrated Castle in that kingdom. It is extremely fortunate that he was able to investigate Sherry's spirit so closely. She will cause problems. It would be nice to count on her in the coming war, but there is someone else he is counting on. He didn't think that he actually existed. He wasn't the only one who noticed that there was a spirit world ruler in this potential enemy country, so he couldn't leave it as it was. He couldn't let go of this opportunity. However, he was exposed. He thought anxiously that this man might have known everything from the very beginning, but he didn't understand how he could have known it. Maybe the great spirit lord had done something. But he didn't even say a word to his master. He couldn't understand how he had given himself away, because there was not a single factor that would expose him as a spy for the Empire. Perhaps he could read his mind. He realized that here he had lost in his own arena. This man was superior to him in every way possible. He realized that this was the end of his struggle and that here he would meet his destiny. Serum said that he had lost and if possible he would like to write a letter to his family. He decided to report the real state of affairs to the Empire at any cost. This was the last mission he had to carry out. Second wasn't going to deal with him. The guy asked him again, to which the main character replied that he could do whatever he wanted. If he wanted, he could even go with them. They were just about to go on a raid. Serum thought about his words because not only did he know from the start that he was a spy for the Empire, he was trying to confront him before letting him go. He was testing him, manipulating him, leading him on. This unnatural composure of his stemmed from the game he was playing. Serum was an operative for the Empire's intelligence service. In fact, his life was on the line and he was trying to win. He didn't understand where such composure came from. His legs were shaking. He thought it was all just awful. He said that he had to refuse, to which the main character replied that he could go. After that, the guy got his spirit back. Second told him to tell his boss about it. Second, the #1 in the world, likes the Empire. In other words, he asked to convey his words to the Emperor. The guy said that he would inform him. The man who thinks he is #1 in the world, he solemnly swears that he will never forget this terrible man. He will soon leave the kingdom. Yukari asked if it was a good idea to let him go. The protagonist answered in the affirmative. The girl countered that he was an Empire spy, however. She doubted the guy had intuition. The protagonist said that the spirit had figured it out. Angelmois said that he could extract memories from any spirit under his absolute control. The protagonist realized that the spirit lord was simply incredible. He asked the girls if he had left a lasting impression. They only looked at him in bewilderment. He asked if they didn't know he liked the Empire. The spirit fully supported him in this matter and added that it was beautiful. Yukari decided to inform him that they were far beyond his reach. Sylvia added that he so calmly claimed to like the Empire, although he had just defeated a spy in a mental battle and sent him back. Provoking the Emperor was quite bold. The disappointed boy thought about the fact that he had just been scolded, but he realized that their words had some sense. Iko called him to go, so he decided to go to the dungeon. For about 2 months from now, they will gain tons of experience in dungeons while collecting mithril. A little more than a month of raiding later, they suddenly finished collecting mithril to complete the deal with the Count. They also had a whole bunch of experience. Now that they had some unexpected free time after the case, he decided to take the next step, considering it a good opportunity. Gathering the girls around the table, he announced to them that since they had a rare opportunity, they needed to study everything they could. In other words, they should learn the advanced rook and bishop skills from the basic skills they now have, regardless of whether they can use them. In Sylvia's case, it will be an advanced archer rook and an advanced bishop. For Iko, the shield skills, one way or another, it will not only be advanced. It will be difficult to open them one by one when they need them, so the plan is to learn one while they have the chance and get them to grade 16. Sylvia was wondering how they could get them. The guy realized that the girl was enthusiastic and told her that all she had to do was defeat the dragon. The girl was horrified by the thought of it. The guy added that it was more important how they did it. In the case of the technique, the final attack had to be made by the archer. To do this, you need to use various skills from the minimum to archers. Yukari was interested in whether such effective actions were possible in a battle with a dragon. The boy confirmed her words and added that it was very simple. If they repeated this sequence, as he said, in battle with 5 different dragons, they would be able to learn it. Sylvia was simply speechless. It sounds quite complicated. There are a lot of different dragons in the game. The main character believes that they can satisfy all the conditions. He does not believe that there can be anything more complicated, so it will be very simple. In the case of an advanced archer, she simply needs to defeat any 10 dragons using only the archer's castle. The girls looked at the main character carefully. The girl's face was full of fear. She didn't think it could be so easy. She felt like she was in a dream. Second said that the same conditions apply to the master. This means that they will hunt the dragon together, and since he will help her, everything will be fine. At first, the girl was inspired by his words and then asked if he was going to throw her into the dragon's lair. The guy did not understand who this woman took him for. For Iko, it was much simpler. The dragon had to be defeated by the party leader after it attacked with at least one of the skills. They do this with 5 different types of dragons. For advanced, he needs to take 100 hits in a row using the shield master lock. It might be difficult, but he'll explain how to do it right. The girl said she'll try. When they finished hunting dragons, could he count on Yukari's help in dealing with the count? The girl replied that he could rely on her. After which they decided to proceed with the operation. That's how the adventure came to an end, and they went towards the ravine where the dragon is. The guy said that there were plenty of them in the dungeon. It was a canyon. It looked like a ravine, and there were 7 types of dragons, among which there was, in other words, it was a dragon's lair. Strong asked if she had heard him correctly. She noted that this lair had not yet been captured. Second had guessed this. The boy thought that this was the hardest dungeon in the second rank. If Pralin had not been conquered yet, then he guessed that Medio had not either. Sylvia realized that they were going to such a dangerous place and were going to defeat dragons. She wondered if this was normal at all. Second replied that such a question shouldn't even arise. There weren't many monsters in the dungeon. The 3 of them could fight any of them. At last they reached a gigantic canyon, in which no one was visible except the birds flying high in the sky. After which they noticed one dragon. They decided that it was huge and did not understand how they would fight it. Second said that he would show them first and they should watch carefully. Standing in front of the dragon, the protagonist decided to use possession by calling on his spirit. Angelmois told him that he would do as Second wished. Once activated, he had no time to lose. This time he was going to buy an advanced archer rook. They needed to attack each of the 7 different skills from pawn to castle. He began attacking the dragons. First he used the archer's spear, which made the dragon roar loudly. After that, he used the golden general's shot to push it back. Next he used the archer's elephant. This again caused the dragon to become furious, and it began to attack with fire. This is the cry of the dragon, which signals an approaching attack. After he was exhausted, there would be a chance to throw all his strength into the attack. He began to use the various archer skills in order again. Now he had fulfilled the conditions. All that was left was to finish off the dragon with the archer's elephant. With a serious face, the guy attacked the monster again. A giant flurry of various blows dealt damage to the dragon's body, wings, and paws. He could only roar in response. Some time later, the dragon was defeated. Second canceled his skill, telling the boys that it was a rough example of how to act. The girl looked at him in amazement. The guy added that he had just destroyed one to demonstrate how it worked, but that they would do it together from now on. It is not difficult to destroy the white dragons. They throw back their advance with the Golden General, and when after a deep squeal they attack with their breath, you need to try to dodge. He asked the girls if they were ready. Sylvia tried to protest to him in a panic because he had pacified the dragon alone, and that was unthinkable. Ichii asked if he was scared. The guy thought it was some kind of misunderstanding. With a serious face, he said that there was nothing to be afraid of. He started explaining from the beginning. Even if the white dragon hit them 3 times with its strongest attacks, they would be fine. Plus, he mentioned recently that she pushes back his attack with a Golden General and dodges immediately when he makes a stupid whiz. As long as she can do that, experience doesn't matter. Anyone can win. And the 9 want to become number 1 in the world. Therefore, they must be able to defeat the white dragon with 1 blow. The 4 fastest groups must not cower in the face of the enemy. The guy just laughed and apologized. He understood what he was saying. He hadn't thought through in detail how they could avoid losing their lives to 3 blows from the white dragon. The girls were outraged by his words. The village scolded him for his previous words. After he fully shared his knowledge with them, they immediately began hunting dragons. If they were to engage in battle, the red dragon would be the best option. He'd be fine, but the girls were questionable. For obvious reasons, the rainbow dragon is out of the question. If he were told to fight it, he could win on his own, although it would take a long time. However, if the 3 of them attacked, it would be almost impossible to fight him and cover the girls. Moreover, he would now avoid fighting the rainbow dragon as well as many gold ones. However, their goal was not to conquer the dungeon but to acquire skills. If they effectively fulfilled the acquisition conditions, they would be able to achieve this. They had no need to engage in slaughter with powerful dragons. Their strongest enemy by default was the red dragon. The guy suggested that they take a walk in the park. Sylvia said that she was very tired after such a busy day. Ichii confirmed her words. They destroyed more than 34 dragons during the day. He said that tomorrow they will fight 4 more. They are almost done. Sylvia realized that these 4 would be stronger than the white dragons. Then Second remembered that he needed to warn the girl about one important thing. With a serious face, he said that it was wrong to harm the invulnerable. The girl thought that it sounded like something completely useless. She asked him to put himself in the place of his subordinates. The guy did not understand her words. The girl added that in other words, what is possible for him is useless for others. The main character did not know what to answer to her words. Sylvia hit him and said that he should first teach them to dodge blows. Second replied that he was serious. Tomorrow she could not neglect defense. Even if she hesitated a little, she had to dodge. The girl agreed with him. He also told Ichii that if she hesitated or realized that she would not be able to place the bishop in time, she should back away. There are 3 ways to dodge. They must remember them clearly. You must either run in a circle or perpendicular to its movement or bend down. They can dodge the breath if they are smart, the blows if they are faster, and the tail if they duck. He has learned this through countless attempts. Even in the past, Sylvia had doubts about how he knew all this. Naturally, he can't reveal the reason and they both know it, so Sylvia nods silently without showing it. He added that as long as they remembered everything he told them, they would be fine. Also, they needed to use the same techniques as on the white dragons. Sylvia asked if they were going to conquer the dungeon. The guy answered negatively. If they prepare well, there will even be a possibility of conquest, but even so, they will not gain any benefit from it. The girls realized that the dungeon can be conquered. Sylvia thought that the protagonist was very strange. Even if he wanted to become number 1, he was not satisfied with the honor of conquering dungeons. The protagonist thought that he fully understood the fact that she was absolutely right, but you can't be number 1 without some weirdness. He told her that he just didn't want to waste time. This was all just part of the process for him. The girl thoughtfully replied that she would say that he had extraordinary self-control and his unshakable confidence was strange. At this time, Ichii fell asleep in the plate. It was already night outside. He described in detail the order in which they needed to destroy the dragons in order to achieve the goals they needed, and he also indicated the strength of each of the dragons. Sylvia watched in amazement as Second attacked the red dragon. She had already acquired the necessary skills. They constantly attacked each dragon in 3, and even if they encountered green or red ones, they could resist them. All this was thanks to the guy's precise advice. Besides this, the main character said that he also studied the archer. She did not understand why then is he still fighting. That's because he's trying to learn the sword master. He said that since he has a chance, he'll fight alone. It was like a cakewalk for him. If it could be summed up in one word, she would say it was beautiful. He literally flew around the dragon. The perfect movement, executed according to all the rules, mercilessly defeated the red dragon. After that, he announced that he had already mastered the technique and they could return. His face was infectious with the usual emotions. He looked like he had when they were sitting in that strange corner room at the inn and when he had found the perfect dish at the tavern. She had often noticed these traits in him, but she had never seen such emotionality as today. For some reason, she admired him and wanted to be like him. That I was in the middle of a hookah, they decided to go back. Suddenly they realized that someone was fighting ahead and decided to check. People rarely meet in the dungeons, especially there, considering that it has not yet been conquered. Only a foolish daredevil or some important person can come there. Watching the battle, Second realized that this was a sword master. They realized that he was strong because he defeated the yellow dragon alone. Apparently, he was not even tired. His strength must be higher than Second. Sylvia was surprised by this. The protagonist noticed that the man was apparently about to enter into another battle, this time with the green dragon. Sylvia watched his attacks on the dragon carefully. She knew he was strong, very strong, but his fight was not pretty. She saw that he was holding himself well. However, compared to Second, who had fought a minute earlier, the difference between them was almost like heaven and earth. The protagonist said that he would lose his life if he met a rainbow dragon. Even with a golden one, he would have a problem. The girl wondered if they should warn him. Second noticed that they were already leaving. The girl thought that perhaps he could be considered more of an important person. It seemed that he knew his place. The protagonist, taking Iko by the hand, decided that it was time for them to go back too. He wanted to meet Yukari as soon as possible and see the mansion tomorrow. At this time, Yukari paid a visit to the Count's family to receive payment for the ingots. She was politely received by the manor's majordomo. She had to exchange a huge sum of 30 million. Until the owner returned, she would remain in the Count's mansion. She was not so stupid as to wander the streets with such a large sum. However, she was not idle. Since they were planning to buy the estate, she organized negotiations to buy it. She gathered a large number of workers, but even they may not be able to cope with the demands of their master. After a preliminary inspection of the estate, Second said that it was half the size of what he had expected, and this was the largest and most expensive estate on the outskirts of the royal capital, but he did not care. He was thinking about buying several estates and combining them into one large territory. As much as Yukari loved him, hearing such words made her think he was stupid, but she wanted to make his dream come true. According to calculations, the estate, lands, and reconstruction will cost 200 billion. She did not expect less from the owner. He wants his house to match the name of the world's #1. Now that everything was finished with the estate and all that remained was to select the servants, she was informed that President Philippe of Maurice's company had arrived. This made Yukari tense. She thought about the possibility of them being followed. She knew it could lead to confrontation, but she didn't think it would happen so quickly. She decided to consult with Second about the matter. The girl had a bad feeling, but if the owner said that everything was fine, then she would believe him. A man entered the room. The man smiled and said that he came to pay his respects, but it seemed he had become boring. He began talking about people who illegally break contracts to sell them on the black market. The girl decided that he understood something, but it did not seem that he had come to threaten her master. The man added that for this reason her master was great. After all, he handled her so well. The girl realized that she had finally escaped. The man reached into his pocket and told Sylvia that it was for her master. He had been entrusted with something by her previous master. The girl did not understand why the Duchess was handing over the letter to her master. The man explained that the Duchess had asked that if the girl and the boy had a good relationship, he would have to give it to him. The girl tried to find out from him what he knew. The man said that it was just a misunderstanding and that he only knew that they had a wonderful relationship as master and servant. The girl did not understand why the Duchess did this. The reason why she was spared and why she was taken away and why the president foresaw her escape all point to this letter. In fact, she wanted to send this letter to the master. Standing in front of the gate of the mansion, Yukari said that this was the mansion at the planned location in the east. Sylvia, looking at the mansion, did not understand what it was. Iko ran happily through the rooms, asking if they would live here. Finally, it dawned on Second that this was too much. Even for them, this was too much. He said that even if they caught a cold in this house, they could go to another one. He suggested moving in a circle depending on the season. This would be their summer house. Yukari said that even if they don't use the building, money is still allocated for its maintenance. The guy laughed and said that he can earn as much as needed and suggested looking at other rooms. Sylvia didn't understand if they were choosing between this building and the previous one, to which Second replied that this house was his too. He specified that all these houses in here. Sylvia was shocked. He chose one of the houses as the residence for the servants. Yukari asked him to entrust the training of the servants to her. The protagonist had a feeling that it would be hard work, so he asked the girl if she was taking on too much. She replied that she wanted to be trusted with it. The guy asked her to take care of everything. She bowed and thanked him. In the end, they checked all the buildings and made the purchase. Thanks to Yukari, everything went smoothly. Sylvia was happy that they could already move in. Up until that point, he didn't really care about real life. He was content as long as he played games, although socially he was a failure. However, now that this world had become a reality after acquiring this estate, which, according to his conclusions, could become winter, his mood steadily improved. They decided to have a barbecue in the evening. As he was going down the stairs, the boy wanted to find some coffee. On the way, he met Yukari, who was dressed in a maid uniform. She wished him a good morning. She asked him to wait a little. The guy thought that the appearance of a maid suited her. However, he did not understand why she was dressed in a maid's uniform. At that moment, Sylvia came down to them and was shocked to see that Yukari had actually done it. The girl replied that the winner makes the first move. The guy did not understand their conversation. Iko came running, speaking hurriedly about the large number of different fruits she had found in the garden. The boy asked her to speak more slowly because he did not understand her. The girl started telling again that she had found a big fruit. The guy understood her. He remembered the palm trees and guessed that she meant coconuts. He explained to her that she could only eat the insides, but it was extremely strong. At that moment, the girl, holding plates with sandwiches in her hands, announced that breakfast was ready. They sat down at the table together for a snack. Looking at the letter in front of him, the boy knew that the Duchess wanted him to do something. Yukari didn't understand why he thought Philip was okay. He replied that there was a possibility that he had been brainwashed. Thinking about his words, the girl realized that it was strange that the boss of such a big company had come all this way to deliver a letter. So they were both very curious about what was in the letter. The second was shocked by what he saw. What was written there was worse than he expected. The girl asked about what was there. The guy answered that it was a big problem and it was difficult for him to explain. However, he smiled at the girl and told her not to worry. She should rely on him. The girl blushed and agreed with him. The letter told which people could be trusted, which ones could not, as well as the intrigues of the kingdom and ways to gain brainwashing magic. There were also stories about a crowd of spies and manipulation of public opinion. The people of the kingdom who are aware of this truth are now in a favorable situation. Apparently, the empire is one step away from taking over the kingdom. If the first Prince Klaus, who rose to the head of the reformists, becomes king under the leadership of the prime minister, the kingdom will become part of the empire. The reform they extol, where they will go in step with the empire, sounds extremely tempting, but in reality it will end with them becoming vassals of the empire, being unilaterally bound by agreement and then simply subjected to exploitation in the area surrounding the empire will also be eaten. On the other hand, the people of the kingdom who know the truth have put forward the second prince as their leader to uphold conservatism. However, he is undoubtedly ahead. People began to protest against military expansion. They loudly expressed their protests against the war. Therefore, they really needed to find the magic of brainwashing. The Duchess had known about what was going on for a long time, so the reason she wrote it all down in a letter was quite simple. She wanted the protagonist to solve the problem. They decided to entrust this to an unusually strong man. But if he fails, Yukari will return to Philip again to find a new master and repeat the process. Thinking about the current situation, the guy realized that it didn't bother him much. He was more worried that the championship wouldn't take place, and he was worried about Maine. He was thinking about how he could quickly figure out the current situation. His actions could have resulted in him being perceived as an enemy and assassination attempts being made on him. The guy decided he had to stick to the best-case scenario. The hero thought about many things but did not find a worthy answer. For now, he decided to end it. First of all, he wants to complete his own plans to become the undisputed #1 in the world. Second, told Yukari that he wanted to take Sylvia and Echo to learn the transformation skills. He asked her to take care of the other servants. Yukari replied that he could rely on her. The guy apologized that he was solving the issues separately. The girl asked him not to worry. He was wondering what her maid uniform meant. Then he said that the clothes suited her very well. Turning to him, the girl bowed and thanked him, after which she returned to her kitchen chores. Later, they were moving through the forest. The guy realized that the existence of the transformation skill had not yet been discovered in this world. Second explained that there are 4 conditions. They are very simple, so he will explain them in order. Then he explained that it is necessary to deal damage to monsters and bosses within a certain period of time. Sylvia asked if it was necessary to shout the word transformation at the end. The protagonist answered that she definitely did. At that time, Echo was practicing saying this word. Sylvia realized that the weapon that second had recently brought was designed to deal damage with the right numbers. Before going to the forest, they took 3 spears from the weapon merchant in the royal capital, and they also went to the capital's main library again to read a book and learn the spear pawn. They did everything to deal bad damage. If you're wondering why they came to this forest, it's because the slime has low damage but high defense. All types of slime gather here, but other than them, there's nothing else in the forest. The main character once again instructed the girls what they needed to do. Looking at them, the guy understood that they would be able to learn the transformation when they got used to it. If she decides to come up with special moves and names and shout them out every night, it might be scary. They finally decide to start hunting for numbers. They spent 3 whole days to acquire the necessary skill. What the protagonist feared became reality. Sylvia began to use unusual phrases for transformation. She came up with new variations of phrases. Moreover, she was completely focused on self-improvement. The transformation can be activated by any of the 4 great elements of your choice. Sylvia chose the fire transformation, so her equipment became fiery red. While selecting these elements, something unexpected happened to the protagonist. He chose the transformation of light. Performing a transformation without one of the 4 elements is obviously unheard of. The cape and mask were a new design for him. He wondered if it could be a secret element or some newly developed function. He thought that maybe this world was being updated. In other words, from now on, additional elements may be added to the game that he doesn't know about. This too is something to feel uneasy about, but at the same time patiently await. At this point, Sylvia finally got to the point where she was practicing a special movement for transformation. 2 weeks had passed since then, and they were busy gaining experience continuously. The protagonist finished his preparation. He raised his transformation to the 9th grade. He also collected the minimum skills that were not necessary for his transformation. The probability of activating skills varies greatly depending on the type and strength of monsters he targets. All of his skills were made specifically to obtain a specific Majin. His name is Dark Wolf. It was a mutated form of the Black Fire Wolf boss in the dungeon. It evolved after centuries of isolation in the eternal darkness. It was extremely rare. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the ability to tame this Majin was one of the reasons he could continue to be #1 in the game world. He was the only one who could tame it. It wasn't just difficult, it was close to impossible. The wolf was as strong as their entire team, so no one had ever thought about taming it. However, the dark wolf can be tamed. It is a living creature that has further evolved from the mutated species of the boss and is thus considered a different creature from the boss. The protagonist studied various ways to tame him, but the result was terrible. However, he did not give up. He understood that he, too, could be tamed. He continued his endless hunt for dark wolves every day from morning to evening, and then the moment came when he was suddenly able to tame it. When others learned of this, they also tried to repeat the taming, but no one could do it. Now he would try to test this impossibility. This was what he needed training for. His mind was set on it, but this world is different from the game. He hasn't felt fear for a long time and tried to reduce the risks to a minimum, and in case of the worst-case scenario, he has insurance. But he can't get rid of the thought that he might lose his life, but even so, he will never run away. At the moment, the kingdom and the empire are in a state of cold war. Before the sparks fall on him, he will do everything to tame the dark wolf. Second realized that it was a good time to put the finishing touches on the girls. He ordered all kinds of top-notch weapons and armor for them. The protagonist accidentally realized that he was starting to exploit Yukari too much. He can no longer imagine becoming #1 in the world without her, so he thinks he's going to give her a nice, carefree vacation while he's busy fighting the dark wolf. Lately, these girls have become addicted to the elegant life in these mansions. If this continues, they will eventually go through hell, and so he has already come up with a training regimen for these two. Once he gets the equipment from Yukari, he will hold a strategy meeting with everyone. He has a lot of things he needs to tell everyone, like what to do if he is gone. The girls were shocked by these words. After talking to them all night long, he somehow got them to understand and agree to report to him every day using the team chat. It would be hard, but there was no other choice. He told the girls that they had to explore the dungeon using the tactics he had laid out for them. Sylvia wondered if it would be difficult for Echo. Of course, Eiko can only use defense arts and recovery magic. Even one monster on this route would take her too much time. However, if he had to, it would be Sylvia who would have a hard time. With such intense training, the two would certainly understand the importance of front and rear guard, as well as support in battle. It would be logical if they could become stronger before his return. As for Yukari, he sent her on vacation. But on the other hand, it would be worrisome if she suddenly had too little to do, so he asked her to take care of a long-running matter. After various events had happened, he said goodbye to them for a while. As he was leaving, he noticed new maids and realized that there were many more of them. He had a long journey ahead of him, both by land and by water, through various cities. He had some business to attend to along the way, so he would be staying overnight in some places. He decided to share all this information, after which he performed a spirit call. He asked him to switch to mana mode. If this world was like the game, spirits should be able to condense their bodies. The spirit obeyed his order and said that no one else should see him now. It was very convenient. Angelmois was curious as to why he was summoned while riding a horse. The protagonist replied that they would be fighting a very difficult enemy, so he decided to share the information with him. Second said that he meant incredibly difficult. He said that the enemy was called the Dark Wolf and he wanted to tame it. The spirit was shocked. He did not understand how it was possible to tame such a difficult opponent. The boy said he was going to keep trying until he succeeded. Angelmois thought it was going to be a very long battle. The spirit asked him what he was going to do in the dungeon. Second replied that he was going for the magician's horn. In the future, it would be his trump card. After some time he got it, and having come to the city, asked to sell him all the health potions. Now you had an incredible amount of potions in his inventory, however, he could not worry that he would use them up too quickly. They continued their journey. In his free time, he told the basic information to the spirit. He was going to turn to the memory of the basic information about the Dark Wolf and ask the spirit to be one with him. It had several different functions. For example, it could transform into a human and a human into it. It could also teleport, use dark magic, a dark roar, and summon. Physical attacks had no effect on him while he was in wolf form. This was the basic information. Angelmois was shocked by such characteristics. He kept asking the protagonist how such attacks and defense techniques could even exist. Second said that it was possible. The spirit calculated the wolf and finally understood why the guy needed so many potions. He advised the boy not to get treatment right away, but to first check if it was safe for him. Angelmois received more and more new information that he had never heard before. When using different modes, you can use the staff for various purposes. However, for all the described modes, an empty shadow can be accidentally activated. Angelmois asked if it was really a monster. The boy replied that the Dark Wolf, which even the great ruler of spirits recognized as a monster, was indeed terrifyingly strong. The Dark Wolf's stats aren't that high, but there's a theory among players that it's the strongest monster in the game. The reason for that is its attacks, which are pretty nasty. The guy definitely needs to tame it in this world. Second noted that even if he failed to tame the wolf, he would be able to use the potion on it. Taming can only be used once when the monster's health is low. Therefore, it will be much faster to fully heal the wolf and make it fully healed than to just wait for it to recover on its own. Of course, they could destroy it and wait for a new one to appear in its place, but there was no guarantee that someone would appear in its place. They finally arrived at the port city. Isekai is an old, huge, half-ruined fortress. When they approached it, the protagonist felt a tremor in his hands and smiled. The boss is located on the top floor. This is one of two locations located in the very center of the fortress. However, his target is located in the second location, called the library. Second told the spirit that they needed to hurry. Manhwa agreed with him. At that moment, the guard began to attack them. The protagonist began to use the transformation skill, after which bright flashes of light enveloped those attacking him. During the transformation, every hostile character within a certain radius is guaranteed to be stunned. In addition, there is also 8 seconds of invulnerability. This is an incredibly useful transformation effect. Thanks to this, the main character gets 2 seconds of invulnerability to push back enemies even more. By doing this, he will be able to buy enough time to prepare the skill. The spell is effective against enemies with the Knight subtype. The main character used a combination of lightning to attack. The boy studied the result of his attack. One of the knights was lying on the ground, smoking. The second one was standing further away from him. The boy used his attack again. The spirit said it was amazing. The guy replied that he had dealt critical damage to both of them, so this time he had managed to defeat them with one shot. But if it weren't for him, it would have taken a lot longer, and it wouldn't have been amazing. They were moving deeper into the fortress. At last, they reached the entrance to the great underground library. Second suggested that they camp near the entrance. Manhwa was puzzled since it was part of the road. The guy replied that this was a safe zone. Only ghost monsters appeared in these parts, and since they couldn't jump, they wouldn't be able to reach a certain height. The protagonist lit the torch and decided to go. Once the door opens, the spirit must use possession. Seeing the black wolf, the spirit began to panic. He said that there was no doubt that they had no chance. The boy realized that the spirit had excellent observation skills. After all, he was a great ruler of spirits. He was a good judge of risk. He couldn't defeat the wolf now, but this was a game. The boy walked further into the library and set down the torch. He approached the wolf. The monster was currently in its wolf form. It would always attack with a dash first. He is immune to physical attacks in his wolf form, so the protagonist attacks him with a combination of archery and sword. In the worst case, it is better to dodge. He will avoid the attacks by stepping to the side right before the strike. Whenever he fails in a grab or a claw attack, the wolf will definitely use teleportation. This is if you follow the pattern. However, at that moment, the wolf used the dark transformation. After that, he turned into a long-haired girl with protruding black ears. The guy looked at her with admiration. She remained a beauty, unchanged even in this world. The protagonist thought that this was not the situation where he could express such emotions. After the dark transformation, she should definitely use the dark summoning. He should prepare the advanced elephant sword master. He thought about the fact that she was not in empty shadow mode. If he had started preparing for battle only after seeing her transformation, it would have been too late. He needs to catch the moment when the black flames from her transformation dissipate. If he prepares Advanced Sword Master Elephant in the 0.2 seconds when she lands, 3 steps forward and attack will be ideal. The protagonist also thought that the person would not be able to move while this skill was being prepared. This is the preparation time of a level 6 skill, which makes him vulnerable for 4 seconds. However, the effect of such a skill is excellent if, of course, it hits. At that moment, he attacked the girl again. She fell to the ground as if she was not herself. The protagonist thought to himself that he had stunned his girl. Now they would need critical hits. While she is stunned, he will aim at her legs and fire 2 shots with Rook's shooting skill. But if the 2 shots are critical, he is guaranteed to knock her down. If there are not 2, the stun will wear off. If this happens, he will need to shoot 2 more times with the Rook's shooting. Otherwise, he will not be able to knock her down. A huge part of his safety depends on whether he can knock her down or not. At this point, the protagonist decided to use this skill. 2 attacks were launched at the girl. This time, he got both hits. If she is spread during dark summoning, she uses dark transformation again and runs. She will do all the actions again. Even though she has taken human form, she can use dark transformation. The protagonist will be able to intercept her with the skill Kaba Monster. He thought about what she will do next. She lowered her head, which means that now she will start running at him with the purpose of biting. He uses all his energy to dodge her. After she bites, she uses a dark roar. She needs 2 seconds to prepare for it. If she bit him, there is a 99% chance that the dark roar would be unavoidable. The girl, having changed into the form of a wolf, opened her mouth. A dark roar immediately began to spread from her mouth. After the dark roar, she will run at the person or use dark transformation. This time, she used just transformation. The main character thought that he needed to prepare an advanced elephant sword master. He should check on the empty shadow. At that moment, he just saw a shadow under the girl. He then used his advanced bishop sword master skill again, stunning the girl once again. He tried to deal some damage with rook shooting, but this time he only hit once. If the stun goes through, she will use dark transformation and dark summon. A moment later, she just used dark summon. The main character looked at this carefully and thought about what would happen now. The girl stood with her eyes closed and a black weapon appeared in her hands. He realized it was a shadow staff this time. She was trying to use staffmanship mode, but it didn't matter. He thought to himself, that's not bad. The protagonist thought that with these 2 shots, he had weakened her enough that now he could put her down with 1 shot by shooting the rook in the leg. In addition, he uses a combination of silver generals shooting and knights shooting to deal a lot of damage. After that, the protagonist ran towards her. The girl transformed into a wolf again. After he knocked her down, she ran at him again immediately after the dark transformation. A smile spread across the protagonist's face and a blush appeared on his cheeks. He thought that this was wonderful. He also remembered that the character second was quite eccentric. Even though the eyes of the great ruler of spirits determine that this world will be an absolutely impossible battle, he robes the wolf, the enemy he created on a whim. The main character did not receive a single blow from the enemy. He continues to perform divine techniques again and again. His friend at this moment was thinking about what Second himself was thinking about. At that moment, the latter was dodging another attack from the wolf. In fact, he was not thinking about anything. He was simply delighted with life at the moment. The protagonist knows for sure that in the end he will get it back, then the throne, and this is not a lie. His dear second undoubtedly risked his life to return as number 1 in the world. Even if the battle may seem impossible to everyone, the protagonist continued to stand in front of the she-wolf while he bowed his head. Manhwa thought that someone possesses strong tenacity, toughness, loneliness. The main character wants to be stronger than everyone else, and he is ready to give up everything to make it happen, no matter what. He admires such a noble and independent person immensely. He clearly understands that Second is no longer alone, so Manhwa wonders why he should not risk his life to walk this road with him. The man himself laughed loudly at his own thoughts, which attracted the attention of the protagonist. The latter turned to him and told him to be quieter. The main character looked at the wolf and thought that his girl's health was finally being restored by about 20% in an hour. It's pretty simple. When this dark wolf's health drops below 25%, tongues of black flame begin to burst from her body, and she goes into berserker mode. Second thought that she just needed to calculate how much she needed to attack to reach the 20% mark to return all the damage received. Now it is not difficult for him to tame them. If he uses taming when she pounces, then everything will be fine. Even when he tried to tame his girl in his past life, the conditions were about the same. However, this time it did not work. The main character thought that if he couldn't use his skill, then in that case he would simply throw several jars of potion at her, which hit the wolf's body straight. From these actions, the wolf's body began to glow. She raised her head up, after which her whole body froze. Manhwa asked if the protagonist was sure, to which the latter replied that didn't he tell him that this method was more effective. His friend still had doubts. The main character and the she-wolf stood opposite each other. Second was surprised that a whole hour had passed. It took 4 times longer than before, however, nothing could be done. After some time, the main character said that he was defeated. He climbed into his tent and thought that he was already trying for the 10th time to bring her to a critical state and tame her, but now he was too exhausted. Until this dark wolf leaves the great underground library of Isekai, there is no way that will make her follow him. Manhwa poured him a drink and told him that he had been tormenting this monster for 10 hours. Naturally, he was tired. Second said that he was going to do this every day. His friend chuckled and said that if battles like today's continued, he didn't think she would have any reason to resist like this every day. The main character said that he was just very lucky today, all because she couldn't use the empty shadow during the dark summoning. He explained that when she transforms into human form through dark transformation, she initiates a dark summoning, or she can use dark sorcery. While she is transforming, you can prepare and hit her, after which she will stop and you will need to put her down with 2 critical hits to the legs. If you do this, then during the fight you will not have to worry about using dark summoning. Manhwa said that he understood everything when you hit her with advanced fencing. If the she-wolf is in this state, it will not be possible to stun her, and the risk of her using dark magic will increase. Second confirmed his words. But he explained that it was not a matter of witchcraft. If, during the black summoning, she switched to some kind of mastery mode and summoned a shadow, it would all be fine. However, if she enters the most powerful state, the power of the dark fire will increase. His friend interrupted him and asked what would happen in this case. Then the main character raised his palm, looked at it, and said that he would have no choice but to use his trump card. Manhwa immediately turned his gaze to him. The girl said that it was difficult. She asked questions about why she was locked up there. She read a lot of books but still does not know. She wondered how many centuries had passed before she regained consciousness. Whenever someone passed by and tried to speak, her own body did not listen to her. A monstrous thirst for blood oozed from the depths of her heart and her body moved on its own. She opened her eyes and saw that there was another corpse in front of her. These short lives could not satisfy her. Behind her were the skeletons of past victims. She thought that the more this happened, the stronger her bloodlust became. The girl raised her head and thought about when the next one would come and what kind of power he would have, what kind of death would befall him. She couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't endure it any longer. The only moment when she felt life with every part of her body. The main character entered the room. The girl saw him and said that finally someone had come. It was her destined one. She had a feeling as if he was her lover in a past life. She feels a connection. However, the wolf's body and her body move by themselves. They demand to kill him. So she just has to kill this man. It's just wonderful. At that moment the blow hit her body. She realized that she was so excited for the first time in several hundred years. He finally attacked her. Getting hit by a person is impossible. Then from the animal form she returned to human. She thought about how it happened. The girl feels that her life is in danger. She tried to get to her feet, but her arms and legs wouldn't obey. The girl thought about whether it was possible, tried to deny reality, but it still happened. The girl rose to her feet, blood running down her face. She thought about the pain in her body growing and to let out so many screams. This is the first time for her. However, first a glimmer of a smile appeared on her face, and then she began to laugh loudly. Her face turned red. She thought that she was alive. The girl anticipates this moment. She has lived locked in the darkness for so many centuries. She was born of darkness for the sake of meeting him. She is in so much pain. She feels such suffering, but this feeling is incredible. She thought about the main character causing her as much suffering as possible. After all, these were wonderful sensations, but at the same time she thought that just a little more and she would die. Now she was in the body of a she-wolf again. She thought that it was over after all. It was really wonderful. She imagined the main character closing his hands on her neck. She thought that she wanted to die by his hand. However, at that moment she lifted her wolfish head up and realized that he had just cured her. The girl was very surprised. At that moment she imagined a clearing where she was kneeling and the main character was standing at a short distance from her. She thought that he really was her betrothed master. She had finally found him. Coming to her senses, she opened her eyes and saw that her master had left. The girl saw his shining eyes as he left. No doubt they were saying that he would never let her go. The girl's face turned red again and she thought that the master would definitely come back and take care of her again. She thought that this was truly magical. She prayed that the time would come when she could be with the master. This rush of blood, this excitement, this violent death. She wants to be beheaded by these beautiful sacred hands. She asks the gods to fulfill her contradictory desires. The girl continued to call the master and thought that she wanted to hear his name at least once. She also wanted him to give her a name and then his hands on her neck. 2 months had passed since the protagonist had left for Isekai. The regular meetings they held once a week could be called debriefings. During them, the girls exchanged information they had collected during the week. They were determining the course of further action. However, at that moment, a tense atmosphere hung in the air. Each of them was silent. At these regular meetings, they would compile the bare minimum of information they needed to share with Second. They would send it out in the form of weekly reports over the team chat. Sylvia said that she personally believed that this was not necessary. Iko supported her with her own words. Yukari said that she also did not see any need for it, but they really needed workers. Then Sylvia suggested that they take a male servant, to which Iko said that any hard worker would do. Yukari said that men are men and she doesn't like them. Sylvia said that she doesn't either, but it's better this way than bringing more enemies. Still 1.5 months left until the completion of the 5 estates, excluding the central and southern castles of Second. She would like to increase the size of her squad of universal maids and their qualifications. Sylvia asked her about the reasons, to which Yukari explained that the all-purpose maid squad currently consists of 10 people. Although they are essentially slightly inferior to her, they can be considered 10 clones of her. Iko imagined 10 Yukaris and thought that it was very scary, to which the latter replied that it was very rude. The girl apologized to her. Sylvia's face became more serious. She said that the maids were truly incredible, and their reliability was becoming increasingly trustworthy. Yukari said that if they hire more staff under them, the master's castle will be unshakable. But on the other hand, they don't have enough subordinates. Sylvia asked whether she really wanted to say that commanders alone would be useless. The girl agreed with her. Yukari said that once they have staff, they can be trusted with everything from training to management. However, they can only train maids, so they should hire as many women as possible. Sylvia said that there was nothing to be done. Let all the female servants be maids, and all the other servants would be men. As for her, this was an uncompromising option. To which Yukari said that she liked it. She would be engaged in the selection and distribution of people. To which her interlocutor said that she had finally thrown this burden off her shoulders, after which she offered to replace her. Yukari said that she couldn't help her from her jealousy. This is an important task that the master entrusted to her. Did she really think that such flattery would make her give in to her so easily? To which Sylvia replied that she is not jealous. Sylvia said that it was too much of an honor, and Yukari was trying her best to hide her wolfish nature behind a sheep's skin, to which the latter asked if she really had any problems. Sylvia winked at her and said that it was okay for her to be pretty only on the outside, to which Yukari replied that she had also broken her promise of 1 message a week, and that poem that she had sent him was funny. To which Sylvia said that Yukari makes noise every night, after which she suggested that she be quieter like her. She parodied her about how she waits for her master to return. Yukari started to get angry. She started to insult Sylvia. The latter started to insult her back. Iko got scared at that moment. She decided to leave the room and said that it was very scary. The protagonist continued his fights with the she-wolf. About 3 months had passed since he started. Finally, she turned on that very behavior pattern. At the moment when he prepared his skill, her shadow disappeared. She was in a state of void shadow. If you attack her in this state, his attacks will be completely nullified. He himself will be open to her attacks at this time and will definitely catch one of them. Each of her attacks is fatal for him now, therefore he cannot attack her while she is under the void shadow. He cancelled the sacred boat's swordplay that was about to be prepared and jumped away from her. Once her dark transformations were over, she would immediately activate the dark summoning a powerful weapon. Now that he can't force her with swordplay, there's no way he can stop this summoning. He can only pray that it's not a spear of dark flame. The protagonist saw that she had summoned a shadow spell. Now she would be in staff mode until she was knocked out. However, he had a question about how to do this. With 2 rook archery crits, 1 crit and 2 normal attacks, or 4 normal attacks with no crits, he needs to choose. He saw dark magic in all its glory, a cruel black fog that, when touched, forcibly reduces health to 1. In addition, this attack has a very wide radius of damage. When he looked at the walkthrough site, it said that he might or might not be able to dodge the fog, but it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was lucky. Only not very smart people who can only talk with their tongues could write such nonsense. In the game, this site cannot be trusted. The protagonist fired from his boat. Angelmois asked him what he was doing. The shot from the weapon hit her right in the leg. His friend kept saying that he would not be able to dodge. Second thought that he would wait, he thinks from a different angle. It is a mistake to even think about trying to evade such a large-scale attack. At this point, the main character decided to transform his body. Now the second difficulty was behind him, because after activating the transformation, he would be invulnerable for 8 seconds. After that, he fired from the boat again. However, Crete flew past. The main character was not very happy with this fact. He thought that in order to knock her out, he would need to fire another shot. However, there was nothing to worry about. In the current situations, knowing that he was guaranteed to knock her out with the next shot, even getting hit by dark magic would not be a problem. He shot the girl again, this time hitting her body. At that moment, his 8-second invulnerability ended. In exchange for his health dropping to 1, he knocked her out. The girl actually sat down on the floor and seemed to have lost consciousness. Otherwise, it would have been followed by attacks from the Shadow Staff, but since he knocked her out, he can heal safely. The third difficulty is over. That's great, he broke through. Having risen, the girl, as usual, will rush at him, starting dark transformations, and he will already return to his usual position. Working days will begin again. He thought about how much more time it will take him. Today, the number of attempts exceeded 2,000. Thus, almost 4 months passed. Every day he made exactly 18 attempts to tame her. Angelmois addressed him by name and asked if perhaps it was time for him to return, while pouring him a drink. The protagonist was thinking about how his friend's record had been stuck lately. He thought that he was bored with all this and decided to ask about it, but it seemed that he was worried about him. The main character is, of course, very pleased, but he will have to worry about him for some time. He said out loud that there is no point in returning. If some problem arises, they will be able to return home. However, Second understood that this was all a lie. There were many reasons for concern in the weekly reports from the girls. It seems that in the capital, the reformist faction led by Balmaro, which supports the first Prince Klaus, will soon make its move. There is very little time left. In addition to this, he is interested in how much stronger the girls have become. He is interested in how Yukari handled his assignments. He is interested in the completed estate. He is interested in the progress with the second castle. All of this excites him. To tell the truth, he wants to go home as soon as possible, but he can't understand why he doesn't. He just needs an excuse that will force him to go back. He thought that it was probably addiction, narrow-mindedness, and inability to make a sound decision. Apparently, he would continue to try to tame the she-wolf until it was too late. But he can't help himself. Taming a black wolf is like a drug you can't give up. Once he experiences the pleasure of taming, it's the end for him. There's only one way to save yourself: to tame her again. The main character said out loud that he would go to bed. His friend agreed with him. When Second closed his eyes, Angelmois continued to look at him. The main character silently made a wish for this to end soon. 2168 attempts. He, of course, thought that someday it would end, and now it finally happened. The wolf used the dark summon and void shadow that followed the dark transformation at the same time. It couldn't stop her from entering the strongest mode. The situation was the worst of the worst. She had less than 25% health left, which meant she was also in berserk mode. Strongest mode plus berserker mode. In addition to its insanely high damage, the Dark Flame Spear has a damage radius of about 3 meters and a constantly active ability to attack with dark flames from a long distance. By the way, if the main character with his current parameters touches the dark flame even for 2 seconds, he will at best be at death's door. He will almost certainly die. If the spear pierces him, he will die instantly. If he tries to fight, he will die. If he tries to run, he will die. He looked closely at the girl in front of him. Her attacks weren't so weak that he could escape from her by turning his back. He realized that it was time to use his trump card. He used the Goblin Mage's Horn, and although he called it a trump card, in fact it was a means of escape. Minions of the Demon King, boss of the third-class dungeon Ashiasbarn, Goblin Mages use random teleportation spells. This very random teleportation can be activated by thrusting an object into a monster. However, this is already a terrifyingly useless item that requires the observance of many conditions. But it doesn't matter, he wasn't even going to use it on the girl. He was using it on himself. By sticking it in himself, he would be able to get out of here for sure. In this way, he became a trump card for an emergency escape. The main character closed one eye and said that quite a bit of time had passed. His friend agreed with him. At the same time, he looked closely at the girl in front of him. She stood holding a spear in her hands. Second was very tense. He did not take his eyes off the girl. The latter was in a peaceful state, closing her eyes. If the spear touches him for just 2 seconds, he's finished. She's a devil, of course. There's no way to get close to her now. It's just impossible. He has no chance of winning, so it's a forced escape. The main character swung his horn. He was already ready to stick it into himself. He said out loud that he would return here again. At that moment, he saw that the girl opened her eyes. This surprised him. Then it was as if she asked him not to leave. The protagonist's eyes were still wide open. Angelmois asked him what was happening to him. At that moment, Second dropped his hands down. He thought about why he was running away from such a powerful enemy. He realized that if he ran back, everything would be over. He called himself not a particularly smart person. The main character said that he would have absolutely nothing left if he ran away. The number one in the world must become stronger than anyone or anything. Angelmois was shocked by his actions. He tried to call out to him. However, he seemed not to hear him. He ran straight at the girl. He thought to himself that he was number one in the world. He had nowhere to run. At that moment, while he was running, he used his transformation skill. He was again given invulnerability for 8 seconds. His only chance is to do everything in 2 seconds. After 6 seconds, there is nowhere to retreat. At first, only a faint trace of a smile appeared on the lips of the protagonist. Then he began to laugh loudly. He continued to run towards the girl. She also smiled at him as if they were happy. Second thought that he was number one in the world, and this girl was able to drive him into the very corner. He told her that she was strong, simply amazing. He used the rook's archery. This time, he aims not at the legs, but straight at the head. However, at the very last moment, the girl managed to turn her head to the side and avoid the attack. The main character thought that she had less than 20% health left, and he had 0.2 seconds left. He thought about running away, but decided that he shouldn't talk nonsense. At that moment, he used his taming activation skill. Strong waves had their effect on the girl. He thought that he was not very smart. He had no chance of success. He thought that he was finished. He had nothing to regret. However, the next moment he changed his mind about his words. He was too shocked to say anything as the girl knelt down in front of him. She smiled sweetly at him. Her cheeks turned red. She said that she was so glad to see him, after which she called him her master. The main character looked at the girl in front of him and thought about why the taming worked, how this miracle happened. He thought about whether no one had ever cast taming on her in the strongest mode or in berserker mode before. Although it would be impossible because you couldn't get close to her. The better you were, the more you tried to avoid it. And there was only one way to tame her: reduce her health to 20% in a situation where he would not be able to prevent her from entering her strongest mode. At that time, she is in a state of void shadow in berserker mode. Approach her using the temporary invulnerability of the transformation and cast taming. Who could understand and implement this? He thought that he was being mocked. At that moment, the girl called him master. She put her hand on her chest and said that she wanted to devote herself entirely to him. She asked to be allowed to stay with him until the end of her days. The protagonist was very shocked that she could speak. This surprised him no less than the fact that the taming worked. Until recently, she was just an ordinary monster, repeating the behavior pattern programmed into her. From the moment she was tamed, she began to move as if she had acquired a soul. He did not understand what had happened and what the difference was, whether it was all about the taming or perhaps it was all about her. The protagonist told her that he had a question. He asked her if she had gained self-awareness and if so, when it had happened, to which she replied that it had happened several hundred years ago. Then Second asked her why she behaved like that, to which the girl replied that it was because of a spell that could not be resisted. She was controlled by divine power. The protagonist said that he understood and then asked again about the divine power. He thought that she meant that despite gaining consciousness, in battles she was deprived of free will. But Second thought that it was impossible to rule out the possibility that her memory had been overwritten the moment she was tamed. The possibility is that someone later added memories to her that several hundred years ago she gained self-awareness. Be somewhat more logical to reason in this way than to believe that many of the monsters that exist in this world are initially self-aware. This sounds like an insoluble problem that nothing can be done about even if you think about it thoroughly, so there is no point in thinking about it now. The main character, looking at her, called her Anko. At first the girl did not react in any way, then she realized that she had been given a name, after which she smiled, her face turned red. Second said his name and asked her to remember it. Then he told her that it was time for them to go. He thought that Anko had never had to go outside before, no wonder she was so happy. After all, several hundred years had passed. Together with the girl, they walked along the corridor. Suddenly he saw that the corridor in front of the library was the lair of strong monsters called black ghosts. Not only are each of them quite strong, they also attack in groups, which makes them extremely problematic. The main character thought that there were only 5 of them. If he acted alone, he would have to tinker with such a number, but it was not a problem. Then he saw that the girl next to him had disappeared. At that moment, Anko approached one of the monsters, looked at him, said that he was adorable, after which she put her hand on his face and told him to die. The protagonist, watching this, thought that the health of the black ghosts had dropped to 1. He was surprised that she could really use that cheating magic. Anko dealt with several ghosts, then summoned her shadow staff. She took it in her hands and began to wave it. Second thought about how he didn't know how to describe his feeling right now. This ruthless, devilish combo that had caused him so much trouble recently seemed so reassuring when they were on the same side. The girl closed her eyes, then giggled a little. The staff's special abilities allow her to deal damage to enemies, even if she hits their shadows with blows. The main character, looking at this, smiled and thought that she was tough, even too tough, especially her dark magic. He didn't think that she would be able to use it. In her past life, she couldn't use this skill. However, she uses this cheating magic. In other words, Anko in this life is clearly different from herself in the past. Second said that she was great, it was amazing, to which the girl replied that she was not worthy of these words. The protagonist thought that he needed to conduct a small check. He wanted to know how she was different from the last one. He asked her to let him look at her parameters. The girl came very close to him, smiled, and said that he could watch as much as he wanted. The protagonist's eyes dropped lower. He thought that her dignity was very large. However, what difference did it make to him? Now the question was completely different. A system window opened in front of him in which the characteristics of the girl were indicated. She had more restrictions. A condition was added that dark magic can only be used on enemies weaker than herself. She also got a cooldown of 3600 seconds. It only works once an hour, but even so it's a pretty cheating skill. In addition to this, some skills have had minor modifications. The cooldown on dark transformation has been removed, and the cooldown on dark teleportation dark summoning has been set to 60 seconds. Compared to the previous life, there were solid improvements. But compared to what it was before taming, everything except the dark transformation was worse. The main character thought that one could say all the changes were extremely well thought out. He became convinced that God exists, or more precisely, that the developer exists. Anko asked his opinion and whether she would be useful to him, to which he replied that she would be useful 5,000 out of 100, although no in 1,000,000. The girl threw herself into his arms and said that she was very happy. The main character thought again that she had very great dignity. He suggested that she hurry home. She said that she obeyed him. Second stayed here for 4 months. It seemed to him that it was a long time, but at the same time it was not. He heard that autumn had already come outside. The main character walked forward, thinking about all sorts of stupid things like how beautiful the autumn leaves would seem to him in an elevated mood after taming Anko. Well, no way, there were good times, of course. Because of this incident, he learned that every beautiful story has a flip side. The girl stood in front of him, covering her eyes. Tears were flowing from her eyes. She was crying and offering him her deepest apologies. The main character was very unhappy at that moment. As soon as a girl goes outside and gets exposed to sunlight, she immediately becomes weak. The conditions were extremely simple. If her entire body was hidden in the shadows, she could fight at full strength. But if even a little bit of the sun's rays touched her body, she would weaken in proportion to the amount of light that fell on her. Simply put, a girl can only fight in the shadows. At night or indoors, she won't have any problems, but under the scorching sun, it's better not to even try. He thought that this was the price for dark magic. It was like a blow to the gut, to say nothing. The main character didn't expect this, but there's nothing he can do about it. Whatever the case, Anko will fully work off those 4 months that he spent on her. The main character and the girl were walking together, pressed against each other. the guy was thinking about whether he should deactivate her summoning. Anko said that she was so happy, grateful that he was worried about her. Thanks to him, energy was bubbling in her, she just clung to him and it was already good. The protagonist asked if it was really because of him and not his shadow. Then he said that she had cleverly come up with it, to which the girl replied that she loved him even when he was rude to her. The protagonist thought that something was telling him that teasing her was not fun at all. More precisely, it seemed that he would only make things worse for himself if he teased her like Sylvia. At this moment, the girl pressed herself closer and closer to his body. Second thought about how she loved physical contact. He thought that it was all because she was a she-wolf. The main character said that now they would board a ship, then they would spend the night in a port city, and in the morning they would ride a horse all day. She would have to be patient a little. The girl began to worry. She said that she would not tolerate it. She added that for her every second with him was like earthly bliss. The protagonist thought that he didn't even know if they should leave just like that. He felt uneasy somehow, but despite his feeling of anxiety, they still left the island. The King of Spirits told the girl that all she can do is hide in the shadow of his body. This is just a laugh. People like that are called ballast. Is the famous dark she-wolf really only capable of caressing her master's back? He tried to call out to her again, after which he asked her to say something. Angelmois did this several times, but the girl remained silent. The protagonist began to quarrel with the king. The latter asked him how he dared to talk like that to the great King of Spirits and his elder comrade. Second got angry with him and told him to shut up and sit quietly. On the way from the port city of Kula to Paho on horseback, the main character happened to want to use the summoning of the spirit. He needed to find out if the summoning of the monster and the summoning of the spirit conflicted with each other. Although the summons as such did not conflict with each other, the summoned couple themselves did. The King of Spirits asked why he was being reserved. This was nepotism, discrimination against spirits. Second should only scold this girl, to which he asked why he thought so. The spirit said that yesterday she bared her fangs at him. This is unforgivable. He must punish her severely. The main character realized that Angelmois still did not trust her. At that moment, the girl came to her senses a little and said that she was already part of the master's soul. Whether she would bare her fangs or not was his will. She also added that if this is the case, then wouldn't it be strange if the owner punishes himself? Angelmois said that this was all empty sophistry. The girl said that this only concerned punishments, and here she agreed with her master. Enko raised her hand and then touched the protagonist's chin and asked him to strangle her. Second thought that she had once again spouted some nonsense. Then he turned to the King of Spirits and asked him to do something about it, to which the latter asked what he could do. The main character continued to get angry and talk about doing something, since he is the senior comrade here. The Spirit King tried to object. At that moment, the girl pressed herself even closer to him. She began to sigh loudly. Her face turned red. Second immediately turned to Angelmois to hurry him up. The latter suggested that the girl look at the beautiful autumn leaves. In front of them there were indeed large trees. The Spirit King said that Anko had been sitting in the dark dungeon all this time without leaving, and she probably had never seen them. Therefore, she had a unique opportunity. He suggested that she get off her horse and look at them. The girl took her hands off the main character's neck. Her face became a little angry. She asked if he really planned to share her with the owner. She said that although he was an older comrade, he had played too much. The Spirit King asked her what they were going to do. Were they really going to decide the winner right there? To which Anko became even more angry and said that she wanted to burn him alive or tear him to pieces. She offered him a choice. Angelmois said that he wanted her to try to kill him if she could. The girl immediately wanted to answer him, but at that moment the main character sent all the spirits back. He thought that it was all pointless. They were like a cat and a dog. It was better not to summon them at the same time at all. Then he thought about when he would summon them next time. He felt that his stomach would hurt now. After some time he reached the city of Piho. There he rented a place to stay, ate, took a bath, and then went to bed. When he was already lying on the beds, there was a knock on his door. He had to get up when he went to the door and opened it. Behind it was a young guy with blonde hair. He apologized to him. The stranger said that he had been appointed butler of the first family. His name was Kubero. He was glad to meet him. The protagonist looked at him attentively. The latter also returned his gaze. Second thought that he did not give the impression of an ordinary person. For now everything is clear to him. This is his butler, but something in his words caught his attention. He asked the butler about when they became the family of the first. To which the guy replied that Mrs. Yukari had instructed him to introduce himself like that. The main character was surprised by these words and asked if he was serious. He had a feeling that he had heard this somewhere before. His memories of it were like in a fog because he had given up on all this for 4 months. Continuing to look at the guy, he thought about what it meant that his first public name would be second first. It seemed to him that it was a very good name. The protagonist then asked Kubero why he was there at all, to which the latter replied that he had to take him away. Then second asked him if he really was a butler. The guy said that he was ready to go anywhere for him. That is, he is both a butler and a valet introduced to him. Kubero apologized for waking him up when he was so tired. He had already spoken to the innkeeper, so he could rest a little longer. The butler also added that breakfast would be ready when he woke up. He asked if he wanted him to bring it to his room. Second agreed. Kubero bowed to him and said that he understood him. In that case, he would bring him breakfast when the time came. Until then, he could rest. The protagonist thought that he was such an attentive friend. The guy looks like he's about 20 years old, but judging by his meticulous attention to detail, you can tell he's a true master of his craft. What kind of training can bring a person to this level in 4 months? After that, the main character fell on the bed again. He covered himself with a blanket and said that it was time to sleep. A few hours later, he thought that it was time to get up. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The protagonist was surprised by this, because the butler was already standing at his doorstep holding a tray of food. He wondered if it was a spur. After second had breakfast, he decided it was time to move out, to which the guy replied that he was already done with that. Then the protagonist asked about seven steo. The butler replied that his subordinate would take care of them. The second said that it was nice to hear, after which he said that he wanted something to eat on the way home. To which the guy replied that they had chocolate pie and hot coffee prepared today. The main character said that he understood, then he suddenly wanted to play cards with him on the way home. To which the butler took out a deck of cards and said that he would consider it an honor. He just happened to have an unpacked deck. The second, looking at him, said that he was very good. The guy bowed to him again, after which he said that he was not worthy of such words. After a while they got into the carriage. The men sat opposite each other. At first they were in complete silence. The main character hypnotized his assistant with his gaze. The latter noticed this, after which he asked if he could help him with anything. To which second smiled at him and said that everything was fine. Then the butler said that if he needed anything, he should not hesitate to contact him. The protagonist thought that he was being prudent, which meant that something was wrong here. All this time, since the moment they met this morning, he has not been able to shake off the bad feeling. The journey to the capital will take 4 hours. He will need to watch him closely while he has nothing to do and find out the reason for his bad feeling. Second felt sorry for making him feel stressed for so long, so he would decently leave him alone for now. Then it occurred to him that his butler was stressed. The guy pursed his lips and bit them. His hands trembled a little. His whole body said that he was very tense. However, he makes every effort not to show it. He calmly does everything in his power and stifles everything, including even the physiological phenomenon known as tension. This is all so as not to disturb his master once again. This is willpower. The main character doesn't think that it is possible to suppress tension consciously, but this guy suppresses it to the limit with sheer willpower. He laughed to himself and thought that this is a great character. At that moment, Second started laughing out loud. Kubero immediately raised his head and looked at him. He asked if he was okay, to which Second replied that he was very good. He liked people like him. The butler immediately tensed up at his words. He asked again whether he really liked him. The protagonist thought that he seemed to have chosen the word poorly. Second immediately began to justify himself. He said that he didn't mean that at all, he just liked him, to which the butler thanked him profusely. The main character told him to relax and not to strain himself so much. Then he suggested that he play cards. The guy agreed with him. If you look closely, you can see how Kubero twitches slightly. However, he does his job perfectly. This guy is very cool. The butler had a deck of cards in his hands. The protagonist looked at him and smiled. He thought to himself that it seemed to him that their cooperation would be long-term. If possible, he would like to build a friendly relationship with him. The protagonist addressed the butler by name. He responded, to which second asked whether he had had any troubles in his life before, and if so, he asked him to tell about them, even the smallest ones. He smiled at his butler and promised that he would definitely deal with them. The guy did not expect such words. The protagonist thought that it had slipped out of him completely by accident. It was probably because he had recently been able to tame Enko so well. He simply wanted to make a good impression on the man who had already shown him his willpower. At that moment, Kubero bowed to him as low as he could, and said that he would not forget the mercy of his master. The latter continued to look attentively at his servant. The guy raised his eyes to him. He said that today, when everyone went to bed, he would like to have a little chat with second. At the same time, there were tears in his eyes. To which the latter once again clarified the time and agreed. He thought that even a man who does not show anxiety due to willpower can sometimes not hold back tears. He too will open up to him tonight. They got home. He remembers that he was a little excited too, but the place he went to was not the Eastern Estate, and the Vanilla Lake Estate is in the southwest, so his enthusiasm died down. It became clear to him, he now remembered. It seemed that Yukari and the others liked his idea of changing the estate depending on the season. Just then a girl came out to meet him. She greeted him, then she ran closer to him. He said that he was also glad to return and also added that they would stay here for the fall. Yukari hugged him. She apologized to him for such inappropriate behavior and explained that she was very worried. She wanted to say so much, and then asked to be allowed to stay like this for a little while longer. The main character thought that although they maintained constant contact when he was away, he still left her alone with all his estates for 4 whole months. After a while, Yukari pulled away from him and apologized deeply. It was obvious that she herself was uncomfortable with the display of her feelings. She also apologized for the suddenness, but they still had a lot of things to sort out. However, before she could finish speaking, someone crashed into the main character with his whole body from the side. He did not expect this. This unknown person even called him by name. It turned out that it was Iko. She started jumping around second and talking about how he had finally returned home. To himself, he thought that it was not weak. It seemed that this girl had managed to grow up. The main character stroked her hair and told her that he had returned. Then he realized that she had grown up, so he asked her this question, to which she seriously replied that she did not know. Second smiled sweetly at her and said that he understood everything. She doesn't know about her changes. He also said that she talks like Sylvia, and that's not a good thing to do. The latter also came out to them and asked what he meant. She looked very combative. She walked quickly and with long strides towards them. Then she smiled and said that second looked like a cucumber. It seemed that she had nothing to worry about. The protagonist, looking at Sylvia, said that she had also changed. He couldn't wait for their next foray into the dungeons. To which she replied that she had had similar thoughts, after which they laughed together. Sylvia and Second Fist bumped in greeting, after which the girl suggested that they all have dinner, to which Yukari responded positively and added that they would all be very busy afterwards. At that moment, the main character announced that he wanted to introduce someone to them. A new addition had joined their team. Sylvia and Yukari immediately became tense, and Iko seemed not to understand what was happening. Second, looking at the girls, thought that everything had changed so quickly. Only recently there had been such a friendly atmosphere. Sylvia asked him if he had seduced another girl again. Yukari told him to bring the girl he had found, and then they would continue the discussion. The protagonist was somewhat taken aback by their words. He told them to stand still and that he would call her now. After that, he used the monster summoning. A moment later, Enko appeared in front of them. She immediately turned to Second and said that she was at his service. The girls were surprised by her figure. They thought that it was huge. Then the she-wolf noticed that there were 3 more girls standing nearby. The main character tensed up as he realized that she was going to do something to them. When she raised her hand, he shouted at her to stop. However, Enko had already used her power on the girls, causing their health to drop to 1. The girl began to laugh evilly. At that moment, Second jumped up to her. He pulled her hair, thereby distracting her from her actions. The protagonist looked at her sternly and asked what she was trying to do here without permission. To which she immediately became a sweet and obedient girl. She said that she felt a thirst for blood. Second did not soften for a second, and Enko's face turned red from embarrassment. Sylvia at this time asked in shock what it was. They did not understand anything. Anko said that, it turns out, she should not try to kill anyone, it is so difficult. She brought the deepest apologies to her master. The girl said that she would resist, she would never raise her hand against anyone herself, she would obey her master without question, and in general she was completely in his hands, so she generously asked him to forgive her. The main character thought that it was very bad that she had thoughts about how she should kill people simply because she felt a thirst for blood. Born in the great dungeon of the Isekai library, Anko lived in complete solitude and darkness. For her, the need to kill is already natural. He thought about what he needed to tell her, where to direct her. Nothing came to Sekon's mind. He told her that she would no longer act on her own without his instructions. If she suddenly wants something, she must first inform the main character. She must obey him, only then will they be able to continue working together. Sekon thought about how he gave such a harsh order, although it was for her own good. To which Anko was silent at first, hiding her eyes behind her bangs, and then she raised her face. It was red, and there were tears in her eyes. Sekon, looking at her, realized that he didn't know why, but judging by her face, she was happy. Then he saw that it seemed she was waiting for his order. The protagonist said that she could speak. Then Anko told him that he was so kind to such a bad person like her. She asked him to reward her with severity until it reached her bad head. If he considered her useless, then he could do something. However, the protagonist interrupted her speech and, apologizing, said that they were a little busy at the moment, so she should stay here and wait for instructions. He called her back. To himself, Sekon thought that he had another headache. Her powers, of course, would be very useful to them, but he could not simply come to terms with it. He has no doubt that somewhere, sometime, everything could go wrong and an emergency like the recent one could strike again out of the blue. He would like to avoid that. Yukari asked about what just happened. To which Sekon replied that it was a dark she-wolf. It took him 4 months to tame her. She is a demon boss from a Class 1 dungeon. Her name is Eiko. To which Yukari asked if she was too strong. The protagonist explained that she had not used even half of her strength. The girls were shocked. Sekon apologized to them and said that he would tell them the details later. Yukari said that she understood, in which case she would go and prepare for the meeting, after which she asked to postpone it for an hour. Then she turned around and went into the house. Sylvia said that even though Yukari said so, she doubted that they would discuss anything today. Most likely, they would just listen to a pompous report about Sekon's long absence, so he should be prepared. The protagonist thought that despite her intense fear, she managed to maintain the aura of no need to worry about me. He thought about the fact that he was surrounded by such strong-willed people. At that moment, he looked at Eiko. He patted her head again and apologized to her for scaring her, to which the girl told him not to worry, after which she took his hand and suggested that they go play. Together with Sekon, they entered the house where they played various games. Eiko collected pebbles and jumped on the trampoline. Then they all gathered together at one table. Yukari was talking about something. Eiko was falling asleep at that moment. Then they ate together, laughed, and thus evening came. The protagonist was in his room. He was thinking about how he hadn't told them anything about Anko, but they didn't seem to be offended by his rudeness. However, he needs to solve this problem with the she-wolf urgently, since it is not something that can be dealt with so easily. They had gathered on time, so it was worth discussing it together. Besides, there was something else he needed to worry about right now. There was a knock on the door of his room. It was Kubero. He bowed to the protagonist, then, looking into his eyes, asked him to come with him. It was night outside, the moon was shining. They came to the bank of the pond. The butler turned to him. He looked very determined. He took off his gloves. Standing facing the main character, looking into his eyes, he raised his hands and fists in front of him and said that he wanted to challenge Sekon. Kubero thought that he could not miss this opportunity. He was extremely annoyed that he had to rely on him, the one to whom he owed the fact that he had picked him up from the dump and given him a life fit for a man. Now is definitely not the time to wag one's tongue about all sorts of trifles. Then Sekon said that he needed to gather his courage and tell about them, so he was obliged to answer him that he would gather his courage in his own way. The butler extended his hand to him and said that as for the method, he had prepared a crown for the duel. They would use it. However, the main character did not let him finish and with a smile on his face said that it was good. Kubero thought that Sekon seemed happy, just like a child who found a toy. The latter said that he liked strong-willed guys like him, to which the butler bowed before him again and said that it was an honor for him. Kouryakuchuu thought that he should not be afraid, should not let himself be swallowed up by the moment. If he did not demonstrate his determination now, his cherished wish would not come true. He asked if he accepted his challenge. He agreed. The butler thought that the main character had come here to get his dueling crown. It was wrong to force the master to go anywhere. It was a disgrace for a valet. So Kouryakuchuu decided to go up to Mr. Second himself to hand it to him. However, when he almost reached him, he hesitated. Shock showed on his face. He wondered if he had tripped on a pebble, although no, it was as if something had caught his foot. But there was no one here except them, then perhaps it was Second himself who had done it. However, Kouryakuchuu decided that this was not the most important thing. At this rate, he would crash into the main character. The guy cursed out loud, after which he hit his head right into Second's chest. The butler's face turned red. He abruptly pulled away from the protagonist, after which he asked him for an apology. Then something dawned on him. He is a servant. Even if it was unintentional, he should not be capable of doing something that could harm his master. But he just hit him hard on the head and did something he should not be capable of. The main character asked him if he had really noticed such things, after which he said that Kouryakuchuu was still an outstanding guy. The latter saw that Second was smiling. In other words, this strange phenomenon was his doing. He asked him what he had done. To which the main character smiled and said that this is called an escape from prison. A moment ago, Kouryakuchuu stopped being a servant. The latter was shocked by his words. He thought that such a technique really exists, but he had never seen or even heard of a method to implement it in an instant, but that is not even important. Kouryakuchuu thought about why the main character freed him, to which Second replied that a simple duel is boring, now they will be able to compete without restrictions. The guy began to think that he was mistaken. Mr. Second doesn't care about the strength of the servants in the first family, so much so that he will grin and break a contract with a servant just because he wants to fight. Kouryakuchuu began to laugh out loud. He thought that his master was truly one of those who are called strong. The main character said with a smile on his face that this was great. He needed to relax because the battle had already begun. Kouryakuchuu apologized to him and said that as his servant, he had something to tell him. He wanted to recommend that in the future he refrain from such frivolous contract breaks. The butler said that if he turned out to be a traitor, the main character would expose himself to unnecessary danger, to which the latter lowered his head and grinned. Second said that if he had betrayed him, then it would have been his own fault, but he liked Kouryakuchuu, so he freed him and would not allow anyone to express their dissatisfaction with this. He also asked the guy whether a traitor would lecture him like that. The butler couldn't find an answer. Then he decisively raised his fists in front of himself and said that Second would regret it. Kouryakuchuu thought that the main skill he used was hand-to-hand combat, especially first Dan Horse hand-to-hand combat and third Dan Silver hand-to-hand combat. In these, he was the best even in their team. It was thanks to his fists that the butler went from being a hopeless street kid to being who he is right now. He thought that he would strike at least one blow at the master with these fists of love on which he relied. This would be a manifestation of his determination. The main character at that moment looked at Kouryakuchuu indifferently, but he did nothing and did not even defend himself. The latter asked him if he was not going to prepare for the fight, to which he answered negatively. Second said that it was the other way around, that Kouryakuchuu was very tense. He had already said that there was no need to tense up. He asked him what he would do if they were to stare at each other for several hours straight. The butler thanked him for his advice, but he would not underestimate himself in his place, after which he raised his fists again. The main character said angrily that he himself had said that he shouldn't be forced to underestimate the guy, after which he suddenly moved towards the butler and hit him in the face. He flew back some distance. Kouryakuchuu was lying on his back. He looked pretty battered. He thought that his cheeks, jaw, head, and whole body hurt. He didn't understand what had happened because he couldn't see it. The main character approached him. The butler thought that he had been abandoned. The latter was disappointed in him since he had no determination. He did not have a single chance. Second turned to him and told him to stand up and demonstrate his willpower. He ordered him to attack him with the intent to kill. Kouryakuchuu was lying on the ground and just breathing heavily. The main character asked him if this was all he could do. It wasn't like that. The guy had to stand firm, now or never. The butler immediately came to his senses and opened his eyes sharply. He thought that this was really not so. He called himself a fool, after which he began to get to his feet. He thought that second had not abandoned him yet, so he should stand firm. Kubero stood up and screamed very loudly. The protagonist was happy with his actions. Then the guy wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve and looked at the master. The guy thought that he would show him his determination. He would not give in even if it cost him his life. This is his willpower. He would put everything on the line and stand up with the determination to give his life. Kubero raised his hand to strike second, but second blocked it with his palm. He looked as if he hadn't put any effort into it. The butler continued to persist. He pressed his hand on his palm, but nothing changed. Then the main character removed his palm. Kubero began to fall and lose consciousness. He told the master that he was the best. After some time, Kubero came to his senses. He was lying on a bed in some room. He tried to find out what kind of place he was in, but the main character did not let him do this, but simply said that he had finally woken up. The second asked the guy if he wanted to drink the potion, to which the latter answered negatively, saying that he would abstain. He wanted his wounds to stay with him for a while. The protagonist found this a bit strange, but simply agreed with him. Kubero stood up and thanked him for his help, to which the latter asked what he was thanking him for. Kubero bowed his head and said that it was because he had sheltered him and made him his servant. He had given him the opportunity and agreed to his competition. He believed all these points. To which the main character asked him why he only assumed. The guy answered that he himself was not sure, but for some unknown reason he felt an unimaginable desire to express his gratitude. Second, listening to him, wondered what he was talking about. He did not understand whether he was okay or whether he had hit his head. The butler at that moment blushed and looked away. The main character did not understand at all what was happening to the guy and what kind of reaction he had. The latter answered that second was incredibly strong. It was painful for him to realize this. He agreed with him. Kubero explained that in the past, he was a commander in a team of a crime syndicate called Ryo. It is a group of Robin Hood-type bandits who are located near the capital of the kingdom. Noble robbers, defenders of the poor and the downtrodden, they steal from the rich and give to the poor. A gang of thieves who are hated by the knightly orders but supported by the common people. He thinks Yukari told him about them. Robin Hood's bandits are praised as the strongest in the entire kingdom. They were all killed by the Knights of Castella, or not all. Kubero said that robbers who earn money by stealing are a source of resentment for many. More precisely, aristocrats who fill their pockets due to their status and are the main target of robbers. The main character understood why the kingdom of Castella itself took on the destruction of Robin Hood's robbers. The guy agreed with him. Under the attack of the second and third knightly orders, they were in danger of being destroyed in a matter of months. However, this is something he learned not so long ago. He sincerely believes that their destruction was entrusted to the first knightly order. The protagonist asked him about it again. He thought to himself that it was strange. He was ready to swear that the first knightly order was now under the command of the royal guard. If the goal is to destroy Robin Hood's robbers, it would be obvious to assume that this would be entrusted to the third knightly order, the defenders of the palace, or the second knightly order, the army. There is definitely some reason for this. They were talking about the Rotten Knights Order and the first Prince Klaus who leads it. There is no doubt that there is a vile reason for this. Their boss Reemsma wanted to make a deal in exchange for his head. He bowed before them, begged them not to harm his followers, and offered his life for it. The first knightly order acted as a mediator in this, and they expected that this would happen. And after that, the second and third knightly orders showed up to make an agreement, or so they thought. The protagonist realized that it was a trick. The guy said that within a few days, a detachment for suppression was created from the ranks of the first knightly order. Several dozen people were killed as a result of the surprise attack. Many subordinates sacrificed themselves for him, the young commander, and in the end he was able to escape to Morris' company. Second asked if they really allowed him to escape. The guy answered positively. Kubero began to cry heavily. The main character, looking at him, thought that he must be depressed, unhappy. There is no doubt that now he is probably thinking about how to save the remaining subordinates who live in the shadows, isolated from each other. While the young commander is still alive, he will definitely try to fulfill his boss's dying wish. This will also be in the name of all the subordinates who died believing that Robin Hood's bandits will one day be reborn. The main character asked him if he really wanted to take revenge. He answered positively. Then he asked him if he wanted to save his comrades. The guy answered with a decisive yes. Second thought that his subordinate was strong in spirit. He had enough determination, and he did not give up even in the face of death, which he demonstrated in front of him. In that case, now it was his turn to help him. The main character smiled at him and said that they needed to go. He would figure out how to help him. The butler was surprised by his words, after which he agreed with him. After some time, the main character came to the pond. He thought about many things. For example, now he should think about several things. For example, fulfilling the promise he made to the second prince, as well as Yukari, the brainwashing magic that Duchess Lucia Eisna entrusted to him, and now his promise to Kubero. All of this makes his head boil. They are all involved in politics, and he doesn't even have an idea where to start. He used to think that if he could tame a wolf, he could handle any task, but that's absolutely not true. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat an entire country. He wondered why he couldn't do it, for example, by killing a specific person. That would be easy, but he didn't even know who needed to be killed here, and even that clearly wouldn't solve all the problems. The main character raised his head up, moaned, then lowered it again, scratched the back of his head, and thought about what to do. A brilliant idea came to his mind. After all, if he doesn't know what to do, then he should just ask someone. He gathered around the table with the girls, then he asked them if they knew anyone who understood politics. He needed a political advisor who would consult him on all matters. The girls thought hard about his question. Yukari said that she could think of a few people, but she wasn't sure if they could be trusted. Unfortunately, she couldn't recommend them. The protagonist said that he understood everything and then asked Sylvia. She replied that her father had earned his rank of pen for his military merits. He was a knight at heart, so she did not think that it would bring much benefit. Second realized that this was not of much use. Yukari asked to give him some time. She would talk to their servants and find out if they had such acquaintances. To which he said that they would try to ask one guy. He used the spirit call. He thought to himself that there was a chance that this spirit might know someone who understood politics. Angelmois appeared before them. The protagonist realized that this guy was pouting at him. If you think about it, ever since he summoned and banished him, after a fight with his girl Anko, he has been constantly avoiding him. This is not good. He needs to be brought back into a good mood. Second said that right now Anko was repenting for what she had done, to which the guy replied that she had almost killed his dear second partner, and that was what she deserved. The protagonist thought that his mood had worsened even more. He thinks that he got this information from him because they are connected. If he reads his thoughts, then he should understand his position. Second said that she is his strongest warrior. He asks him to show some patience, but he would also like the spirit to help her in regeneration. He begs him. Angelmois said that he always understands when his significant other is worried, so he will take it into account, but there is no chance that they will become friends. He will never trust her. Second understood his position and thanked him. He thought to himself that it seemed like he would help him, even though he was angry. He thought that the spirit was, in some way, even a good person. Second turned to Angelmois and asked if he knew anyone who understood politics. To which the latter laughed and said that he was the great leader of souls who governed the entire world of souls. Then the main character asked if he really knew. His friend answered positively. To himself, Second thought that he did know someone. He didn't expect anything else from him. Second asked him who it was and where he was, to which the guy replied that his name was Winfeld. He was the governor and also his tactician. He is a half-water, half-earth mixed spirit who is responsible for all government requests for him. The protagonist was surprised that the spirit world turns out to have a government. Angelmois explained that they have a government. They also unite and govern all four elements. Mixed spirit means that it is composed of two or more elements, this particular half-water, half-earth. The main character thought that everything was clear to him. He thought that his title of Great Ruler of Spirits was just a name, but he apparently was seriously involved in this. Second asked the spirit if it was possible to summon his acquaintance, to which he replied that they could summon him here, but they could do it indirectly. Angelmois explained that since his dear second had made a contract with him, someone else would simply have to make a contract with Winfield. the Spirit King would be present and ensure that his acquaintance was summoned. The protagonist was surprised by his words and thought about what he was saying. He asked if he could really choose the target for summoning spirits, to which his friend explained that these were the privileges of the role of the great ruler of spirits. Second was in great shock. He asked if he was joking. He thought to himself that he could really summon spirits of any rarity. However, the only problem was who would use them. The protagonist asked if this Winfield was strong, to which Angelmois replied that he was weak, very weak, an unfortunate descendant of the waters of the earth. Second was a little depressed by his words. The guy explained that when it comes to tactics, there is no one better. In any case, anything in politics that requires a great ruler was given into their hands. When someone talks about the tactics of the spirit world, he is talking about these spirits. Angelmois said that it would not even be an exaggeration to say that they rule the spirit world, after which he laughed. The protagonist thought that this was not very funny. Second thought that he was quite reasonable, but from the look of it, he was weak. In that case, he decided who would call him. The protagonist turned to Yukari and said that she should try to fulfill the summoning of the spirit. The girl was surprised by his words. Second thought that if it was a weak spirit, it would be wise to summon it to someone who was involved in battles. It would be problematic if he needed Sylvia and Iko to summon more powerful spirits one day. The latter were jealous that the main character had addressed this request to Yukari. At that moment, he asked the girl if she had learned to use the summoning of spirits, to which she replied that she had learned this back in the 16th grade. The conditions for opening the spirit summoning skill are quite simple. Get at least one witchcraft skill. After you learn it and distribute your skill points, you will be able to get spirit summoning. However, this will not be enough to summon the spirits. To summon him, they will need a summoning ticket. The main character thought about what to do with this ticket. There are two ways to get it. The first is loot from monsters. The second is a reward for completing a dungeon. Both of these methods have a low chance. Getting it as loot from rank 2 and 3 monsters is extremely rare, but the fact is that since he arrived here, he has not seen even one of them drop. The chances are very low. This means that the fastest way to get them would be to buy them at auction. He is not sure how many millions the market value will be. No need to worry, because he has an incredible amount of money. At that moment, he heard Sylvia start laughing loudly. The protagonist was shocked by her actions. He asked her what was happening to her and then said that she had finally come to him. The girl was indignant at his words. She told him to look at it. Second did not understand what she meant, and then he saw the necessary ticket in her hands. Everyone let out a cry of surprise.